Chapter 1471. In the space where the god's realm was located, in the first layer of the many spaces, everything was gilded gold. It was as if they had plunged into a dye vat. Above, below, left, and right were all gilded gold. Other than this, they could not see anything else. Yin Nuashing took out a large object wrapped in gray-white fog and held it in the palm of his hand. After floating around for a while, he found a good place and threw the object out. The object streaked across the gilded space and suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, its volume suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands of times. Moreover, it appeared suddenly, without any process at all. Just now, there was only gilded gold in front of them, but now they saw a large piece of land crashing in front of them with a loud bang. The land shrouded in gray-white clouds gradually merged into this space. This gilded space was also gradually dyed with other colors. It was no longer just gilded gold that could be seen. The gorgeous colors began to change and slowly formed some common things. A starry sky, a real and complete starry sky. The scenery of the deep space was formed in the distant places, and the sun and moon were formed near the land. Everything was no different from the real space outside. Is this the scene of the creation of heaven and earth? It doesn't feel spectacular at all. A voice suddenly rang out in Yin Nuashing's mind. Yin Nuashing tilted his head, and a platinum light suddenly flickered. Two figures floated out of his body. Tao Heaven had dragged Yao Guang out of his soul. He had just gone to the graveyard of gods and devils and called Yao Guang out to make arrangements for them. This isn't the creation of heaven and earth. It's just the creation of a space. Yin Nuashing shook his head and waved his hand to gesture at the space in front of them. This is one of the many layers of space in the God realm. We and I manage it directly, so no one else will be able to reach this place. I have slightly shaped the appearance of this world, but that's only the starry sky outside. It might not be too big for you. Oh, there's no need. I only did it because of my personal preference. After all, there's no starry sky in the graveyard of gods and devils. Yao Guang looked at the boundless star field that extended out in his eyes, constantly forming huge stars, lighting up the starry sky. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a mesmerized expression as he murmured, "How beautiful." Yin Nuashing instantly revealed a happy smile and subconsciously reached out to pat Yao Guang's head. She then realized that this was not her girl and quickly withdrew her hand. She coughed softly and said, "Ahem, this is just a space created by the first layer. Although it is real, there are still some differences compared to the real, boundless world outside. There are some differences in the boundaries and regions. Now that the world of order is in chaos, we might have to leave for a long time. Even if we can't come back, it's normal. At least before we leave, we have to settle your affairs." Yin Nuashing pointed at the land in front of them. "This space is very vast, and I've set a time limit. Before that time limit is up, you won't be able to go to the realm of the gods. Or, if a powerful life form is born in this world, it can leave and go to the realm of the gods on its own." "We can't go to that world?" Yao Guang asked in confusion. Yin Nuashing shook his head and said, "No, you can go, but there are some reasons why we cannot allow you to set foot there. A portion of the beings in the celestial realm have left, and those who belong to the top have left. Perhaps there will be more who will leave. Even so, those who remain in the celestial realm are still very dangerous to you. This is because you still need to develop, because you still need to fight for the future. As long as the world itself is still moving forward, this world will be dangerous. Therefore, before you have enough power to protect yourselves, I do not recommend you to go to that world. The time limit is also to limit you, but this threshold will not be too high. After the upheaval of the world is over, you should be able to recover quickly and adapt to the current rules." Yao Guang raised his head and pondered for a moment. When the world changed, it did give everyone a fright. However, since we were prepared, it didn't cause too much panic. It only took a few days for everything to settle down. The land became wider, and everyone noticed that the world had changed. Now, it's slowly returning to its original state. She frowned. There were some things that she wanted to say, but she didn't know what to say. She looked up and met Yin Nuashing's gaze. Seeing him nodding, she felt relieved. Also, after those monsters disappeared, I thought that the world would return to peace. But with the change of the world, the situation over there is a little strange. From a perspective of the world of order, it's a civil war. To put it bluntly, it's domestic violence. The things that threaten life have disappeared, but peace did not come because of it. Instead, it fell into another kind of chaos. Various forces fought each other for various reasons, right? Yin Nuoxing said in a tone that she had expected. Yao Guang nodded awkwardly. That's normal. As long as the world wants to move forward, battles and changes are inevitable. You all have just fallen from the threat of destruction to another level of threat. This situation may last for thousands of years. During that time, many interesting things will happen. Yin Nuoxing shrugged when he saw the worried look on Yao Guang's face. He subconsciously reached out to pat her shoulder, but for some reason, he placed his hand on her head and ruffled her long white hair. You don't have to worry about anything. This is the normal development of the world. You're this world's Tao protector. Well, you can be considered a Tao protector for the time being. No matter what happens, you'll be the first to have the right to go to the God realm. You can do as you see fit. If you want to support a faction, you can participate in it or not. After all, it's your own world. Yao Guang took the opportunity when he let go of her hand to quietly tidy up her hair. She whispered, "It seems so casual, but also a little complicated. Just do as you wish." Yin Nuoxing smiled casually. "Go back. I'm just informing you that your world has been settled." Yao Guang nodded and took a step forward. She suddenly retracted her foot and turned to look at Yin Nuoxing. "You all are going to war? Soon. Our people have already arrived at the front line. I was delayed for a few days because of my injuries, but it's about time." Yin Nuoxing nodded. Yao Guang pondered for a moment and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you for what you have done for us. I wish you all the best. I will go to that world as soon as possible." Yin Nuoxing reached out to help her up and patted her head. He smiled and said, "Go." After watching Yao Guang return to her world, Yin Nuoxing turned around and pulled Dao Heaven away from this space. They returned to the God realm. The two of them floated in the sky and bumped into a cloud. Yin Nuoxing was just about to settle another matter when Dao Heaven suddenly giggled and said, "Unknowingly, you've kidnapped another little girl. Big brother, is this how you trick girls?" Yin Nuoxing staggered and almost fell from the sky. He looked at the woman in white and gold with a dark expression. "What do you mean by trick? When did I ever trick people?" Dao Heaven giggled and moved forward. His different colored eyes occupied Yin Nuoxing's entire vision. "I don't care. Big brother lied to me." Yin Nuoxing, he sighed deeply. If he continued to dwell on this issue, one of them would definitely go crazy. No, from the looks of the situation, he should be the one going crazy. It was better to quickly change the topic. "Now let's talk about your business. You know about our business. Young Master Shun will take care of that world. What do you plan to do? Stay in the God realm? Or go back to that world? You don't plan to follow me to the front line, do you?" It would have been better if he hadn't asked the last question. Now that he did, Dao Heaven was furious. He rolled back 20 times and put a distance of 1,000 feet between them. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "I don't want to. When you guys fight, it's like the end of the world, or rather, the collapse of the void. Weak little mortals like us will die just by watching. Big brother, your creed when fighting is that you don't care about life. You play with your own life and forcefully play with other people's lives. I won't go. I won't go even if you beat me to death." Yin Nuoxing twirled her hair. She suddenly felt that this guy's last sentence perfectly fit the fighting style of the God realm. For a moment, she couldn't refute. Speaking of which, this girl asked for it. Siyu and the other girls knew to sneak out before he went berserk. She, on the other hand, had watched the entire war from first-person perspective. She was so scared that she was traumatized. Looking at her angry stare at him, she was so cute. "I'm just mentioning it. You really won't make much of a difference in the battle over there." Judging from the situation at the front line of the void, they must have mobilized all the forces in the world of order. The participants had to be at the post-God tier. However, he had said not long ago that there was no choice if they didn't want to fight. There might be many reasons: post-battle phobia, fear of the apocalyptic scene, or even more reasons. In any case, he couldn't force others to join the battle. It wouldn't do any good to the war situation. On the contrary, it would affect the strength of the normal battle there. So it was expected that Dao Heaven didn't want to go. I thought about it. I still want to go with you. Yin Nuoxing's foot slipped. She felt her waist hurt a little. Cough. Don't misunderstand. I'm definitely not going to fight. When he met Yin Nuoxing's extremely strange gaze, Dao Heaven coughed lightly and calmly tried to smooth things over. It's just that no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't think of a good place to go. If you're not in the God realm, there's no point in wandering around alone. So, I had no choice but to go with you. Yin Nuoxing looked deeply at the girl and sighed. Do as you wish. Just don't scare yourself. You're probably hiding in my soul anyway. Speaking of which, my soul isn't a relay station or a hotel. You can't always hide in there. Dao Heaven asked, is there a place to stay at the front line? Oh, there used to be, but Vast Sky and the others took it away. There probably won't be any for a while. Also, the battlefield is in the void. There won't be a place to stay. Then it's settled. It's empty anyway. It doesn't matter if one more person stays, right? Dao Heaven said with a smile. Yin Nuoxing. So his soul was still being treated as a hotel. Dao Heaven waved her hand in front of his face and pulled him forward. All right, let's not bother about this. Didn't you say you had something else to do? Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and nodded. He really did have something else to do. He looked around and casually came to a mountain peak. He waved his hand and opened up a spacious space. He shouted inside, come out. It's your stop. There was some movement in the space, and a moment later, a person walked out of it. It was a humanoid creature that was shining with a scarlet light. It was the chaos derivative that had inexplicably gained sentience. When Dao Heaven saw it, he was shocked. He hurriedly pulled Yin Nuoxing and wanted to retreat, thinking that something had happened. Yin Nuoxing patted the girl's shoulder to reassure her. He said to the chaos spawn, this is the realm of the gods. I don't know if you know this world. I think I've heard them talk about it before, but I'm not sure where it is. Is this the realm of the gods? It walked a few steps to the edge of the mountain peak. Looking at the scenery in front of it, it couldn't help but say, it's a bit more barren than I thought. Cough, cough. Yin Nuoxing coughed violently a few times and smiled bitterly. It's just finished a battle. It's still recovering. We can only wait for it to recover slowly. Battle. Oh, no wonder it's like the other world. It's filled with anxiousness and busyness after a battle. Although it's a bit barren, it looks like a very beautiful world. I can feel an astonishing amount of vitality, but it seems to be a bit smaller than the other world. The chaos spawn nodded. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. In terms of size and size, the realm of the gods was indeed much smaller than the spirit condensation continent. The latter was the only continent in the entire world. It was accompanied by the void. There was no sun, moon, or stars. The realm of the gods was inside a world of light. No, he would choke on his own words if he continued to dwell on these issues. Anyway, I brought you here. Do you have any plans? The scarlet light on the chaos spawn's body flickered. Was that a sign that it was thinking? Then it walked a few steps around and shook its head. I haven't thought of anything yet. I want to walk around this world and see this beautiful world. Oh, Yin Nuoxing responded. He took out Huey's token and threw it to the chaos spawn. Then take this with you. Put it wherever it's obvious. This is Huey's token from a very prestigious person in this world. As the non-order nature of you is a little too strong, it's hard to hide. We don't know how other people view non-order beings. But with this, you won't have to worry about people looking for trouble. The chaos spawn took the small scepter token and hung it around its neck. It nodded. Thank you. Don't worry. I won't bring trouble to this world. I'm not worried about that. Yin Nuoxing smiled and shrugged. Let's go. We'll meet again if there's a chance. Watching Yin Nuoxing and Demon leave, the chaos spawn did a rather human-like action. It blew into its hands and then walked slowly along the path on the other side of the mountain. The weather was a little cold. Where did you get a chaos spawn? How can it talk? Demon could not hold back his words. He asked after walking for a while. It was found on that continent. Among the trillions of chaos spawns, There was an individual with sentience. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I didn't expect such a strange energy body to develop sentience and become alive. Demon was speechless. It's quite strange. However, she felt that the 1 in a trillion probability was even more unbelievable. She did not expect that a disposable cannon fodder could develop sentience. After taking a stroll outside, Yun Nuashing and Dao Heaven returned to the mountain peak. As soon as they landed, they heard Little Angel arguing with another unrelenting voice. They couldn't help but turn their heads. The only person who could make Little Angel feel troubled and argue with her was probably her younger sister. As expected, Yuan Kong was arguing loudly with the Little Angel. Well, it looked more like the younger sister was throwing a tantrum and trying to get the attention of her elder sister. Moreover, Yuan Kong was being stared at by the latter. Yuan Kong's voice was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, she lowered her head and could not even speak. Yin Nuashing sighed and walked over helplessly. What's wrong? Haven't you discussed it? There's not much time left. The Little Angel heard the voice and turned her head. When she saw him, she was delighted. Little star, just in time. You can tell Yuan Kong that she insists on going to the front line with us, no matter how we persuade her. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh and shake her head in frustration. Yin Nuashing's gaze moved from the Little Angel to Yuan Kong and then back to the Little Angel. After a few rounds, she said to Yuan Kong, "You want to go to the Void Frontline with us?" Yuan Kong looked at him and felt extremely uncomfortable. She lowered her head and mumbled. Due to her elder sister's power, she couldn't say anything. She could only keep muttering in her heart. She shook her head and then nodded fiercely. The Little Angel's face was in a mess. She couldn't even flap her wings. She really didn't know what this girl was thinking. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed a feather from the Little Angel. Then, she used her soul energy to condense a soul seed. She crouched down and placed it on Yuan Kong's hand. Here, your sister's soul seed. Yuan Kong's eyes lit up. She reached out and grabbed the seed from her brother's hand. She smiled sweetly. Then I won't go. The Little Angel's face became even more confused. However, she did not say anything when she saw the happy look on Yuan Kong's face. Coincidentally, Yin Nuashing pulled her to the side. When they were a little further away, she said in a strange tone through her soul, "Why is she suddenly so obedient?" Yin Nuashing looked at her and said helplessly, "The connection between the two of you has always been through the connection of the same race. It should be unique in this world. However, it is not as close as the connection through the soul. That is all the little girl wants." Yin Nuashing patted the Little Angel's head. "There is not much time left before we depart. This time, we will be gone for many years. Spend some time with the little girl." The Little Angel tilted her head and looked into the pair of black eyes for a long time. Then, she nodded obediently and turned to look for Yuan Kong. Yin Nuashing subconsciously let out a sigh. She realized that she had done something subconsciously. Only then did she realize that it was winter in the realm of the gods. She did not know what it would be like the next time she came back. "It seems that you are quite busy." Yin Nuashing was frowning as he thought about the next thing he needed to do. A pleasant voice came from the side, accompanied by the crisp sound of silver bracelets clinking. He turned around and saw Qingyu in white walking over from the side. The bracelet on her wrist was making a crisp sound. Her pretty face pulled up into a smile. "I'm busy with some things. I am busy with some trivial things. I'm also busy with my funeral." Yin Nuashing rubbed his forehead in distress and sighed. "Back then, when I was leisurely lying on the cloud, not thinking about anything and not doing anything, it was more relaxing. Now, Qingyu's calm face did not show any emotion. She smiled and walked to his side. She looked up at the white clouds floating in the sky with him and asked casually, "Are you going to depart?" "It is about time. It is about time to leave after I explain everything." Qingyu replied softly. She tilted her head to look at him and said, "Lord Fengling, I want to go back. It is not difficult, but at this time..." Yin Nuashing sighed and found the coordinates of that world in his mind. He threw a strand of soul energy into Qingyu's mind, These are the coordinates of that world. It is fine if you do not understand it. This strand of soul energy will guide you to that world. I should send you off, but the current situation is not on the way. That void region is a little special. It is difficult to directly teleport there. It will take some time to bring you back. Yin Nuashing scratched his head in distress and sighed again. He forced his bitter face to change into a smile. Come to the realm of the gods to play when you have time. Oh no, the realm of the gods is not fun at all right now. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. After that, he sighed again bitterly. Qing Yu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Compared to the Lord Feng Ling who was guarding the entire world alone, you are much more real now. Yin Nuashing grinned. Don't laugh at me. Qing Yu smiled but did not say anything. She extended her hand to him. Yin Nuashing was slightly surprised. He adjusted his expression and put on a smile again. He reached out and shook her soft hand. Have a safe journey. Qing Yu nodded. I will come find you when the time comes. Yin Nuashing watched the white figure leave. He sighed. Today was a day for all kinds of farewells. In short, after sending Qing Yu out of the void of the realm of the gods, he returned to the mountain peak. Just as he was about to make his final preparations, Dao Heaven jumped out from the side and smiled evilly at him. Another one. Yin Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water, his face full of black lines. Did you count all the people who were close to me? Could this guy be Chu Yingzhan's reincarnation? No, was it his previous life? Why did they say this in such a despicable tone with similar expressions? Didn't you hear him say, I'll come find you when the time comes? This is a show. Dao Heaven moved closer and poked Yin Nuashing's back with his slender, jade-like finger. This when the time comes is probably going to last until the end of time. Yin Nuashing sighed bitterly. He felt terrible whenever time was mentioned, because when time was mentioned, he was reminded of that stupid thing in the void. When he thought of that, he couldn't help but sigh again. It was said that sighing would shorten one's life. He might have lost tens of thousands of years of his life today. Speaking of which, could eternal life shorten one's life? Sigh. Then let's just treat it as sighing to age. Sigh. Chapter 1472. After 1,000 years, Yin Nuashing and the underworld were once again engaged in an almost eternal battle in the void. That was for the others, but for Yin Nuashing himself, the only battle he had with the underworld was the one he had fought with the underworld. Other than that, there were no other battles. This was actually the first time in the Dark Age that they were going to face the underworld head-on. According to the original plan, a portion of the heavenly gods would head to the front lines first and wait for a period of time to establish a defensive line before calling for the other Rebirth Realm champions to come and support the defensive line. It was said that this was the result of the battle 1,000 years ago, so the scene of 60 to 70% of the heavenly gods rushing to the void did not happen this time. Those people were still repairing the heavenly gods and were still secretly preparing, waiting for the call from the front lines. It was likely that the other realms of order in the void were doing the same. The battle in the void is more complicated, and this battle will last for a very long time. It can be said to be an eternal battle. The situation is complicated and ever-changing. Yin Nuashing paced around the room and looked at the two girls who were leaning against the edge of the bed. This time, I don't actually plan to bring you two along. I'll leave you two to recuperate in the heavenly gods and slowly grow. Maybe. Before Yin Nuashing could finish his words, he noticed that the two girls' eyes were darting around as if they were thinking of something else. He felt a little helpless. So, did you two hear what I said? Yes. Siyu quickly nodded and sat up a little. She looked at Yin Nuashing with a very serious expression and said, I think we can actually follow you. Hey, don't worry. Siyu smiled and waved her hand. Sister Ming already told us yesterday. Little Star, you just came in and said it again. Blue Phoenix and I have seriously thought about it before telling you the answer. Yin Nuashing frowned and was about to speak when he saw Siyu's even more serious expression. From the day I stood on this side, I've already made up my mind. Staying in the heavenly gods and growing steadily is a good choice, but it's not the best choice. A temporary peace may not necessarily be better in the future. It won't make me better able to stand by your side. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She turned to look at Feng Qingwang. She didn't say anything. She looked at him quietly and nodded. She agreed with Siyu's words. Everyone would like a peaceful and stable life. However, that wouldn't make them more determined to stand by his side in the future. Since they had already made up their minds that day, they should do something. Feng Qingwang's expression was the same as Feng Er's. Although he had told himself many times that the woman in front of him was Feng Er, she didn't have any memories of them. He couldn't ignore that. He tried not to pay too much attention to that. He just got along with her naturally. Until now, he saw the same expression as Feng Er that day, the same stubbornness and stubbornness. Her expression was exactly the same as Siyu's at this moment. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his eyes with a headache. After a while, he sighed softly. I say, this is completely different from dealing with the distorted race. Not to mention whether or not the underworld will send people over. The tide of darkness formed by the death mist of the abyss is countless times stronger than the tide of chaos. They are no longer defenseless and can only be bullied by you. We all know. We just said it. Sister Ming already told us very clearly. She told us everything very clearly. Siyu smiled and interrupted Yin Nuoxing. What she meant was that she still made the decision despite knowing the situation. Yin Nuoxing didn't know what to say. The three of them stared at each other in silence for a few minutes. In the end, Yin Nuoxing was defeated. He let out a long sigh and reached out to the two girls. Give me one of your soul origin fragments. Siyu and Feng Qingwang were obedient this time. They knew what he was going to do. They happily handed over the soul fragments that they had prepared beforehand. Yin Nuoxing was stunned when he saw the soul fragments that had been stabilized. He was wondering why the two girls hadn't recovered yet. It turned out that they were weak because of the soul fragments that had been stripped away not long ago. With a very complicated expression, Yin Nuoxing dashed out of the house. He was confused as he walked towards the spiritual temple. When he passed by the forest, he glanced at the little angel at the edge of the forest. Although she didn't turn around, her wings froze. It was obvious that she had noticed that he was looking at her. However, she probably felt guilty and didn't intend to turn around. Yin Nuoxing sighed and went to the spiritual temple. It didn't take long for him to deal with the soul fragments of the two girls. After he settled the soul fragments that Tao Heaven had just given him, he let out a sigh of relief. Although some unexpected things had happened, it didn't affect the current plan and progress. It wouldn't be too late to divide those things in detail when they reached the front line. As for where they were going, since there were no directions in the void, they divided the void into 4 directions with the celestial realm as the center. Hui and the others went to the void front line to the west of the celestial realm, while they went to the north to guard it. After a few days of fighting, the situation had stabilized a little. The various worlds of order should be regulating and distributing their forces. They just didn't know how strong the new void front line was. It was also because of this that Yin Nuoxing hurriedly continued to go to the void front line before he could tidy up his body. He was worried that something uncontrollable would happen if he was a day or 2 late. After all, from his point of view, as long as they didn't die and didn't stop him from beating people up, there shouldn't be any problems. After finishing his preparations, Yin Nuoxing waited for 1 more day. When the 5,000 to 6,000 casualties in the spiritual temple had all recovered, he prepared to lead people into battle. At this moment, several thousand people were gathered in front of the spiritual temple, but they didn't give off the same solemn and orderly feeling as an army. The carefree nature of heavenly gods ingrained in their bones made them solemn only when they were fighting or discussing important matters of life, such as being forced to marry by their relatives. But now, everyone was standing here. There was no other way to describe it. Yin Nuoxing was already rejoicing over the fact that this place wasn't as noisy as a market. The teleportation path to the void front lines has been constructed. Yin Nuoxing turned his head to look at the people who were orderly and not orderly. They were all wearing solemn expressions, and he was mainly looking at the people who didn't belong to the celestial realm. Well, I don't know who you are or who you are, but the current situation is special. It doesn't really matter whether you are divided or not. Just find your own leaders, or nominate a leader to manage your own people. If you meet your people at the Void front lines, those who need to return to their teams can do so. The rest can follow me for now. Okay. The people of the Celestial Realm answered in a heroic manner. Yin Nuashing, damn it, are you guys here to cause trouble? The people from the various worlds of order who were temporarily rescued also responded. Yin Nuashing counted his family members and confirmed that there weren't any problems. Jing Yuanji's energy tower was also ready. He then led the way to the Void front lines. A large group of people behind him soared into the sky like a flock of birds and disappeared into the void in an instant. The journey in the void ended in a short while. Before Yin Nuashing and the others returned from the deep void to the shallow void, they already felt a strong stench. The chaotic aura left behind by the battle between the abyssal death mist and the power of order permeated the air. Even with the protection of the order barrier, many people couldn't help but frown when they felt this aura. The battle this time is probably more intense than the battle 1,000 years ago. Jing Yuanji couldn't help but frown when she felt this aura. The collapse of the Void front lines is a great opportunity. If I were the Underworld, I would also seize this opportunity. Not to mention taking down the world of order in one go, it would be good to push the blockade that has been stagnant for 1,000 years forward. Yin Nuashing said as he sensed the movement in the shallow void. A moment later, he found a place where the aura of order was strong. He turned the passage and headed there. The group disappeared into the deep void and left the deep void where they were rushing to travel. In the empty void region, a large amount of order energy and the fused chaos energy caused the void to become chaotic. The purple and black void gradually changed. In the shallow layer of the void seal reassembled, and Yin Nua planet could clearly feel the aura of Huey's energy from the void seal. The hastily assembled void seal was only to prevent the Underworld from taking advantage of the chaos to circle around. Its defensive power was strong, but when it was transformed from the order barrier, it only strengthened the seal, surveillance, warning, and other effects. Its defensive power was not particularly good. Otherwise, the previous Void Seal would not have been destroyed so quickly. After the previous collapse, the Void Seal was covered with several layers of other defensive barriers, probably to make up for its lack of defensive power. Yin Nuashing and the others emerged from the deep void. The first thing they saw was dozens of world lights surrounding the 1,000 miles behind the void blockade. At the front closest to the blockade, there was a city similar to the first city in the void. However, it was smaller in scale and the layout appeared to be rushed. It could only be used as a foothold. They could also see that the world lights were connected to the city. Many people were moving between the city and the world lights. This was the real battlefield. Moreover, the world lights should have come from many void regions. It seemed that there was more than one person with such thoughts. In the dark space outside the blockade, there were traces of energy radiance flashing. It appeared that there was a small-scale battle going on. Yin Nuashing was a little curious. Based on the characteristics of the Abyssal Death Shroud and its spawns, they would attack until the end once they started. The scene of a small-scale battle before his eyes was a little beyond his understanding. The arrival of Yin Nuashing and his group from the upper plane had attracted the attention of many people in the city. All eyes were focused on them. Some people were very smart and ran towards a certain part of the city, as if they were going to report to someone. Yin Nuashing looked around and did not care about anyone. He brought his people to the place closest to the blockade and looked at the battle in the distance. The black clouds were dark red with madness and destruction. It was really the abyss death fog that they had not seen for a long time. They had not seen it for a long time. It's a little strange. There are high-intensity energy fluctuations coming from the Abyssal Death Shroud. However, there are only a few places where the battle is really happening. Furthermore, the Order life forms that are gathered in the city have no intention of going to help. It's as if two armies are confronting each other in a faraway position. Those small-scale battles that have broken out are just small frictions in the war zone between the two emperors. Neither side has the intention to charge and break through the enemy's lines. Jing Yuanji whispered in Yin Nuashing's ear. He nodded in agreement. Compared to the chaotic tide, The dark tide that was formed by the abyssal death shroud was much more powerful. It was crazier and more destructive. The only similarity between the two was that once an order was given, they would carry it out to the end. Even if they were ordered to directly flatten the upper realm, as long as they were not completely wiped out, none of the spawns would stop. The situation of the two armies confronting each other was obviously unusual. Just as they gathered on the city wall and looked at the abyssal death shroud, a group of people suddenly came from the city. The appearance of this group of people caused some commotion in the city. It seemed that they were some important people. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Friends from the world of order, can you ask your leader to come out and say something? A somewhat childish voice came from behind. The group of people moved to the left and right. Yin Nuashing waited until the person who spoke quickly came not far behind him. Only then did he casually turn his head around and saw a few people with serious expressions walking in front of him. Wow, why are you here? Is the matter in the celestial realm over? A surprised voice came from below. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He slowly lowered his head and saw a boy who was about 11 or 12 years old. The boy was wearing a golden robe and was looking at him with a surprised gaze. The boy could not help but say to him, "That day when we left in a hurry, we all thought that the celestial realm was doomed. Since you guys are here safe and sound, does that mean that it has ended peacefully?" Yes, it has ended, but the process was not peaceful at all. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment. This boy was the leader of the Demon Gods League. The aura of order around him was tainted with an aura of life that did not belong to the human race. He did not expect that the one who came to the north to guard it was him. Moreover, upon closer look, there seemed to be more non-human existences in this city. Most of them were probably from the Demon Gods League. It just so happens that some of your people have been resurrected by us. You can check it yourself. Oh, I saw it from afar. I thought I saw it wrong. The boy nodded and waved his hand. A few figures appeared from the space beside him and walked into the formation of more than 3,000 people. The people who belonged to the Demon Gods League also quickly walked out of the formation and gathered behind him with a few figures in front of them. You came at the right time. We are busy here. Those guys have been confronting us for a day. We can't fight, but we can't defend either. We're just waiting here. If you come, you should be able to break this situation. The boy pointed in a direction. Let's sit over there and talk. Let's talk here. I can take a look at the situation of the abyssal death mist. Yin Nuashing shook his head. But first, let's talk about your situation. I have never heard that the abyssal death mist would take the initiative to stop fighting. It seems that such a thing has never happened before. The boy scratched his head. We don't know about this either. Aren't you guys clearer than us? You don't know about this situation either? Yin Nuashing shook his head. The abyssal death mist that we encountered before was not like this. They would mindlessly fight until the end of the void. As long as they did not receive any other orders or achieve their goal, they would not change. Speaking of this, he also mentioned some of the characteristics of the abyssal death mist. However, the boys said that they already knew about it. We seem to have made a lot of mental preparations for them. The sudden, unexpected situation at this moment made them think that it was something that they did not mention. In the end, when the leader came over, he realized that he was also confused. Yin Nuashing twirled a strand of hair with his finger. After thinking for a moment, he said, something like a core has probably appeared. If that is the case, the level of this war will be raised by several levels. Core? What core? Something like an energy body that has vague sentience. If there is one, it would probably be hiding behind the Dark Tide army, only commanding and not fighting. It would only come out and participate in the battle personally when there are special circumstances. That probably explains why the Dark Tide would suddenly have such order. Tell me about the latest battle report. I want to hear about the strength of the Dark Tide. There's no need to be too detailed. Yin Nuashing said. The boy scratched his chest. Simply put, that black. Oh, the thing that you guys said is a manifestation of the abyssal death mist has the power of a novice heavenly god to a mid-tier heavenly god of origin and mid-tier power. In other words, it is not the time for an all-out attack. What are they hesitating for? Yin Nuashing tilted his head and muttered to himself, interrupting him. How do you know that it's mid-tier power? The boy scratched his chest and looked at him in confusion. The abyssal death mist is a strange energy that was split from an unknown object as a component and a source of energy. The manifestation of the abyssal death mist possesses a portion of that unknown object's power. If I'm not mistaken, the highest level of manifestation of the abyssal death mist should be peak reciprocity, but you haven't seen it in the past few days. It could only be that they don't plan on using that level of power. They've stopped themselves. An unknown object? The boy and the others felt like their eardrums were about to explode when they heard that. Just what level would it be? All right, there was no need to think about it. Just a manifestation of the abyssal death mist energy could reach the peak of reciprocity. So how could it be weaker than that? It was clearly impossible. It could only be a life form at that level. Yin Nuashing sank into his thoughts. The reason why the underworld had stopped, or the reason why they had found a good opportunity, but had yet to launch an all-out attack. Either they've found traces of what they're looking for, or they're speeding up one of their plans and reaching a critical moment. Since they still have the strength to launch a large-scale battle, eliminating the latter, the only possibility is that they've found what they're looking for. What is it? I don't know. It's just a guess. The number of times we've come into direct contact with them is extremely limited. The number of times we've communicated with them is, let's call it 0 for now, so we don't know the exact situation either. We can only deduce that they're looking for something from a few clues. The boy frowned and grimaced to express his vexation. It's so confusing. The abyssal death mist really is confusing. All right, let's not talk about that for now. With that, he waved his hand and changed the topic. Do you have any plans? Did you have any plans in the beginning? Yin Nuashing asked in return. If we had to talk about the beginning, we didn't have any plans in the beginning. We couldn't break in even if we wanted to, so we could only defend to the death. However, the other side didn't attack either. The small battles you've seen right now are just probing forces. Both sides are probing and counterattacking very tacitly, as if they're trying to find each other's bottom line. The boy shrugged in frustration. What's the situation like elsewhere? I mean the other places in the Void frontline. From the communication over the past few days, the situation is more or less the same. After the first 3 days of large-scale battle, the battle over at the Black Abyssal Death Mist spawn suddenly stopped. In the end, just like what you're seeing now, there's a stalemate here. No one knows what happened. Yin Nuashing took some time to converse with Hui in their souls and got a similar answer. There was a tendency for the battle to stop. It was as if the other side had a seizure and then returned to normal. No one could tell what was growing in the other side's head. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment, her left hand unconsciously snapping her fingers. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, I have an idea. Oh, let's hear it. You're the most powerful here. You're the biggest. With one command, you can mobilize the forces in dozens of worlds. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or to defend. The young man pointed at the city and the world lights behind it and said straightforwardly. After joining the Order faction and ceasing the war with the other factions, his views had also changed, just like Min Nuashing. Although Yin Nuashing felt that the things we had shown them were too threatening, forcing them to change their views, Yin Nuashing felt that the things we had shown them were too threatening, forcing them to change. Fight, but you guys cover me. Yin Nuashing walked to the edge of the city wall and looked at the clouds and mist that were flashing wildly in the darkness. Her eyes flashed. I'll kill my way in and see what they're up to. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Kill his way in? This guy could really say things that made people's hearts jump all the time. Jing Yuanji quickly pulled Yin Nuashing's arm. Lord Feng, you want to kill your way into the underworld? How is that possible? Hearing that, and noticing everyone's expression, Yin Nuashing knew that everyone had misunderstood. I'm just going to take a look at the abyssal death mist and see if there's any unusual phenomenon that we haven't seen before. As for the rest of you, just help me stand guard outside. If possible, have a group of highly mobile and stealthy people bypass this region from the depths of the void and go to the back to see if there's anything. We haven't had information about the lower planes for a long time. Chapter 1473. Yin Nuashing could have done something as foolish as guarding a quarter of the void blockade alone if his body was normal. However, he himself said that it was a foolish thing to do, and he would not do it for no reason. Moreover, he had not fully recovered and could only talk, move, and fight. It would be fine if he used Peerless, but he might still need to use Peerless soon. It would only take a while, and the range would not be large enough to attract all the Abyssal Death Mist spawns in the entire defensive perimeter. Probably, a group of impressive reinforcements had suddenly arrived at the void defensive perimeter. However, most of them did not know who they were, and only heard from their superiors that they were a group of powerful fellows. Now that they were gathering their forces and preparing to go out for a big fight, many of them moved forward curiously and saw the few people standing outside the void blockade from some distance away. When they saw the leader, and when she inadvertently turned her head to reveal half of her face while replying, they felt as if their hearts and knees were shot with arrows and almost knelt down. Yin Nuashing sensed some strange gazes and turned his head, only to see the strange expressions on the faces of the people gathered inside the void blockade. He felt a little puzzled and turned back after a few glances. "Are your men all gathered?" The youth crossed his arms and stared at the abyssal death mist in the distance with an insufferably arrogant look. He nodded slightly at the question. "Almost all of them. Some of them are still guarding the city and would quickly reinforce if there is a situation." He paused for a moment and lowered his arms. "But do you really not need us to go in?" Yin Nuashing nodded. "All of you just need to hold the fort outside. I know the abyssal death mist better than any of you, and I know some ways to deal with it. The situation inside is complicated, and one more person would be more trouble than benefit." The youth shrugged and looked at the situation on the other side of the void. He stretched out his little arm and waved it gently. "Get into formation, we're going." This voice, which contained the power of rules, reverberated in the city behind them. The experts who had been waiting for a long time were immediately energized. They tidied up their weapons and charged up their energy. When they saw the group of people in the lead fly out, they followed them out of the void seal. The mighty momentum made the void seal fall silent for a moment. The youth came to the spot where the skirmishes broke out and called back those who were fighting in that area. The abyssal death shroud spawns noticed the situation and looked at them a few times in a very human-like manner. Then they scrambled into the abyssal death shroud, looking back as they retreated, as if observing their movements. That was not a description, but they were really crawling across the void with 7 hands and 8 legs. The abyssal death shroud spawns were not just humanoid like the chaos spawns. In terms of appearance, the abyssal death shroud spawns were much more disgusting than the chaos spawns. That bunch of grotesque things made people wonder if they had run into hell. I've never seen a situation like this before. Looks like a core might have appeared. Even if it's not, it would be something similar. Yin Nuashing muttered. He had deduced the term core from the tide of chaos. The tide of chaos that he encountered in the spirit condensation continent had indeed appeared some eternal class cores. If the core was destroyed, the remaining chaos spawns would be utterly defeated. He was not sure if that characteristic was something they had, or if they had learned it from the abyssal death shroud. The youth spread out his hands in response. Then, he waved at the army behind him and shouted, "Spread out the formation. Fortify the formation. From now on, push forward bit by bit until you are within 100 miles of the abyssal death shroud." Loud shouts resounded through the void. Order energy that carried the characteristics of humans and other races surged out of the void like an ocean. It was hard to describe. In short, all sorts of things spread out in the void. Finally, with the energy of the Demon Gods League as the main core, they connected into a huge formation. Just by aiming at the abyssal death shroud, it made people feel that the non-order presence in the area was greatly weakened. "All of you, stay here. Be good," Yin Nuashing said to see you, Jing Yuanji, and the others beside him. Then, he slowly took a step forward and looked at the abyssal death shroud that was surging with monstrous waves because of their arrival. "Nice to meet you. Although we have met a few times, this is the first time we have formally met. Anyway, let's say hello." What answered him was the abyssal death shroud that had turned into a pot of boiling oil. The area that was off-limits to the living suddenly churned violently. Countless black shrouds split out from that area and rapidly condensed into physical forms in the void. They turned into all sorts of bizarre monsters that made people's scalp tingle, stomach churn, and heartbeat quicken at first glance. It was as if some half-corroded and half-melted creatures were randomly pieced together with another dismembered thing. Some of them were giants with thick, beast-like arms and legs, and a dozen pairs of eyes on their heads. Others were simply flesh that had not fully assembled. Their flesh and blood were turned outwards as they struggled to extend many bizarre appendages. One of the people behind the youth could not help but rub his stomach. Luckily, I haven't eaten for years. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd be drooling right now. While everyone felt disgusted, they also agreed. After defending this place for a few days, every time they saw those strange and disgusting things, they would feel their minds go blank and their stomachs churn. A nightmare, Yin Nuashing suddenly muttered. He suddenly thought of something. These abyssal death shroud spawns had such strange appearances. Looking at the form of the humans in the underworld, logically speaking, their aesthetics should not have been faulty. They might not have deliberately made the spawns look like that, but they had such a disgusting appearance in the first place. Perhaps part of the consciousness of that component remained in the abyssal death shroud, and hence the spawns looked like that. However, he did not know what kind of nightmare could produce such strange and disgusting things. Reserve only 30% of your power. Everyone, attack as you wish. There was not much time for him to be distracted. As the League Master of the Demon Gods Alliance gave the order, the light of order behind him abruptly bloomed with endless radiance. Millions of energy radiances carried various bizarre attacking methods as they traversed the void, tearing a zone of nothingness in the void as they swept violently towards the army of spawns that were charging towards them with overflowing malice. While the others on the void battlefront were attacking with all their might, the warriors of the Divine Realm had also prepared their energy towers. They found the location of the nodes of the Great Formation, and teams of people started to activate the energy towers, strengthening the order and regularity of the energy on their side. At the same time, the attacks from the energy towers also turned into streaks of stars that cut across the void, rushing into the army of spawns and causing violent energy storms time and time again. I'm going. You guys guard this place. Don't worry about me, and don't worry about missing your aim. The power of order will be under my control. A brilliant white light gradually appeared on Yun Nuashing's body. However, this time, the light was not intense. Only his long hair and eyes had turned brilliant white. He greeted the others and then walked out from the front of the formation. The energy of order surged wildly on his body, and even the void started to boil because of his arrival. Rings of energy shockwaves suddenly exploded with his body as the center. The shockwaves were like layers upon layers of ocean waves that slammed into the void, instantly annihilating the spawns that had broken through the energy blockade. When the energy shockwaves of order swept across her body, Jing Yuanji could clearly feel that her power and regularity had been strengthened by a notch. She could not help but turn around and see Lord Feng rushing towards the abyssal death mist like a brilliant white energy storm. It seems that after the war in the Divine Realm not too long ago, Lord Feng has taken a liking to this kind of energy output method. The little angel emerged from Feng Qinghuang's body. She looked at the person who had gone far away and slowly shook her head. No, he just likes to mess around. Even if he has not fully recovered, he still likes to mess around. No one knew what changes Yin Nuashing had gone through after that battle. In any case, from the looks of it, he had probably become addicted to it. In the few times that they had followed this lord to battle, they had not seen him unleash his power so recklessly. At this moment, he had practically become a moving, destructive storm that could take away swathes of spawns at any time. If they were not careful, he might even reap their own life force. When he went crazy, he would not even let himself go. Yin Nuashing looked at those disgusting and strange spawns that were rushing towards him like a swarm of bees. They were all destroyed by his energy storm and the even larger energy storm behind him. Suddenly, he had an idea. He intentionally weakened the energy storm in front of him, allowing a few of the more normal-sized spawns to rush in front of him. He grabbed them with one hand, and with a strong squeeze of his slender hand, he scattered the spawn's bodies and condensed them into a ball of abyssal death mist. He looked at it for a moment and habitually threw it into his mouth. The youth. Holy shit, what is he doing? Eating the abyssal death mist alive? Had he gone mad? Now, should they not think about how they should deal with this big pervert if this observer became a member of the army of spawns? Lord Feng's special energy identification method. Jing Yuanji was exceptionally calm. Seeing the youth's twisted face, she waved her hand carelessly. It's basic. Calm down. The youth. As expected, that fellow was not a normal person. Who would swallow a bomb? Yin Nuoxing let out a long breath and let the storm in front of him return to normal. Anyway, he had become strange. The chaotic energy left in his body in the secret artifact space was much more ridiculous than the non-orderly nature of the mist of god destruction. He was not worried that this abyssal death mist could do anything to him. If it wanted to reverse and infect him into a spawn, he did some calculations. Since he was not clear about the difference between the realms of the primeval realm, he temporarily used the uplift as a measurement unit. If he used the abyssal death mist that was 5 or 6 times the capacity of the uplift to wear him down, there was a high probability that it could turn him into a spawn. The premise was that he did not use the origin energy. However, this kind of situation would basically not happen. When faced with non-orderly energy and the energy of that demonic shadow, the origin energy would have some reaction. However, when faced with the mist of god destruction, if he did not actively touch it, it would not have any reaction to the abyssal death mist. They were both non-orderly energy. This difference in treatment made Yin Nuoxing feel very strange. He could not find a reason for this phenomenon. Lord Feng, the intensity of the abyssal death mist activity is continuously increasing. Please be very careful. Jing Yuanji's loud reminder reverberated in Yin Nuoxing's mind. He recovered from his absent-minded state and glanced at the abyssal death mist's main camp that was already very close to them. They were like a huge black wall dotted with red patterns right in front of them. In fact, it was an incomparably huge storm circle. It was just that the area it encompassed was so huge that he could not see its arc at all. After Jing Yuanji's reminder, a group of gigantic manifestations suddenly emerged from the huge black wall in front of them. Their crooked and extremely core forms made quite a number of people feel so disgusted that they almost vomited bile. At this moment, the warriors from the divine realm were all rejoicing. Damn it, they were all energy life forms and had long since lost their internal organs. Otherwise, they would probably vomit to their heart's content right now. The abyssal death mist has sensed his threat. The young man's face twitched fiercely when he saw that huge group of people. Just how much of a threat has this fellow been identified as? The battle has just started, and there are already manifestations that are several times stronger than the strongest we've seen so far. So you thought for a moment. They probably think that he's a super threat that can disintegrate the void. Everyone thought so too. Yin Nuoxing's footsteps paused. He suddenly retracted the unceasing order impact that he was releasing into his body. He unhurriedly took out the nether void sword and held the hilt with both hands. His body slowly bent down a little and casually pierced the nether void sword into the void. A loud and clear sound rang through the void. Void, origin, order. A crazy energy shriek was the first to be heard. After that, everyone watched as a circle of bright, white energy shockwave appeared in front of their eyes. It grew from the size of a dot to the size of a huge sphere. In an instant, the sphere exploded. The order energy shockwave that was strong enough to turn the entire sea of void upside down swept across the entire void region. The turbulent energy shockwave was accompanied by a sharp energy shriek. A huge wind pressure came from the front. Everyone instantly felt the void tremble. Even though the entire formation had put up a defensive barrier, they were still blown several hundred feet away by the order energy shockwave. The energy shockwave lasted for about 10 seconds. Everyone scrambled to get up from the void. Their faces were full of doubt. When they saw the people from the realm of the gods looking at them curiously, their faces turned red. Most of them had not experienced Yuan Nuashing's battle. Naturally, they did not know what kind of surprises would happen. Those who did not stabilize their stance in advance were swept into the shockwave and were almost blown into the depths of the void. On the contrary, the warriors from the realm of the gods were already used to Lord Feng's strong winds and waves. They could float around with the wind without moving. Moreover, this time, Lord Feng had released an order energy shockwave. It was not difficult to deal with. Even if they could not react in time, they could still stabilize their bodies. Then, they turned around and saw a group of people lying on the void. After the order energy shockwave, the battlefield in front of him was as clean as when the void was first formed. Not to mention the manifestations, even the abyss death mist in the distance had a layer of skin peeled off. The entire wall had dimmed a little. His face twitched fiercely. He could not help but turn to Jing Yuanji. Is this guy even more perverted than a few days ago? Jing Yuanji thought about what Lord Feng had discussed with her. It was said that the number of types of origin energy that could be used had changed from 4 to more than 20. There were also a few types that would not work at all. As for the reason for this change, it was probably the aftereffects caused by forcefully mobilizing origin energy to risk his life with Long Sky not long ago. Was it a disaster or a blessing? From the looks of it, the energy shockwave released when his power was restricted was even stronger than a few days ago. So, it could be considered a good thing for the time being. Jing Yuanji nodded. It seems to have become a little stronger. However, Lord Feng has not recovered from his self-restriction, so I am not sure how strong he is exactly. The young man was speechless. He had a feeling that he could actually sweep through the void by himself. This was also the feeling in the hearts of everyone who had fought with Yuan Nuashing. When everyone regained their senses and looked at the empty battlefield, it was really empty in front of them. They had lost track of Yuan Nuashing. However, thinking about the latter's combat power, there should not be anything here that could stop him. Rather than worrying about him, it was better to be concerned about the battle that was about to erupt. It is observed that the manifestation has taken shape. Its strength has decreased slightly. Its quantity has decreased by 70%. The report from a warrior from the celestial realm made everyone focus their attention and refocus their energy to face the strange things that came out of the abyssal death mist. As for why the strength and number of the abyssal death mist had decreased, it could only be attributed to that guy who rushed into the abyssal death mist alone. The young man took a few steps forward and commanded loudly, "Do not weaken the attacks in your hands. Fortify the formation into battle mode and continue to push forward. Push forward until you are 100 miles away." The formation behind him suddenly changed. The change in the energy nodes caused the formation to change as well. It was a tortoiseshell just now, but now it looked like a giant shield with sharp spikes. With tens of thousands of energy nodes as the center, the entire formation exploded with millions of energy attacks at the same time. The power from the world of order cooperated in the simplest way, using their greatest strength to attack the manifestations that were charging towards them. The Abyss Death Mist seemed to have used a large portion of its energy to deal with the freaks that had entered their stomach. The amount of energy used to deal with the people outside was not particularly large. The people were not sure whether the Abyss Death Mist would be able to defend against the Abyss Death Mist. At this moment, as the battle formation continued to push forward, there were already energy attacks that could break through the manifestation's defensive line and charge into the Abyss Death Mist without any damage. The manifestations would also find it difficult to form an effective defensive line. Maintain the formation and spread out horizontally. Everyone, a giant beast that was thousands of miles long emerged from the young man's body. He waved his hand forcefully and said, "Attack the Abyss Death Mist with all your might." No one knew what was going on inside the Abyssal Death Mist. It was a place that could not be described with any language. There was no such thing as rules and order in that place. Everything that one knew about in the real world would be distorted and destroyed, and order would cease to exist. That was a realm of chaos, which was even more terrifying than a land of death. The energy they poured into the abyssal death mist with waves after waves of grand energy explosions and dazzling energy flames told them that their attacks were effective. They had probably destroyed many of the manifestations that were in the process of forming, reverting them back to nothingness when they had just formed. Since 5 minutes ago, no manifestations had appeared on the scene. If it was so easy to deal with the abyss death mist, it would not have been able to destroy the lower realm and half of the middle realm. A large number of manifestations have been observed from the side. They are extremely powerful. It was the same report that spread throughout the Great Formation. The young man, Jing Yuanji, and the others all turned their gazes. They saw that on the left and right of the Great Formation, there were suddenly countless strange and disgusting entities that were madly charging through the void toward them. They were like a group of beasts that were about to starve to death in the desert who had seen fresh meat. Follow the plan from the beginning. Maintain the combat state of the fortification formation. Now, focus the power of the attacks on the side and maintain a portion of the attacks on the abyss death mist. The young man gave the order unhurriedly. He had already thought of some situations before the attack. He had been emphasizing on maintaining a distance of 100 miles to prevent the manifestations from attacking from the back. After all, although these things looked a little disgusting, strange, and rigid, they gave him a feeling that they were not weaker than an army formed by true origin and heavenly gods. Buzz! A violent energy shriek rang out from a very spacious area. Along with the echo, it rushed into everyone's senses. Layers upon layers of brilliant white energy waves erupted from the abyss death mist. Before the two groups of manifestations that were charging endlessly toward them had even started fighting, they had already lost a portion of them. A large area of the abyss death mist in front of them had been dug out by the energy waves of order. The void instantly became much cleaner. Phew! Jing Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief after she sensed Lord Feng's aura. She had been worried when she could not see Lord Feng just now. Don't let your guard down. The manifestations may charge out from places we did not expect. Maintain order and rules to suppress this void region. Jing Yuanji also loudly commanded the warriors of the heavenly realm. Her gaze was solemn as she sized up this void region. Even if the enemies were always appearing before their eyes, there might still be fatal dangers hidden in some places that they could not see or notice. This battle was not something that could be judged with one's eyes from the very beginning. Chapter 1474. Abyssal Death Fog. The first thing that entered his eyes was a chaotic darkness. The red patterns were like lightning that was released from the clouds. They would occasionally flash before his eyes, appearing in an instant and disappearing in an instant. Then they would appear in an even further place. The red light illuminated the blurry appearance of the fog. It didn't seem to be much different from ordinary clouds. However, this place was filled with a chaotic aura that made him feel uncomfortable. This was something that the world of order couldn't replicate. Yun Nuoxing strolled in the clouds, releasing a large amount of order energy from his body from time to time. It had been 10 minutes since he entered the forbidden land of order and unleashed the order of nothingness. He could feel that the abyssal death shroud was mobilizing a large amount of energy to deal with him. It was using at least 10 different ways to suppress him. However, it was not very effective. At this moment, there were 23 types of origin energy circulating in his body. The abyssal death shroud alone could not hurt him. Even so, the abyssal death shroud was mobilizing more energy to deal with the uninvited guest. It maximized the influence of the energy and the power of the chaotic energy. It did not even give birth to any more manifestations. It was using pure energy to wear him down. Just as he had estimated, this part of the abyssal death shroud could not affect him in any way. Yin Nuoxing was also happy to wander in the forbidden land of order. He was looking for something. One should be the new core of the abyssal death shroud, and the other. He did not know what he was looking for. He was just trying his luck in this place, hoping to find something that could make him discover something new. But now, it seemed that he did not find anything. If he continued to wander aimlessly, he would have wasted half an hour here. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and threw out a dozen long swords that were condensed from order energy. They scattered and rushed into the abyssal death mist, cutting through the nearby clouds and clearing out a clean area. The long sword scattered and stopped at various places. Then, as he raised the nether void sword, they all floated up a little and stabbed into the space below. Buzz! More than a dozen nihility, order origin erupted at the same time, creating a tsunami in the abyssal death mist. It was as if more than a dozen seas were crashing into each other. The energy from the collision of order energy exploded with a huge destructive force, digging out more than a dozen huge holes in the abyssal death mist. The already shocking scene became even more terrifying. The red energy circulating in the black mist dimmed and disappeared, and the area quieted down. Yin Nuashing unsheathed the nether void sword and casually swung it a few times. He examined the scene before him and couldn't help but wonder if he had gone overboard in his destruction. Just a moment ago, this place had seemed like a sealed space filled with people who wanted to kill him. But now he felt like he was in a vast and boundless space. There were no signs of chaos at all. Even though the abyssal death mist was still there, it had been destroyed to the point where an energy hole had appeared. It couldn't affect him at all. In fact, there was still a lot of order energy that hadn't dissipated yet. When the two types of energy came into contact with each other in the distance, some small-scale energy explosions occurred and caused some energy anomalies. This is great. Even if there was something here, it should have been destroyed completely. Yin Nuashing sighed. Before he attacked, he did feel some special consciousnesses and wills staring at him. Those weren't the consciousnesses and wills of the underworld people. They weren't the consciousnesses and wills of the living people. They were probably the so-called cores. He just wanted to use a little attack to draw them out. The more origin energy I control, the harder it is to control my own energy. It seems that I need some time to get used to it again. Yin Nuashing sensed his own situation and sighed inwardly. Even if his attainments and energy were so high that he was comparable to the primeval god, the origin energy wasn't something that could be easily controlled. Every time he controlled a new origin energy, there would be some disturbances in the origin energy that he had completely controlled. He needed to strengthen his control over the two groups again. Every time he perfectly controlled a new origin energy, he felt that he had been sublimated again. If he continued to sublimate, he would directly be annihilated into ashes. The abyssal death shroud was a very long and thick wall. It was quite difficult to cut a hole directly through the wall. It would consume a lot of the power of rules and order. He needed to completely wipe out the abyssal death shroud in this area of the void from the rules. But he just said that he didn't come here alone to deal with the abyssal death shroud in this area of the void. He only attacked once or twice to force out some consciousnesses and wills hidden behind. But if he were to wreak havoc, it would inevitably attract the attention of the underworld people. Now was not a very good time to start a war. He had at least wait until he was almost fully recovered before he could start thinking about this. Now, it was better to investigate the changes in the abyssal death shroud. 2 hours later, it was about 2 hours. Yin Nuashing couldn't be sure. He didn't have any concept of time in the void to begin with. There was no limit. Now that he was still in this abyssal death shroud that had no order or normal rules to speak of, he couldn't accurately sense the flow of time. Based on his biological clock, his energy clock, it should be about 2 hours. In the past 2 hours, Yin Nuashing had sensed multiple consciousnesses and individual consciousnesses locking onto him. However, he could not find the source at all. This place was like a mother's womb to the manifestations. It was the original territory of their own territory, so they might not be stronger than him or have an advantage over him. However, it was also very difficult for him to find them and drag them out. It was still very easy for him to simply kill them. He had already killed countless of them on his way here. There were at least 100 of those individual consciousnesses that had died here. They had hidden themselves very well and could not be dragged out. After wandering around to this extent and still not finding anything, Yin Nuashing gradually lost his patience. He stopped and touched Huey's soul seed. Hui, Have you found any commander individuals similar to the core on your side? Huey's voice came from his soul after a few seconds. Core individual? Well, I didn't pay much attention to it. Did you notice that the abyssal death mist manifestation was acting a little strange this time? Could it be caused by the existence of the core and individual commanders that you mentioned? Most likely. I have sensed the existence of many consciousnesses and consciousnesses here. However, if I want to drag them out, it's a little difficult. I can only kill them. If I want to drag them out, I reckon that only the primeval god can do that, Yin Nuashing replied. If you can't drag them out, then so be it. Just beat them. Wait, Fawn, where are you? You said that you sensed here. Don't tell me that you. Hui subconsciously replied before he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. His face immediately darkened. I'm inside the abyssal death mist. Yin Nuashing threw out the words without any concealment. Hui and the others who were listening at the side were all thunderstruck by this answer. Their expressions changed greatly. If they could, they wished that they could cross the void right now and ask him what he was trying to do. F***CK. You. Don't F***CK. It's nothing. I'm not risking my life. I'm not going crazy. The situation is good. The manifestations are all hiding and not coming out. Yin Nuashing stuffed Huey's mouth with a few answers when he started screaming. Everyone who was listening at the side was stunned for a moment before they imperceptibly heaved a sigh of relief. Hui was a little stunned by being stuffed. After a moment, he came back to his senses and said, Then how did you contact me? In the abyssal death mist. Logically speaking, we are separated by the abyssal death mist. Phone, you shouldn't be able to talk nonsense with me. About this. Yin Nuashing turned around and looked behind him. A huge, extremely huge tunnel had been dug out from the abyssal death mist that was like black clouds and accompanied by red energy lightning. This tunnel led to the normal void. The abyssal death mist had not closed up. It was unknown whether it was because it only needed energy to suppress its healing, or because it simply did not intend to heal and left it open like this. To put it simply, I've dug a path out of the abyssal death mist, and am still wandering around inside. Hui was silent for a long time, so this was what he meant by nothing. Although from his tone of voice, he did not seem to have gone crazy and was in a normal state. The fact that he went into the abyssal death mist itself was very problematic. It seemed that the chains on the hands of the girls who stayed with him were not heavy enough to restrain this guy. I'll give it to you. Hui sighed. After a brief conversation, he skipped the topic. Someone who was in the death mist of the abyss was not here to chat with him. Indeed, we haven't seen the conscious individuals in the manifestations yet. But since you've mentioned it, we'll keep an eye out. The problem is, what if they don't come out? Are we going to fight our way in? That won't be necessary. I'm just here to scout. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and continued to move deeper into the abyssal death mist. All right, I'm just telling you to pay more attention. After all, the abyssal death mist this time is indeed different from the last time. If you guys are not careful, you might fail miserably. Well, let's do our best. Call me if there's anything. If you can't win, call for help. It's not like I can't cross half the void to save you guys. Maple's voice suddenly disappeared, leaving Hui dumbfounded. Aside from the last sentence that sounded a little awkward, the rest of the conversation was really Maple's style. He probably would not have any major problems for the time being, so Hui and the others could do a little work here. What a troublesome fellow. Hui let out a long sigh and looked into the city from the top of the wall. His figure disappeared from the wall and headed towards the battlefield outside the city. I Ching, who was commanding the battle, was shocked. Little Ching, is there anything out of the ordinary? I Ching was stunned for a moment and immediately thought of what Lord Maple said. But unfortunately, he did not find anything. No, the battle is still going on as usual. I don't know why, but the abyssal death mist fighting spirit is not that intense. It seems like they just want to take the opportunity to move their position and shrink their encirclement. After that, they did not do anything else, and we were shocked by their actions and quickly regrouped. That's why we restarted the battle in this faraway place. I just feel that this inexplicable battle doesn't seem like the underworld. It doesn't seem like there's someone commanding behind the scenes. Huey's face twitched as he heard I Ching's words. After thinking for a while, he understood I Ching's thoughts. And if what I Ching said was true, this would probably be the most serious mistake in the entire void. To put it simply, the Abyssal Death Mist saw that there was a problem with the World of Order's defense line. At first glance, they felt that it was a good idea. They had not moved for thousands of years. Now that there was a good opportunity, of course, they quickly lifted their heads and moved themselves to a new position or something. The people of the World of Order were nervous. How could this work? The Middle Realm was already in danger. Now that the Abyssal Death Mist had caused such a ruckus, they could not wait any longer and finally wanted to start the battle. So they all gathered at the front line of the void, bringing with them enough killing intent and fighting spirit to collapse the void. And when the Abyssal Death Mist saw that the World of Order had lost their minds like a hornet's nest that had been poked, they quickly gathered their energy and prepared for a counterattack. The Abyssal Death Mist and the Abyssal Death Mist that had something wrong with their minds certainly did not understand the meaning behind this. They just wanted to move their nest. Then, the Abyssal Death Mist and the thousands of champions of the World of Order coincidentally met, and the two groups smashed each other's heads open on the spot. And throughout the whole process, other than a group of frightened birds in the World of Order who were provoked by the Abyssal Death Mist, the people of the Underworld said that they did not know anything and were still plotting their own schemes in the middle and lower realms. We suddenly felt that this was not impossible, but I think that the possibility of this sudden attack, the reason is a little too far-fetched. Even if there are suddenly many individuals with consciousness and will in the Abyssal Death Mist, according to Hui, they are not particularly strong. They can't rely on their vague and shallow consciousness to control the entire Abyssal Death Mist to move forward. It could only be that someone from the Underworld gave them a push from behind to cause such a large-scale advance. And Little Ching, I've finished processing your information. The distorted race and the Abyssal Death Mist had broken through the void blockade by a full day and a half's time. If they really sensed that the timing was right, they would have launched an all-out attack after the vast sky collapsed the void blockade. Why would they need to wait for that a day and a half of void time? I Ching scratched his head. This did not make sense. But then he thought of another reason. Let's say that this is indeed the intention of the Underworld. But what if this order existed 1,000 years ago, and those individuals with consciousness that evolved in the past 1,000 years only judged? Because of what? They judged that the need at this moment is to advance. I understand what you mean. Huey's expression changed slightly. After a while, he regained his solemn expression. This time, he suddenly found Yun Nuoxing's soul seed. Foam! Something might have happened in the World of Order. Yun Nuoxing, who had turned into a demolition team on a killing spree in the Abyssal Death Mist, was suddenly stunned. The Netherworld Ruins, sword in his hand, paused for a moment. What do you mean? He threw the content of the conversation to Yun Nuoxing. After listening to it, his expression also changed. A name that had been buried for a while suddenly jumped out from his mouth. The core of the primordial realm. That altar has been discovered? From their previous deduction, the group of people from the Underworld was very likely to be looking for the core of the primordial realm. The core of the primordial realm of the 8 primordial realms was once kept in that altar world. Now that world was sealed, but the consciousness of the altar came out and looked for the lost core of the 8 primordial realms in the void. Could it be that the altar had been discovered? Lady Green, Little Green, mobilized some people to look for the altar mentioned before in the World of Order. The focus is not on the altar itself, but on the aura. Yuan Ji, find some people to search the World of Order. In the middle plane, something might have gone wrong. They might not be fighting passively. They might just be stalling for time, or their minds might not be here at all. Track the energy flow of the Abyssal Death Mist. Find the spearhead that they use to explore the World of Order. Find that place. The two of them gave the order together. Yin Nuoxing glanced at the vast Abyssal Death Mist and suddenly frowned. He turned around and left along the passage at full speed. However, the Abyssal Death Mist that had been lazy and unwilling to move suddenly became violent at this moment. The Abyssal Death Mist in front of them suddenly wriggled rapidly and crazily grew to close the passage. "Get lost." Yin Nuashing waved his hand and threw out dozens of order longswords. He raised the Netherworld Ruin Sword and stabbed it into the void. The wild order energy was like dozens of mythical behemoths roaring at the same time. The energy that shook the void resonated with the origin energy and suddenly bloomed in this place. Millions of energy swords pulled up a bright white river of stars and swept across the abyssal death mist, piercing a bigger hole in the already messy abyssal death mist that had yet to recover. Roar, roar, roar. The roar that shook the abyssal death shroud was accompanied by the shrill sound of energy. Yin Nuashing could see from the corner of his eyes that there were some colossal bodies emerging from the depths of the abyssal death shroud, and half of them were instantly destroyed by dozens of order energy blasts. He had thought that the roar was of rage, and now that he heard it, it sounded more like the roar of an injured beast. The colossal body stretched its huge body to block the energy blasts and the sword flashes that were rushing towards it in all directions, as if using its own body to withstand the attack and prevent the abyssal death shroud from suffering greater damage. Narrowing his eyes at the scene, Yin Nuashing pulled out the Netherworld Ruin Sword and looked at the huge body that was riddled with holes. He frowned slightly. It was not protecting the abyssal death mist itself. It was protecting the space behind it. The place where it appeared was extremely deep, and the shockwave of order energy would affect that place. However, in the abyssal death mist, the attack range was much smaller and would not cause a destructive blow to that place. It could only be protecting something. Forget it. I don't have much strength left. My body might collapse for a while if I do that again. Let's talk about it next time. Yin Nuashing clenched his fist. His hand that was holding the Netherworld Ruin Sword trembled a little. He grunted unhappily and looked back. Then, he rushed towards the exit. This time, the abyssal death mist that had sensed his intention to seal him in here could not seal the exit in such a short time. With a small part of the abyssal death mist wrapped around his body, Yin Nuashing swung his sword to get rid of the energy mist that was wrapped around his body. He glanced at the abyssal death mist that was chasing after him, try to keep him here. A large number of strange and huge, ferocious ghost hands reached out and surrounded him from all directions. Yin Nuashing was a little taken aback when he saw its frenzied momentum. The Netherworld Ruin Sword flashed a cold light before his eyes, shattering all the ghostly hands that were chasing after him and the manifestations that were trying to rush out before they could form. Feeling his hand tremble again, Yin Nuashing quickly shouted in his soul, "Help! Give me a hand." In the area where the intense battle was going on in the distance, a crimson-pink energy flame suddenly exploded. The crimson-pink sea of fire spread out along the void and burned a large part of the void. A figure covered in flames came from the front and instantly came to Yin Nuashing's side. Without saying a word, the figure grabbed him and ran away. Yin Nuashing, "No, I'm not that seriously injured. Forget it." After retreating to the place where the battle was going on, the young man quickly turned back to look at him. Seeing that he was fine and just a little weak, he let out a sigh of relief. "How is it? Did you find anything? Some of your people suddenly left. We don't know what happened, and we don't dare to ask. There's something going on." Yin Nuashing nodded in response. He looked at the battle that was still going on here, as well as the abyssal death mist that was obviously still paying attention to him. It seemed like they were still planning to fight a few million rounds with him. The sudden battle intent that appeared made him speechless. They were really crazy at any time. Just a moment ago, they didn't really want to fight, but now they were full of unyielding and determination to destroy everything. He really didn't know what those consciousnesses were thinking. Didn't he just destroy a part of his home? He didn't even destroy the foundation. Was there a need to be so agitated? Anyway, let's retreat first. Whether it was a mistake or not, he would talk about it later. He still said the same thing. It didn't matter if this battle came sooner or later. Chapter 1475. The hasty battle with the abyssal death shroud also ended in haste. The abyssal death shroud, which had an inexplicable obsession with Yin Nuashing, who had escaped from their territory, and a large group of manifestations pursued them relentlessly for a distance. It was only when Yin Nuoxing and the others returned to the Void Seal that they stopped. They bared their teeth and roared outside the Void Seal for a long time before slowly dispersing. They looked like a group of hooligans who had failed to win a brawl and left with a belly full of resentment after confronting and shouting for a while. The small battle against the Abyssal Death Shroud did not last long, and there were no casualties since it was an army that had been mobilized. The youth reorganized the army that had returned to the city and arranged some follow-up matters before looking for Yin Nuoxing. The latter and the others seemed to be discussing something and turned their attention when they saw him. "You've come at the right time. We were just talking about something that might require you to send some men to search. We don't have enough men at the moment." The youth was choked by Yin Nuoxing's words as soon as he entered, forgetting all the lines he had prepared before he came in. His mouth twitched for a while before he simply threw away the words he had just said. "Fine. As expected, you've triggered the plot crazily as soon as you arrived. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Yin Nuoxing moved aside, revealing a pure dark space behind her. The youth would not have been able to see it if she did not move aside. It was the void, and a huge white circle surrounded half of the dark zone. That was the void front line they were guarding, while the other half was naturally the territory of the Abyssal Death Shroud that belonged to the Underworld. "Look for a place in this entire area." Yin Nuoxing pointed at the white circle and drew a circle with her finger. "A region that has been attacked by the Abyssal Death Shroud, or has already infiltrated. You're not asking us to search the entire void front line, are you?" The youth's eyes widened in shock. Who could withstand such a huge area? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. "Of course not. There are others guarding the other void zones, and I've already made the arrangements. I want you to help find our void zone. It could be a big or small matter, and it might be related to the reason why this war suddenly broke out." "Reason?" The youth muttered inwardly and scratched his head in confusion. Was it not because the Abyssal Death Shroud took advantage of the collapse of the previous void frontline? Well, seeing Yin Nuoxing staring blankly into the void, the youth felt that there might be another reason, although he could not understand it. "Fine. I won't ask the reason since you're so anxious," he said, but he could not understand. "Well," at those words, the youth turned and headed back to where he came from, leaving less than a minute later. He was not worried about anything, for even if everyone else in the void began to scheme and scheme, the person before him would not change. It was not that he believed the observer to be noble or selfless, but that he simply could not be bothered to scheme or scheme. He was straightforward and never spoke nonsense. At least, that was what he understood from various aspects. The observer was more purposeful than other heavenly gods, and would fight for whatever reason he came to the void frontline without any second thoughts. It was said that the observer was so angry that he no longer set foot in the void front line of the previous generation, that he no longer set foot in that place. "We'll be guarding this place for the time being. With me here, there's no need to worry about the defensive line. Instead, you have to help me find that region." Yin Nuoxing's voice wafted into the youth's mind from behind, and the latter waved her hand without turning back. "Don't worry. Fighting and whatnot won't be as violent as you. Fortunately, we have enough people, and finding a place is just a matter of minutes. You just stand guard here for me and wait for the good news from behind." Watching, there seem to be a lot of cases of people watching people leave recently. Either way, after watching the youth personally lead the others into the void to another void domain, Yin Nuoxing also confirmed the situation with the others in the other regions of the void. At present, progress was a little slow. The void frontline had just been re-established not too long ago, and the entire realm had just fought a great battle against the Abyssal Death Shroud. If they were to transfer people to other places, they would not be able to spare many people, even if they were to act as patrols. She wanted to use the power of divine destruction to sense the situation, but she was afraid that it would not be fun if the Abyssal Death Shroud suddenly attacked the sealing circle of the void without anyone coming. It was better not to do those weird things in such a tense time, so as to not cause a blow to the morale of the warriors in the World of Order. The World of Order was still too fragile now, and could not suffer any more provocation. Although Yin Nuashing was a little anxious, she could only suppress it and wait slowly. Now, nothing could be rushed and nothing could be rushed. If she was not anxious, then she must be lying to herself. The core of the primordial realm, it was not something that could be touched casually. If the altar's consciousness really found the thing that she had been guarding for countless years, and it was discovered by the people of the underworld, it would be fun if they did not do a good job of snatching it away. The pattern of the void would fall into the hands of the underworld, and no one would be able to stop those idiots. No matter how anxious I am, I can only wait patiently. I trust them, and I can only trust them now. Yin Nuashing said calmly. Siyu heard this and sighed deeply. She walked forward and took the teacup that spilled all the tea and put it aside. You don't look calm at all now. Am I? I don't think so. Yin Nuashing muttered. He got up and put his hand on the door. Just as he was about to open the door, the two doors in front of him collapsed with a loud bang. He was stunned. Feng Qing Wang looked up from the book and sighed. You have opened the door more than 100 times in the past hour. You just broke it 2 minutes ago. Although you put it back, that door no longer has the function it should have. She closed the book in her hand and walked forward to help him put the door back in place. She held his hand and pressed him on the sofa. How about you calm down first? You are so distracted. You will go crazy before you get any news. Yin Nuashing sighed. All right. Yin Nuashing was actually quite nervous. He was so nervous that he was a little irritable. Everything that started with this incident would lead to an extremely bad ending. According to his calculations, there was a 99% chance that it would lead to the ending of that dream or an even worse ending. Then, all his efforts to forcefully correct history would be in vain. He knew that this was just a dream called reality. He was now stubborn and stubborn. He wanted to do something. Even though he knew that some things were destined to happen in the 139th era and could not be changed, he still did not want this dream to end like that. He did not want to see that kind of ending. So, it would be strange if he was not nervous. If his body had not recovered to its perfect state and could not withstand his own torment, he would have already charged into the death mist of the abyss and started a massacre. He would have attracted all the minions in the void. Half of the champions at the front line of the void were quickly mobilized. They searched the void of the realm of order, the void close to the front line of the void, and the middle realm. They used all the methods they knew to find that inconspicuous point. At the same time, we also mentioned a lot of possible methods to search for that insignificant point in the void. For example, they could shout in the void, send a signal, or 2 images. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment. It was indeed feasible. The 2 images were of them, and the consciousness of the altar in the background. As long as they could notify that unreliable consciousness, she should be able to contact them. When they left, they had exchanged their breaths. They would not be able to find that fellow. However, the consciousness of the altar said that she had a way to find them. Let's just take it as the truth. And I'm going to shout. Hui squeaked in the soul seed. He also squeaked to the people in the void. It's impossible to find that little girl now. However, it's still possible to get her to inform us to look for her. If we delay any longer, who knows what will happen? Anyway, you have the final say. If you say shout, I'll shout it out in the next second. Through Qing Jun, Jing Yuanji, and the others at the front line of the void, we can cover the entire middle realm and the edge of the void seal. Yin Nuashing muttered, but won't others see it? First, there's no way to avoid it. If we use an energy seal, we need a strand of her energy as a primer. Otherwise, she won't know what happened when the information flood passed by. We can't just shout something that no one can understand into the void, right? Hui spread his hands helplessly. Don't worry. The energy level is higher, and I even used your power of divine destruction. There's no way to completely avoid it. However, only a very small number of people would know what was said in the information flood. It's embarrassing. Hey, there are probably a lot of people in the void who know our names. However, not many people know about us. Who knows who the 2 silly people in the images that suddenly flashed in my mind are? Hui waved his hand nonchalantly. Yin Nuashing. He still felt very ashamed. He shouted towards the void with a high-definition image of the 2 of them and the consciousness of the altar. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a public execution, Shout all you want. Hurry up and shout. No one knows me anyway. Siyu and Feng Qingwang looked at each other and shrugged. They had even shouted their faces. Even if they didn't know who they were now, they might still see them in the future. This time, they would be famous in the void. Hui responded happily. After a few seconds of silence, Yin Nuoxing sat on the sofa with a depressed and conflicted face. After waiting for a while, she suddenly felt a wave passing by the void. Siyu and Feng Qingwang both looked up. That wave, probably because they knew about Yin Nuoxing's aura, they also got some information from the information flood. It was a picture. It was exactly the same as what he showed them. It seemed that the Guardian didn't do anything. The information flood has passed by. Feng Qingwang said softly. There should be a result soon, right? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing raised his head and looked at her with a conflicted expression. The little girl was stunned. This expression contained at least 10 different emotions. She really didn't know how he could make such a difficult and comical expression. It would be great if it was that simple. Yin Nuoxing sighed again, feeling that he might have aged a few 100,000 years. The information torrent was something that they could execute immediately and get results immediately. Or maybe there would be results, as other means would take too long. The thing that they could not afford to waste the most now was the world. In fact, in order to shout to the entire void, to ensure that the information torrent was not eroded and blurred by the power of the void, they needed to do a lot of detailed adjustments. Without some prearranged means, they needed to use another means. Now, they were using the soldiers of the celestial realm all over the front line of the void as energy nodes to spread out. Generally speaking, it was quite complicated. Even if they had reached the Yuanshi realm, they could not do something that could startle the entire void with one shout. That was just a fantasy, and no one could do it. It's done. The expected result should be better than expected. Right now, the information torrent should have passed through the middle plane that is under the control of the world of order. If that little brat is indeed within this range, then she should have received the news, probably. Hearing Huey's words, Yin Nuoxing stood up and sighed again. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face twitched. Hey, what if she is trapped by the death mist in the abyss? Hui was stunned as well. They were too anxious to think of such a problem. This, then we might have shouted for nothing. But it should be fine. The void seal is intact. It will only break once. This time, we have used many methods to limit the void seal and strengthen the defense. It stands at the level of order and maintains absolute integrity. Even a nether void sword can't tear a hole in the void seal while it is still intact. So, maybe that kind of thing won't happen. Let's hope so. Yin Nuoxing sighed and scratched his head hard. He felt that he was a little bald recently. The things that he was busy with were too troublesome. There was silence in the soul communication. It was not good to interrupt the serious conversation between the two lords. At this moment, the silence was even more frightening. Hui heard Yin Nuoxing sighing in the soul communication. He could not help but smile bitterly. Buddy, calm down. It's useless for you to be anxious now. We have done what we can in a short time. The rest is up to fate and luck, whether the little girl will respond. You and I both know the probability. Luck, Yin Nuoxing sneered and sat down hard on the sofa. What an annoying word. The probability is always 50-50. I can only hope that that person still exists in the world of order. If we find her and find that she's fine, although it will overturn our previous guess, it's still better than her being caught by the death mist of the abyss. In short, they were now in a state where they could not find her alive or dead. It made them anxious and angry. Sometimes, it was safer to keep something under one's nose. When she left alone and said that she was looking for the core of the 8 elemental realms, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, when the death mist in the abyss suddenly moved, they remembered that there was something wrong. If they had known, they would have left an accurate mark in her consciousness. Then, they would not have to sit here and frown. So the only thing he could do now was to wait and leave everything to that bullshit luck. Talking about luck in the void was just bullshit. Also, he had to prepare for battle. Right now, the Yunua planet had already prepared a dozen large-scale, long-distance teleportation circles. He just had to jump over the instant he found the little girl. If he encountered the abyssal death mist, he would beat it up so badly that even its creator couldn't recognize it. Then, it would be an even longer period of waiting. Yin Nuoxing's mind replayed his deduction repeatedly. The result was no different. Find the girl, be safe. Then be safe. Find the girl, be safe. Then be safe. Don't find the girl, be the thing taken away. The structure of the void fell into the control of the underworld. The war would expand without limit. Basically, it was a bad ending. Also, find the girl, and then go to save her. This situation was very likely to fall into the two above results. He found something to do with his deduction. However, most of the time, he was deducing the second result. If the core of the 8 elemental realms really fell into the underworld's hands, how should they fight in the future? He had deduced this matter 14 trillion times, and only one answer came out: the fall of the world of order. He could not deduce even one chance to change the situation to another ending. Buddy, our soul message is full of messy information that you have deduced. You should take a break. Huey's voice suddenly rang in Yin Nuoxing's mind. Startled, he quickly looked up and saw Yu and Feng Qinghuang's dizzy faces. He was stunned for a moment. My deduction results are all in the soul message. Hui smiled bitterly when he heard that. Well, this guy didn't even know how far his mind had wandered. However, thanks to his actions, the warriors of the celestial realm who were scattered all over the void were aware of the seriousness of the situation this time. They were all using their own methods to continue searching in the void. According to the celestial realm's time, it had been a day since the first information flood. This was also the void time of the Sea of Time. If it was not in the world of light, this void time was meaningless. To put it more clearly, this was the time of the origin world. During the day of waiting, Yin Nuoxing himself sent the information flood again. This time he was going all out. He did not care if it was embarrassing or not. Everyone could receive the information flood that crossed the front line of the void. However, as we said, most people were a little confused by the image that suddenly popped up in their minds. They had no idea what was going on. Among the trillions of lives, only those who had seen Yin Nuoxing and Feng Qinghuang reacted a little. They also noticed the seriousness of the situation and began to lead their own people to search. The main reason was that the death mist and the abyss were in a standoff. There was not much movement. It was unlikely that a fight would break out anytime soon. Therefore, they could only wait at the front line. The long wait made Yin Nuoxing so anxious that he could not help but want to rush out himself. Suddenly, a message rushed out from his soul. Lord Maple, I have found a place where the death mist is gathering on a large scale. There is a weak presence of order coming from there. Identify the presence. It's the presence of that altar. The sudden message made Yin Nuoxing stand up abruptly. He found the soul seed of the person who sent the message and found his location. In the next second, a dozen magic circles appeared on his body, and he was about to teleport himself over. Yu and Feng Qinghuang, who were sitting quietly on the side, saw the sudden movement. They quickly stood up and rushed toward Yin Nuoxing. Just as they were about to be teleported away, they bumped into Yin Nuoxing and were teleported away together. I Ching, you guard the teleportation array. I'll go too. According to the information, it seems to be the third scenario. Maple's condition is not good. I have to go help. Hui said to I Ching. He stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. Lord Hui brought some people and left. I Ching was about to ask him to bring some people over. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already disappeared. He could not help but smile bitterly. He could only pray that everything was going well. With the soul seed and the location of the soul transmission, as long as they were not in the death mist of the abyss, it was not difficult to know where the other party was. Yin Nuoxing and the others went through several rapid teleportations. They transitioned from blurry teleportations to precise teleportations. They arrived at their destination after 1 minute. In front of them was an extremely bright void region. In front of them was a world of light. It was floating alone in the void. There was only one world of light in the surroundings. It was very bright, like a lonely star in the starry sky. It seemed to be slightly bigger than an ordinary source world. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, Yin Nuashing, and the others arrived at their destination at the same time. The person who found the destination was shocked. He did not expect the two lords to arrive so quickly. He quickly pointed in front. An extremely large amount of death mist of the abyss is coming from that world of light. At the same time, there is the presence of that altar. Why is it like this again? What the hell did that little girl do? What the hell is going on? We could not help but complain. Just as he looked ahead, he was stunned and his eyes widened. The world of light in front of him had been split into two by the void sealing circle. Half of it was shrouded in the sealing circle, and the other half was exposed outside the sealing circle. Outside the sealing circle was all the death mist of the abyss, with a world of light that was not shrouded in the sealing circle as the center. The death mist of the abyss looked like a huge black vortex gushing into the world of light. From time to time, there were dark red energy lightning streaking across the sky. It was a sight to behold. How could this happen to an order-class sealing circle? Yin Nuashing frowned. It should have been fished in by the sealing circle. We took a step or two forward and reached out to touch the world barrier. He pondered for a moment. Then there is only one possibility. When the new sealing circle was opened, it was in the middle of the battle between order and chaos. The void sealing circle could not determine whether it belonged to order or chaos, so it split it into two. The same thing is probably happening inside the world of light. In any case, this was a rare sight. A world of light that had both order and chaos appeared at the same time. It was hard to imagine how intense the battle between the two forces inside the world of light was for the world of light to be in such a state. Chapter 1476. We circled around the world barrier that was protected by order. After Yin Nuashing urged him a few times, he finally stopped and said, "There's no problem. The entire world light, including the world barrier, has been separated by the two forces of order. This half of the world barrier that is controlled by order has already fused with the void seal. The death mist from the abyss will not be able to enter. But I can't tell what's going on inside. I suggest that the two of us go in and take a look, just in case something unexpected happens." We thought about it and said very seriously. Yin Nuashing nodded and looked at Siyu and Hui. "You two wait here for a while." After that, she looked at the celestial realm warriors who had discovered this place and said, "Seal this void domain. Dig this void domain out from the void. It must be the kind that can sink into the void domain at any time, just in case something bad happens." Siyu looked at him as if he was ready to sacrifice everything for the world of order. Her face trembled a little, and she reminded him worriedly, "Be careful. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so don't be too reckless. Don't always rush forward without caring about anything. Don't always use Peerless to rush forward. Brother Hui, I'll have to trouble you to look after him. Don't hold him back." In the face of Siyu's nagging, Yin Nuashing nodded and listened very seriously. Hui had a meaningful smile on his face. He had an expression of this day has finally come. He knew that his buddy was just pretending to listen very seriously. In fact, his mind had already flown to God knows where. All right. If we continue talking, we'll really be wasting time." We found a right time to interrupt the topic. He quickly pulled Yin Nuashing forward. He turned back and smiled at Siyu. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of your little star." The two of them went into the world barrier and disappeared into the void in an instant. After a short period of time, Hui and Yin Nuashing opened their eyes. What they saw was a lonely, burning blue star hanging in the starry sky. They had entered the world light cluster. Yin Nuashing reached out to pick his ears and breathed a sigh of relief. Hui noticed his action and laughed sinisterly. "Tisk, Tisa, you finally have this day. How does it feel to be stared at and disciplined by others?" "Nothing. You don't really think that I need to be disciplined, do you?" Yin Nuashing pursed his lips. He had lived for so long and still did not know what to do and what not to do. Moreover, it was not the first time that he had heard Xian and the others say these things in the 139th era. He just wanted them to relax a little and not be so nervous. That was why he pretended to be very serious. We thought about it seriously and snapped his fingers. Actually, I really think that you need someone to keep you in check. See, you is right. Every time you do whatever you do whatever you want. You're not afraid of anything. Who knows if you'll really cause some big trouble that neither of us can handle. The probability of that happening is very small, but looking at the entire void, it's hard to say. Yin Nuashing wanted to refute when he heard the first part of Huey's words. However, when he heard the second part, he was stunned. His whole body stiffened. It was as if he was recalling the events of the ancient era. At that time, he was just running around randomly and bumped into some unknown thing. Then, he was pressed into the cycle of reincarnation and hunted down for countless years. Seeing Yin Nuashing shivering unnaturally and unable to speak, Hui was also stunned. He reached out and pressed his hand on Yin Nuashing's forehead. He muttered suspiciously, "You don't have a fever. Shouldn't you slap me at this time?" Yin Nuashing shook his head and flung his hand away. He rolled his eyes at him. "I'm too lazy to talk. But if you talk a little more, I'll press you into the void of chaos and suppress you. You've said that many times, but I've never seen you do it." Hui laughed. Yin Nuashing, there were many huge star clusters in the distant sky. They looked quite normal. Their shape, starlight, and other factors did not show any problems. This place should not be affected by the abyssal death shroud for the time being. However, there was nothing else in this space apart from those huge light clusters. There was no celestial body like the lone sun that they saw when they came in. It seemed that all the celestial bodies in this space were gathered in those huge star clusters, and the rest of the space was just a vast dead space. Now that you mention it, it seems to be the case. Hui heard Yin Nuashing's whisper and began to pay attention to this space. There are no small clusters of galaxies, no small star systems, no wandering planets and stars. There are also no more energy-gathering reactions in the deep space. But judging from the rules and scale, this world is still quite young. By the way, there are not even ashes of galaxies and star clusters. It seems that this world has not experienced any decline event. Yin Nuashing looked at those huge star clusters. When she got closer, she found that they were so huge that their light could illuminate half the sky. The light from these star clusters could be seen from the other side of the distant star system. When they first formed, they probably used up all the matter and energy absorbed, and even plundered energy from other places. Logically speaking, when they grew to a certain extent, they would reach a threshold and ignite the brightest fireworks in the sky. After that, they would clear a clean little nest for themselves and sit in this space. Ah, he was talking about quasars. That was the name of the star clusters when they first formed. "Phone, I've observed something interesting." Hui suddenly stopped and pointed at the huge star clusters that were separated by an entire star system. It seems that the energy and matter of the entire star system, the entire world's light cluster, has been cleaned up by these star clusters. Not a single residue is left. The lonely sun we saw just now may have been thrown out by one of them. Perhaps there are other wandering stars in the sky, but their birthplaces are probably those star clusters. A large amount of matter and energy gathered, forming a collapsing phenomenon. Switch your perspective and use the power of the void to observe. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and tried to do the same. She grabbed a strand of energy from the void and let it flow into her eyes through her body. Then, she used her own way to deal with it and open her eyes. The scene in front of her changed, as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. She saw a large amount of origin energy and the origin energy of the world with her eyes. They were flowing into the huge star clusters like a few whirlpools. It was as if 4 or 5 huge underwater holes had appeared in the sea, and the seawater was violently rushing into the holes that could never be filled. Yin Nuashing could not help but stop when she saw this abnormal phenomenon. She temporarily put the matter of the altar's consciousness aside. I've seen similar situations a few times, but I've never seen such a huge one. Did you see that the gathering points even affected the sea of time and the void? I saw it. Not only that, it also seems to have affected the barrier of the primordial realm. Hui nodded. I've never seen such a scene before. Do you want to go and take a look? Yin Nuashing subconsciously stepped forward, but she quickly came to her senses after a moment. She looked at Hui with a troubled expression and quickly shook her head. No, let's go and take a look later. Now, it's more important to deal with that matter first. She happens to be in this world as well. There's no hurry after we get her out. Speaking of which, where is she? This part of the sky is a little too quiet. There's no movement of the abyssal death shroud. Don't tell me we've fallen into some strange cognitive field again. We suddenly remembered what happened in the graveyard of gods and demons. He laughed dryly and scratched his head. Don't worry, let me take a look first. We might be inside the sealing circle, so it's normal that we can't sense the abyssal death shroud. But there's my energy in the sealing circle. Let me take a look. I found her. Hui rushed out with a whoosh. Yin Nuashing subconsciously followed. She looked back at the few star clusters and frowned slightly. She waved her hand and threw a wave of energy towards those star clusters. Only then did she feel at ease and followed Hui's footsteps. As they flew past the star region in the starry sky, Yin Nuashing turned back from time to time. He could still see the brilliance of a few star clusters behind him. The further he went, the clearer his vision became. The entire void, the entire world of order was collapsing into a vortex in that place. Not only the matter of this world, but also the void and the space of the present world were being sucked into that huge vortex. It was as if a few giant beasts were crawling there, constantly devouring the entire primordial realm. Hey, snap out of it. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. You said it yourself. Hui patted the distracted Yin Nuashing and looked ahead. We've reached the boundary. Let's take a look. Yin Nuashing snapped out of it and looked ahead. The huge transparent void sealing circle appeared in the form of a vertical wall. Because it directly interfered with the interior of the world of light from the outside, the vertical wall was the same size as the world of light. Moreover, there was no so-called boundary. Just like the world fragment that smashed towards the face of the divine realm in the 139th era, it interfered with the interior of the world of light from the outside. Only by standing inside the world of light could one truly feel how grand and huge these things were, although the sealing circle was also very majestic, looking from the void. Looking past the transparent sealing circle, the chaotic darkness and red light drowned the other half of the sky. The black nebula was constantly bursting with deep and crazy red starlight, as if there was an eruption of the galaxy. The situation there was hell for mortals, and it was the deepest region, assuming that this world also gave birth to life. The diluted abyssal death shroud. It consumed a lot of energy when it broke through the world of light and forcibly split the order of this world of light. Now, the concentration and energy have decreased a lot, and it has gathered all the energy at the center. I can directly see that there is a very high energy reaction in the center of the abyssal death shroud. There is also a trace of the power of order mixed in. That's probably the little girl. Hui wiped his eyes and let his vision return to normal. He tilted his head and looked at Yin Nuashing with a strange smile. So what are you going to do? Fight your way in? Or do you want to take a look first? What's there to look at? Just fight your way in. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and was about to walk in, but Hui quickly grabbed her clothes and stopped her from walking. Then she heard him sigh helplessly. Your little girl asked me to keep an eye on you. It's only been half an hour since we parted, and you're already messing around again. You're not Qing Jun. Why do you also like to rush through the void? Yin Nuashing thought seriously for a moment. Sometimes, Qing Jun's style of doing things is still very useful. Now he couldn't tell whether it was Qing Jun who affected him or he who affected Qing Jun. Then, while he was in a daze, Yin Nuashing got rid of his weak control, walked out of the sealing circle, opened the order barrier, and stepped into the area of the abyssal death shroud. Hey! Forget it. Wait for me. The two stepped into the territory of the abyssal death shroud together. Hui hurriedly took 2 steps to catch up with Yin Nuashing's pace and walked in front of the ladder with a big shield. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and Hui didn't dare to let him continue to fight there. The black clouds were like a storm, and the deep red energy lightning was like thunder released from the dark clouds. What flashed past was the overflowing, chaotic energy, which made the two of them feel a little repulsive. It was a little like a nauseating feeling. Walking in this black storm, except for the lightning that flashed from time to time, it was as quiet as a cave, a devil's den full of monsters. They clearly felt that there were some consciousnesses in this area, but they were all very quiet. Their attention was not on them. Those energies and consciousnesses were all concentrated in the depths of the abyssal death shroud, where there was something more worthy of their attention than the two of them. It's so quiet, I thought we were going to fight to the death after we came in. Hui Xindo whispered to Yun Nuoxing in his soul. His soul had been vigilant of the surrounding situation. Although there were very high-energy energies flashing around in the abyssal death shroud, those energies didn't have much effect on them. He was worried about alarming them only because of the abyssal death shroud. If they were to fight, the situation would inadvertently evolve to a troublesome extent, not to mention that foam was still. The energy in this area has been shining all the time. They are concentrating all their energy to suppress the thing in the central area. Yin Nuoxing suddenly thought of a problem, and a black line hung down on her face. Why did that little girl meet us twice in the abyssal death shroud? Is she too attractive to the abyssal death shroud? Or is her luck not good recently? I think both are possible. Huey's cheeks twitched. They lurked quietly for the entire journey, and didn't use any means to hasten their journey. They walked on tiptoe. Yin Nuoxing even subconsciously shrank her head and bent her waist, while Hui wretchedly held up a shield and didn't look at the road ahead. After walking in this comical manner for about 2 hours, both of them felt that the order aura coming from the front suddenly became much stronger. The abyssal death shroud's activity here gradually intensified. They seemed to have entered the place where the two of them were confronting each other. The chaotic phenomenon caused by the confrontation between the order and non-order energies kept surging in the abyssal death shroud. That's it. The abyssal death shroud in the front is too active. It's impossible to hide. Hui popped his head out from behind the shield. After pondering for a moment, he said to Yin Nuoxing, after we step into the area in front, if the abyssal death shroud has any movement, just rush over, grab someone, and run. I'll beat them up. You'll carry them? Yes, yes. Hui was used to this sentence. Just as he nodded, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly shook his head and said, No, no, no. You catch them, I'll beat them up, and I'll take a beating. You don't have to do it this time. I'm not that weak. Do you believe that I can tear this abyssal death shroud apart and show you? Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, I'll follow you. At this time, the division of labor is still boom, boom. The abyssal death shroud suddenly trembled violently. A huge amount of energy was born and gathered inside in a frenzy. Streaks of crimson energy patterns spread out and dyed the black clouds. The energy that gathered in the center suddenly shifted most of it towards Yin Nuoxing and the others. The sleeping beast finally noticed the 2 little ants that sneaked into its body. At this moment, it finally came to its senses. Streaks of consciousness that contained a crazy aura suddenly opened its eyes and stared at the two of them. The power of the abyssal death shroud madly gathered. Alas, it's dangerous now. Let's do as we said. Don't you? We just turned around and saw Yin Nuoxing holding the netherworld ruins, sword with both hands, and fiercely stabbing it into the space beneath his feet. Instantly, his face turned pale. Nothingness. Order of origin. It was as if a storm that was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times larger was blowing up inside a huge storm. In an instant, the outer layer of the storm was shattered by the violent order energy coming from the inside. The black and red colors in the vision collapsed and faded away. Oh, you idiot. I'm still beside you. Wah. At. Yen and %. Hui was shocked. He only had time to protest before he was hammered into the depths of the abyssal death shroud by Yin Nuoxing's order storm. Then, the bursts of order energy were like battering rams that hammered him into the depths of the abyssal death shroud. The speed at which he advanced was exactly the same as the speed at which the abyssal death shroud was disintegrating. Wherever he flew, the abyssal death shroud would disappear. Fortunately, Maple was using the order storm. Otherwise, he would have been slapped into nothingness by this crazy person who even attacked her own people. Boom! A sharp energy howl reverberated throughout the abyssal death mist domain, startling the behemoth awake. At the very center of the behemoth, there was a cluster of grayish energy light that stubbornly defended its domain. The surrounding abyssal death mist was like a pack of hungry wolves surrounding a piece of meat, constantly whittling away at the energy of the cluster of light, waiting for the day when they would devour it in one gulp. Suddenly, a huge commotion erupted from another region, startling the hungry beasts. They quickly turned their attention. Then, one after another, gigantic spawns began to form in the empty region. Strange and bizarre noises were being emitted from their mouths or other parts of their bodies as they began to lunge madly towards that direction. In the gray cluster of light, the little girl with long grayish-blue hair who was curled up into a ball suddenly opened her eyes. Those pair of grayish-blue eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. She slowly stood up, looking at the bright white order energy exploding in the abyssal death shroud like a storm, and could not help but be shocked for a moment. "It's them," she muttered to herself, and the words that stunned her for a moment. Not long ago, she seemed to have heard a very weak and vague voice, but she could not make out what it was at all. Now that she thought about it, that voice was a little familiar, and it seemed to be them. The little girl stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly laughed bitterly and sat down. "Really? You guys have found me even like this?" Fortunately, I've held on until now. Or else, a huge trembling sound of energy, and what seemed to be a scream, came from the front with the vibration of the order power. There was a cluster of golden light that was as fast as lightning, all the way through the layers of abyssal death shroud manifestations, and rushed into the little girl's line of sight. She was about to get up to greet it, but suddenly she realized that the golden light did not slow down at all, and was even crazily accelerating. Her little face instantly froze. Slow down. Don't crash into me." The head-on collision made the little girl feel that her consciousness was being shaken out. Just when she felt that she was going to be pushed into the chaotic void, she suddenly felt that she did not fly out at such a fast speed. Although she was indeed hit, it seemed that she was being pulled by someone. When she opened her eyes, she saw Huey's face was pale, holding a shield in one hand and her light cluster in the other. He hurriedly turned around, and millions of energy attacks emerged from the surrounding abyssal death shroud, and a large energy hand mixed in a group of energy storms wanted to catch them. Buzz! Those attacks did not get very close, and there was a bright white energy impact that tore through the void from afar, sweeping across the abyssal death shroud and shaking a large open area. Hui held the shield and desperately rushed back under the double pressure and hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice, "Found them! The wind is tight! Retreat!" Boom! A bright white wave came head-on, and he and the little girl, along with the abyssal death shroud, were almost slapped into the void. Hui said, "Damn you, we're on the same side." Chapter 1477. Hui crawled forward against the firepower of the void. Withstanding the simultaneous attacks from the energy of order and chaos, he hunched his back and brought the little girl forward. It was an understatement to say that he was in a hail of bullets. The indiscriminate attacks from both the enemy and his allies almost blasted his face black. Holding up the order barrier and rushing back desperately, we finally saw the figure who was casually pouring out energy in the abyssal death mist. He quickly shouted, "She's out. Stop fighting and let's go." Hui froze for a split second as he faced a chaotic energy that contained a berserk presence. In the next moment, he abruptly drew the sword of the Guardian and slashed out, tearing the massive energy into dozens of pieces. As he rescued the little girl, the abyssal death shroud focused all its attention on them, and he could also feel an even greater energy surging towards them from the void. The abyssal death shroud that stood tall in the void seemed to be moving as well, appearing to be in a state of anxiety. However, there was only a berserk effect on them. Hui raised his foot and kicked a manifestation that emerged from the abyssal death mist, dispersing it into its original pure energy form. Seeing that Yun Nuashing did not seem to care about him, Hui became anxious. Just as he was about to yell at Yun Nuashing, he suddenly realized that the latter's face had become much paler. The energy form of his body also showed signs of dimming, but he was still gritting his teeth and attacking the abyssal death mist with all his might. Only then did he realize that this fellow did not know any other tricks. His indomitable attack was to attract the attention of the abyssal death mist and buy time. At this moment, that fellow did not seem to be able to hear his voice. It also did not notice that they were not far away. No wonder this fellow was a little strange from the beginning. It turns out that he was still holding on. His soul and consciousness did not leave any free space, all focused on controlling the energy attack. We cannot help but laugh bitterly. This fellow was really pushing himself to death as long as he was not dead. Damn it, when would he change? Well, now is not the time to think about this. He shook his head fiercely. The guardian's sword in his right hand disappeared. He picked up the guardian's shield and slammed it into the void. A circle of golden energy wave burst out with a bang, carrying an impact that could shatter the stars in all directions, stopping the attack of the abyssal death mist because of this blow. Noticing that the abyssal death mist had suddenly stopped attacking, Yin Nuashing, who was gradually getting carried away, was also stunned. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly turned his head and saw a golden shadow rushing towards him from the front. In a flash, he felt that he was pulled by the collar and rushed out, and his vision changed 90 degrees vertically. Taking advantage of the momentary pause in the abyssal death mist attack, he hurriedly increased his speed to the limit. In a flash, he rushed out of the abyssal death mist domain and rushed into the range of the void seal. Bang! Boom! Before they could stand firm, there was a series of ruffians smashing the iron door behind them. As soon as Hui put down Yin Nuashing and turned around, he saw an abyssal giant that was 100,000 miles tall standing in the starry sky behind him. It waved its fists madly at the barrier. In just a dozen seconds, it had smashed the void seal tens of thousands of times, and the starry sky was filled with the afterimages of its arms waving. After struggling for more than 10 minutes without leaving a mark on the void seal, the abyssal giant suddenly narrowed its eyes and stared at Yin Nuashing and the other two behind the transparent barrier. Suddenly, it angrily smashed its fist on the seal. A moment later, its 100,000 miles tall figure began to collapse and gradually turned back into an ordinary cloud. The abyssal death mist also began to recede like a tide, gradually retreating a distance from the starry sky. However, it still lingered in this world and did not completely dissipate. It's finally over. We breathed a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the little girl standing next to him and could not help but ask, "What did you do to them? Or did they want to do something to you?" That abyssal death mist was filled with the aura of high-level origins. Before I went in, I didn't realize that it was a wolf's den. I was mentally prepared for this, but I didn't expect them to come so quickly. The little girl put her hands together and hid them in her sleeves. She calmly said, "After all, this is in this world, and they were the ones who discovered this place before me." Yin Nuashing was stroking her hair. When she heard this, she turned around and looked at the starry sky of this world. Puzzled, she asked, "This world? What's wrong with this world? Is there anything special about it?" "Special? Of course it's very special. I'm here to find the core of the primordial realm. You know this." The little girl's gaze swept across the starry sky in front of her. Her calm voice startled Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing. After all, this is the first batch of worlds born in the 8 primordial realm. It has survived the last great calamity and has yet to die out. The first batch of worlds. Huey's cheeks trembled. The first batch of worlds born in the 8 primordial realm. But I don't feel that there are too many abnormalities in this world. Oh, if those star clusters in the distance are considered abnormal, then it's the place that we discovered that is different from ordinary worlds. The little girl nodded. Every first batch of worlds born in the primordial realm is equivalent to a miniature version of the primordial realm itself. The star clusters you see are actually formed by the condensation of all the matter and energy of the entire world. Just like in the primordial realm, most of the energy and matter is concentrated in the upper plane. The upper plane occupies 70% of the void, and the rest is radiated to other places in the void. She waved her hand and gestured to the star clusters in front of them. It's just like what you see. Let's go over. Yun Nuashing nodded and reached out to pull her and Hui to fly into the distance. This world is the first batch of worlds born in the primordial realm. It reflects the state of the primordial realm when something happened. You want to trace the core of the primordial realm from the remaining information here? The little girl shook her head. To be exact, I found traces of the core of the primordial realm coming here. It had been here before, but it might have stayed for a short period of time. Yin Nuashing and Hui were stunned. The two of them said in unison, "Then where did it go now? Could have been captured by the underworld." The moment they thought of the consequences, the two of them felt a chill run down their spines. However, if they really succeeded, the current situation in the void would not be one where order and non-order would be opposing each other. They were probably overthinking things. "I'm not sure about this either." The little girl shook her head. She saw that the two of them were so solemn that they almost became transparent and knew what they were thinking. But don't worry, the core of the primordial realm did not fall into their hands. Otherwise, they would not have been entrenched here for so long. When I came to this world, I saw those things entrenched in the whole world not long after I observed for a while. They caught me while I was at it. The isolation circle that you cast drove them to the other side, which could be considered as protecting this world from being destroyed. Otherwise, this last clue would have been lost, and then we would have no idea where to find the core of the primordial realm. Hui scratched his cheek and suddenly said, "But even if it had been here before, we don't know where it went now. I don't think it will stay here. At least it's a clue." The two of them followed the little girl's guidance and came to the front of the smallest star cluster. However, its body was not small at all. The starry sky in front of them was so bright and dazzling that Hui could not help but squint his eyes. More than 10 trillion stars gathered here, which was about 1/10 of the starry sky. Compared to its other three siblings, it was indeed small. However, if this thing was placed in another starry sky, it would already be an abnormal behemoth. It did not look like a regular circle, but more like a sea urchin, motionless here. Hui accelerated his vision by 100 million times, but did not see any signs of rotation. The other three larger star clusters were the same. They quietly nested in their nests, silent with the starry sky, no longer moving. Hui suddenly thought of a question. "Wait a minute, I just observed the state of this world. This is a very young world. Are you sure it's really the first batch of worlds born in the 8 elements realm? It can't be wrong. As for why it looks so young," the little girl lowered her head and thought of a simple explanation. "It's like the difference between stagnant water and living water, or like the metabolism of life. The world of the source is exchanging energy on a large scale with the void every moment. Because this process is too fast, you can't judge the true appearance of this world, and naturally, there is no way to identify its time. In other words, this is a completely open world." Hui rolled his eyes a few times and suddenly muttered, "No wonder it can withstand the influence of the void turbulence. So this is it, what? How is this related to the void turbulence?" Yin Nuashing suddenly didn't understand. Probably because he hadn't recovered and his brain wasn't working well. He felt that he should know, but he just didn't want to use his brain now. Seeing his confused and sleepy face, Hui also roughly understood why he didn't understand. So he explained, "Water dissolves in water." "Oh, this is nonsense, but this is what it means. Its completely open world allows it to become a part of the void when it relies on it. When it floats in the land of nothingness, it will become a part of the void. Therefore, you can see this world as a part of the void itself, or as a part of the land of nothingness. This is not fixed. Even if the void trembles countless times and cleans up all the things attached to the void, leaving only the state of nothingness, they will still merge with the void and nothing will happen. The realm of the gods can also exist in the void, but the realm of the gods relies on its own powerful world origin to withstand everything, while the source world will merge with the void to avoid the cleansing." Yin Nuashing said, "So according to this, the source world will not perish. According to the movement of the void, after 51 eras, most of them have floated into the chaotic void, and only a few are still wandering in the middle and lower planes, or even the upper planes. Theoretically, that's the case. That's why these source worlds still retain a considerable amount of information about the birth of the primordial realm. Well, it's one thing that they won't perish, but they can also be destroyed. Looking at the strength of this world, any beginner heavenly god would be able to destroy it, Hui said helplessly as he raised his finger. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. This was just like how the celestial gods with eternal time could still be killed by others. By the same logic, eternal life did not mean that one could not be killed. While the little girl was observing the cluster of stars, Yin Nuoxing and Hui were also using their own methods to examine and observe the source world. The little girl was right. Even if the source world was placed in front of them, they might not be able to recognize it. At most, they would treat it as a slightly special and abnormal world, and would not think in this direction. To them, the source world was actually a legendary existence. No one had seen it before, or even if they saw it, they would not be able to recognize it. Now that they had finally seen it, they naturally had to observe it carefully. Some of the information about the source world was indeed very well preserved, and in the bottom layer of the rules, they could touch some useless and messy information that they could not normally come into contact with. They were both source worlds, but the amount of information they contained was different. He had already mentally prepared himself. He wanted to find some of the original power of the primordial realm at the beginning, but it seemed to have been metabolized by itself. The source world in front of them was no different from the source worlds that were born at this time. Its aura, rules, and energy all originated from the void at this moment. After all, it was completely open, so it knew very well how to keep up with the trends. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and glanced at Hui, then looked at the little girl. She saw that her eyes were shining, and there was a huge amount of energy and information flowing in her eyes. She estimated the time and felt that it would take a while, so she suddenly lifted her foot and flew towards the cluster of stars in front of them. "Phone, what are you doing?" "Looking for something." "You just stay there, it's nothing." Yin Nuoxing responded. He responded and plunged into the extremely bright cluster of light in front of him. The scene in front of him was like a layer of transparent barrier that was full of light enveloping the things inside, and that layer of light barrier was formed by the energy overflowing from the cluster of stars. It was a combination of a huge amount of light and energy, and the concentration was very high. When Yin Nuoxing passed through it, she felt her body tremble slightly, and at that moment, she felt as if she had plunged into the sea. But these substances are not gaseous. They are really just the condensation of light and energy. It was probably similar to the heliosphere of a star system, but the strength of the dividing line in front of him was much stronger than the former. He felt for a while in the hundreds of millions of light, accurately found the center of the cluster of stars, and flew towards the place where the light was the brightest and most dazzling. That was the habitat of countless stars, and even the gods who liked to sunbathe would not like to stay there. It was a place where it was daytime all year round, and basking in the sun that would only turn oneself into a piece of charcoal. After circling a few times in the center of the cluster of stars, Yin Nuoxing did not rush to the most dazzling place in the center. The flow of energy, there was a little abnormal, and all of it was downwards, the bottom of the void, or even lower places. It would not affect him, but if he suddenly rushed over there, it might have some negative effects on the cluster of stars. After all, his weight was too big, and the outflow of energy was a little small. He was afraid that he would get stuck there and suffocate the cluster of stars. After circling a few times and finding a suitable place, Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand and grabbed the space in front of him. He then twisted it, and the endless energy floating there suddenly quickly gathered in front of his fist. The scene in front of him suddenly turned into a bright picture of hundreds of millions of stars surging. If he switched his vision, he could see that the energy was floating out from the countless stars that lived here. From the brightest place, a galaxy gushed out and finally gathered in one place. With Yin Nuoxing's movement, it condensed into a transparent glass ball the size of a thumb. Inside the glass ball was a vast, starry sky, with hundreds of millions of stars shining brightly. Yin Nuoxing pinched the glass ball in front of his eyes and let it randomly aim at a big star. Through the light of the big star, he looked at the shrunken galaxy that was indeed very real. He muttered to himself, "The quality is not bad, as expected of the source world. Unfortunately, I can't use this thing. Otherwise, I can add another bargaining chip." After using the same method to condense 6 more similar glass balls, Yin Nuoxing hesitated for a moment, and then condensed the 8th glass ball again. However, the 8th glass ball was obviously twice as small as the previous one. The galaxy inside also became very blurry, and the sparse starlight could not gather into a galaxy. "It's the limit. Forget it." Yin Nuoxing sighed. He waved his hand and let the 8th glass ball dissipate into the original energy and return to the starry sky. He kept the 6 glass balls and carried one back to Huey's side. "Oh, you're back. Where did you go?" The sudden appearance of Yin Nuoxing shocked Hui. He had just said a sentence when a bead flew towards him. He was stunned and subconsciously caught it. "What is this?" "This is something condensed from the source world. It condenses everything that should and should not exist. If I'm not wrong, there should be a part of the energy from the beginning of the primordial realm in it." Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and said casually the name. "I'm too lazy to think about it. Anyway, it's something good. I think it's about time for you. This thing can theoretically allow you to step into the primordial realm more quickly and stably." Hui suddenly became excited when he heard this. "Then it's useless to me. Not to mention that the divinity carrier exploded. That part of the aftereffects is still there. This thing is useless to me." Yin Nuoxing slowly crossed her arms. "Don't worry about me. You go up first. I'll think of a way after a while." Huey's excited expression was suddenly splashed with a bucket of cold water. He looked at the glass ball in his hand in distress. His face was conflicted and hesitant. He held it in his hand and could not help but say, "Actually, I'm not in a hurry. You see, I can handle it now." Yin Nuoxing's expression suddenly became a little terrifying. She said each word coldly. "Here, me, go up." Hui trembled. He shrunk his neck and said weakly, "Oh, I know." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes, and her expression returned to normal. She saw Huey's gloomy face and could not help but frown. She let out a long sigh. "Why are you still conflicted at a time like this? Don't tell me you think I can't stand the stimulation and don't want to break through? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" This was a suicidal question. Once this question was raised, Lai Hui knew that he might be dead. No matter how he answered, he would not be able to escape a fat beating. He thought for a while with a face full of sweat. His face showed that he was unafraid of death. He said calmly, "That's not it. Anyway, you can tear apart the origin realm now. The matter of breaking through is actually, well, it's still meaningful for you. I just meant that. Didn't I agree to go up with you at the beginning? Now you suddenly ran away." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. She stretched out her hand and slapped Huey's back hard. Okay, I'll keep my promise, Lord Guardian. But now is not the time to make promises. It's good for the situation and the God's world to have a yuanchi earlier. As for me, Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms and laughed easily. Even if I wait 100 or 80 years and wait 1,000 years for you to reach the yuanchi realm in the whole timeline, you're only one thread ahead of me. There's nothing to be calculative about. Okay, you're right. Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He looked down at the glass bead in his hand and nodded seriously. "I'll reach the yuanchi realm as soon as possible." Yin Nuoxing nodded. When she was about to go to the star cluster next to her to take a look, the little girl suddenly said, "Ahem, you're finally done. You're so affectionate that I can't interrupt." Yin Nuoxing and Hui turned their heads at the same time. Yin Nuoxing said, "How was it? Did you see anything?" The little girl fiddled with her long, grayish-blue hair. Her small body swayed, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she nodded. "I saw something." Yin Nuoxing and Hui were just a little excited when they heard the little girl say, seriously, "But it's not good news." The two of them rolled their eyes at the same time. Here it comes. It's just a routine operation. Nothing good ever happens when something happens. If it's not bad news, it's worse news, and then it's even worse news. Say it. Yin Nuashing rubbed her pretty face and forced herself to look calm. Say it, I'm ready. The little girl nodded and took a deep breath. The core of the 8 elemental realms, yes. The two nodded and listened attentively. It has indeed been here. There's no problem with the trace. Yes, yes, but it seems to have fallen into the elemental realm below. Yun Nuo and Yun Xing were stunned, their faces full of astonishment. Chapter 1478. Fell down. Yun Nuoxing and Hui were both shocked, with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Falling down is the kind of falling down that we understand. The core of the 8 primordial realms went to the lower primordial realm. The little girl nodded with a wry smile. Judging from the traces, it's been more than 20 years since this happened. It's even earlier than the last void upheaval. It's much, much earlier. Hui was still in shock. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the position of the few star clusters. The huge vortex, the void, and everything known in this world were swallowed into the vortex. The edge of the vortex was still the space of the present world and the world of order. The deeper they explored, the world they knew would collapse bit by bit until they reached the bottom. Everything they knew in the present world would fall apart and fall apart. The above was the situation observed from the perspective of a god. However, from the perspective of Yin Nuoxing and the others, the huge vortex of the primordial realm dragged everything in the world to the bottom of the vortex. The commonly known time, space, void, nothingness, and other things became chaotic there. The boundaries became blurred, and everything seemed to be mixed together like a pot of boiling hot pot. Since some boundaries became blurred and mixed up at that place, when a certain amount of energy gathered at that place, it was indeed possible to penetrate the barrier of the primordial realm and open a passage to the lower primordial realm in a short time. Then, the energy accumulated there would pour down like a flood and rush to the other primordial realms. There was a high probability that it would directly rush to the 7 primordial realms. However, it was hard to guarantee that the chaotic state would not penetrate and directly fall to the first primordial realm. After all, on the entire map of the primordial realm, the first primordial realm to the 8th primordial realm were connected. The 8th primordial realm did not necessarily have to go to the 7th primordial realm first to the 6th primordial realm. It was just closer to the 7th primordial realm. Changing the path to the 6th primordial realm could also lead directly to the 6th primordial realm. Just like the fragment that ran into the void and lost at that time, that fragment also abducted the void creature, Jiqun. Do we really have to entangle with the other primordial realms? Yin Nuoxing rubbed her forehead with a headache. Running to the other primordial realms was a situation that she had always been wary of. It was just that the probability of this happening was relatively small, and it would probably take some time. She did not expect that she would have to make contact with the lower realm now. From the looks of it, it was very likely that the underworld would go to the lower realm. Even if they didn't go for the cores of the 8 primordial realms, they might go for the cores of the other primordial realms. No matter what the case was, as long as they succeeded, they wouldn't have a good ending. Yin Nuoxing reached out and twirled a strand of hair hanging in front of her. Looks like our team's defense of the lower primordial realm has to start in advance, but there's still a problem. Do we run down there? Let's not talk about the fact that the primordial realms have little contact with each other. If such a large-scale operation were to run into other realms, it would be good enough if they didn't treat us as invaders and set up cannons to blast us. The primordial heavenly god's protection was opened by us, and the suppressive power is still very strong. Those from the upper realm will be greatly suppressed when they go to the lower realm. Even the primordial heavenly god won't be able to break free just like that. Our only advantage is that our own laws are stronger than those from the lower realm, and the power of the laws that we control is also stronger than those from the lower realm. That's all. That's enough. We imitated him and replied while snapping his fingers. The strength of the laws and the power of the laws is enough for us to crush the lower realm. But we can't sweep away thousands of troops like we did here. It's not a problem to stand alone in an undefeatable realm, but it's hard to say if we're beaten up by a group. As for the method, if it doesn't work, then we'll just beat them until they're obedient. This has happened a lot in the realm of the gods. Anyway, we're not going there to be peace messengers. If they're obedient and willing to listen to us, then it's naturally the best. If they're disobedient and want to cause trouble, we have the bigger fist, so we can beat them up. Although we're guarding against the underworld and not letting them get their hands on the core of the primordial realm, that's their own world. Why should we be kind enough to remind them and warn them? If they don't want to listen, then so be it. Hui crossed his arms and said disdainfully, I don't believe that the core of the lower primordial realm will have any earth-shattering effect on the eighth realm. Yin Nuoxing and the little girl were shocked. Yin Nuoxing's tone was unusually surprised. You've never said something like that before. With this guy's hopelessly good-natured personality, he could actually say something like that. The sun must have risen from the west. Wait a minute, this can't be. It's all because of you. Hui spread his hands and threw the blame on Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing, they talked about the lower realm for a while. Whether they were going to implement it now or not, they really needed to start planning for the lower realm from now on. They didn't want to wait until they found out that something had happened to the lower realm before they were too busy. By then, they would have reached the point where distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. The destruction of the lower realm would be a matter of minutes. The lower realm, the lower the understanding of the concept of the void, the planes, and the world. It's really not easy to let them know that there are enemies who have the power to cross worlds. It's probably fine for the 5th, 6th, and 7th realms. The strength of the void decreases with the lower realm of the primordial realm, so they can also fight in the void. But for the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th realms, it's really hard to say. The life there is so weak that it makes one's hair stand on end. I suspect that just throwing a mortal tear from the Pantheon realm can wipe out an entire city. Hui waved his hand, his words containing a hint of worry. It's not that exaggerated, but forget it. It's more or less the same anyway. Yin Nuoxing looked at him speechlessly and let out a long sigh. Hui grinned and looked at the little girl who had been deep in thought since the beginning. I say, little girl, although we talked about this problem last time, I still can't help but want to ask again. Why is such an important thing running around casually, and you, the guardian, don't know about it at all? And now it has even jumped down to the lower realm. At the mention of this question, the little girl's face began to sweat at a visible speed. She glanced to the side guiltily and couldn't say a word for a long time. She quickly changed the topic. Let's go to another star cluster to have a look. The last trace spread to that location. Before Yin Nuoxing and Hui could react, she flew away, leaving the two of them looking at each other. They stayed where they were for a while, thought for a while, and felt that there was nothing they could do, so they followed her. The little girl went to the largest star cluster in the sky. This star cluster had 2 huge central points, and the light gathered there was more than 10,000 times brighter than the smallest star cluster they had just been to. It was densely packed with huge stars, burning happily, dazzlingly bright, and exploding happily. A real sun had exploded. Yin Nuoxing and the others went through a short-distance teleportation. As soon as they came out of the teleportation, they saw a grand burst of light in the corner of their eyes. The roaring energy explosion brought a grand energy shockwave that was enough to affect an area of thousands of light years. But that would take some time. At this moment, it was right in front of them, and a colorful and nutritious gale blew up in the sky, causing Yin Nuoxing and the others' faces to tremble a few times. A second later, 2 dazzling energy streams appeared in the sky, streaking across the galaxy at the speed of light, and rushed to the other side of the sky along with the shockwave. This bit of light was enough to illuminate the other side of the sky. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly, indicating that he was in a good mood. He clapped silently. Wonderful, wonderful. The fireworks in the sky are indeed the most dazzling thing in the void. Every time I see it, it makes me happy for a long time. Well, the price to pay to make you happy is really high. You have to blow up the stars to make you happy. We looked at him speechlessly as he watched the energy stream gradually moving away at the speed of light. I'm thinking that the energy explosion you created yourself is not smaller than this. Purer, more beautiful. The meaning is different. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and said, carrying Yin Nuashing, who still wanted to stand and watch the fireworks. He walked towards the center of the star cluster. Hui briefly analyzed the appearance of this abnormal star cluster. There were two large cores, and the area between the cores was hovering, with many dazzling celestial bodies. They were like white lines connecting the two cores together, forming a huge white space crack. He looked between the two cores for a while, found the position of the little girl, and flew towards one of the cores with Yin Nuashing. How is it? Did you find any useful information? Which primordial realm did the core of the primordial realm fall to? When Hui and Yin Nuashing came to the little girl's side, she was waving her two little hands with a serious expression. As for what she was doing, they were not sure. They just had to wait for now. No one knew the core of the primordial realm better than her, just like no one knew the realm of the gods better than the two of them. The tracing information has spread to the other 7 primordial realms, but it has been too long, so long that even the source world can't keep this information. It's very difficult to find traces of it. Even if we find it, we can only confirm the information when the core of the primordial realm fell into the other primordial realms. In fact, it might be very far from where it is now, the little girl said in a low voice. I know, I've been mentally prepared for this, but we only have this one clue now. What else can we do if we don't look for it? Are we going to wait for the underworld to chase after the core of the primordial realm and then come back to destroy us? Hui shrugged helplessly and shook his head. With the nature of those people, they probably regard the core of the primordial realm as their first goal. They still have a second goal, the world of order. And from the looks of it, whether the first goal is achieved or not, it won't affect their second goal. The little girl frowned and sighed as she thought of something. She scratched her eyebrows helplessly. Those things, I'll try my best to find it. I'm more anxious than you guys. They sat and waited like that for 3 to 4 days. During this time, the abyssal death shroud was quiet. The abyssal death shroud that gathered in this world did not move, and the abyssal death shroud that gathered in the void was also quiet, as if they had given up on this goal. However, Yin Nuashing felt that it was most likely the people behind the scenes who were thinking, plotting, and measuring something. A few days ago, when he faced the abyssal giant, he clearly felt a clear consciousness from its body and from its eyes, as if someone was spying on the world of order through that huge body. However, this feeling soon dissipated as the abyssal giant dissipated. He did not think that those people from the underworld would be able to endure so thoroughly when they had such great power. They were most likely up to something. For example, those tattered things they saw that day, or maybe they were still trying to breed a normal life form from the abyssal death shroud, and there were many more. He was not those people from the underworld, and there was no way he could guess what they were up to. The little girl sat there with her legs crossed and seriously looked for clues about the core of the primordial realm. Her power flowed continuously along the starry sky to a core of the star cluster in front of her. It seemed to have fallen to the bottom along with the huge vortex falling into the other primordial realms. After all, when the energy flowed to a boundary, it completely lost its connection. It might have crossed over to another primordial realm. Yin Nuashing also tried to use the origin energy or the energy of order to search for it. However, no matter how much consciousness he injected into the energy, when it crossed the boundary, the energy, without exception, lost all contact. It disappeared more completely than falling into a black hole. This is not a stable passage to the primordial realms. Although you may occasionally travel between the primordial realms, you should not be aware of this. The little girl glanced at him and explained in a low voice, crossing over to the primordial realms barrier will result in an exchange of information and energy. Your energy will be affected just like that. If it was in a normal passage to the primordial realm, there would not be too much of a problem. It would just cut off part of the connection. However, this passage is mixed with too many things and is no longer pure. Things that pass through here to the other primordial realms will be clean once. Oh, I know about this. Yin Nuashing nodded. However, I have never tried to stay in the 8 primordial realms and throw energy into the 7 primordial realms. Naturally, I have never tried this unstable passage to the primordial realms. With the help of the little girl's energy, Yin Nuashing was able to observe the situation together with her. He could barely catch a glimpse of the general appearance of the great primordial realm. It sounded very impressive, but the void was boundless. The great primordial realm. Therefore, he only said that it was a general appearance. In 4.5 days, she spread her energy through the primordial realm's barrier to the various primordial realms. Bit by bit, she probed into the other primordial realms. While maintaining concealment, she carefully searched for information about the primordial realm's core in the entire primordial realm. As she spread her energy deeper and deeper, the difficulty would only increase exponentially. The consumption of energy and mind would increase exponentially. In the end, it would reach a very shocking level. It feels even more boring than the void. Yin Nuashing gave a long yawn. Observing the great primordial realm from such a perspective was even more boring than staring at the dark void. Although there was something in her eyes, the flowing purple colors were too dazzling. Over time, her eyes were about to turn purple. We also felt rather bored. He got up and flew towards the core. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and also stood up and floated over. The two stood side by side at the core of the star cluster. In the brightest area in front of them, there was a huge object. It was so huge that it could distort time, space, and the void. At this moment, it was still lying there quietly, pretending to be harmless. We took a few steps towards the inner part of the star cluster. He crossed layer after layer of thick light before finally coming to a stop. As they crossed the area covered by the light, he could see the huge object with just his eyes. He thought it would be a black sphere, a sphere shrouded in countless rays of light. But in fact, it was really a vortex. Yin Nuashing saw his astonishment. After all, it's the source world. It's normal for it to be abnormal. We have never seen the source world before. Other worlds also don't have such a scene. Yin Nuashing poked her head out. A huge 3-dimensional vortex appeared in front of her. The huge gravitational force and energy waves pulled the billions of stars gathered in the center to move. The edge of the vortex was like a small galaxy, rotating very slowly. Just those areas alone showed very obvious signs of distortion. We took a few more steps forward and stood at the edge of the huge vortex. He stretched out his hand as if he was standing under the eaves and looking at the sky covered by dark clouds. He could not help but stretch out his hand to see if it was raining. Once you cross this boundary, there will be changes. Try it. We held Yin Nuashing's hand and stretched it out without saying a word. Everything is blurred and mixed up from this boundary. The deeper you go, the more serious the confusion will be. Yin Nuashing rubbed her fingers. She could feel a weak pull from her arm that crossed the boundary. Let's go and see. Hui smiled and pointed to the top of the vortex. He took a step forward and the order barrier opened silently. Yin Nuashing looked at him indifferently and followed him in. The two walked to the core of the star cluster, the top of the vortex. From here, they could see the situation inside the vortex clearly. It was like looking at a huge ocean vortex, and they could clearly see the bottom of the sea. The place just now is the boundary. From the boundary to where we are, it's a shallow area. We thought of something and began to divide the vortex area. Then, after crossing this step, we will go to the deeper area. Maple, I feel that the situation inside the vortex is similar to the chaos void. Yin Nuashing squinted until he suddenly said this. She could not help but be stunned. Similar to the chaos void? What do you mean by similar? They're similar. The inside of this vortex is like the chaos void. Everything has been born, but nothing is born, and it maintains the state of chaos. Yin Nuashing pursed her lips. The chaos void was a place very far away from the order void. It was roughly divided into two areas. One was the upper, middle, and lower planes with life and order, the order void. The other was the equally vast and infinite chaos void. Outside the order void, the void, there was a form void. It was purer and more dangerous than the void in the order world. It was roughly equivalent to the birth of the void at the beginning of the world. Yin Nuashing reacted. Probably because of this, the source world is very similar to the chaos void. After crossing the boundary in front of them, they could still continue to move forward. The two of them were at the peak of the source world and would not be in any danger. However, they were now at the edge. If they took another step forward, they might be accidentally pulled down and then be swept away by the vortex to an unknown place. In the end, they would be spat out from the remote void of the lower elemental realm like garbage. For the time being, it has fixed its own time so that it will not be separated. Hui bent down and looked at the bottom of the vortex. He turned his head and looked at Yin Nuashing. How about we go and have a look? The timing is not good. Forget it. Yin Nuashing shook her head. In the current confrontation between the Orderworld and the Underworld, the two of them were almost the most powerful forces in the Orderworld. If they left like this, perhaps the death mist of the abyss would immediately confiscate their belongings. Hui shrugged. He had also thought of this problem. He had to give up on the suggestion. He wanted to try the feeling of plunging into this big vortex. Wait a minute. I'll leave something behind. It might be useful. Hui suddenly took out a scepter token from his pocket. With a shake of his hand, the scepter broke away from their order barrier. The token disappeared without even a sound. Yin Nuashing observed for a while and did not find anything wrong. What did you do? I threw a token that is closely related to myself into it. Hui said with a smile. His expression suddenly changed. The feedback came back. That token, it fell into another primordial realm. Let me see. Order and rules have locked. This place is the third primordial realm. Yin Nuashing slapped his face. Are we going to go to the third primordial realm? No, that's not necessarily the case. It was not Hui who answered him. It was the voice of the little girl. The two of them turned their heads at the same time. They saw her looking depressed and helpless. She sighed and shook her head as she walked to their side. This time, she did not wait for them to speak and did not intend to keep them in suspense. She said directly, the whole great primordial realm has the aura of the eighth primordial realm's core. It is not caused by the shadow's information. It has run all over the great primordial realm. Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing. Is this a joke? Can't there be good news all day long? It would be good to give an accurate primordial realm. Although it is so difficult to find an entire primordial realm, it is not an impossible task. Look at this. What kind of situation is it to be floating all over the great primordial realm? The location of the mission was unknown. It covered the whole great primordial realm, 8 endless voids, and countless worlds. They had not even seen that thing directly. If this mission was placed on anyone's head, they would go crazy. Even Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing felt their hearts ache. But they still had to bite the bullet and think about it. Then the problem was there were traces of the 8th primordial realm's core in all 8 primordial realms. How should they find it? Chapter 1479. There were all sorts of trivial matters in the void, big and small matters that could be dealt with as much as they wanted. Small matters such as losing face or losing a few Tom, Dick, and Harry. Big matters such as what was happening now. When the void was in chaos, it still had to hit him on the head with a heavy hammer. Why was that? Yin Nuashing expressed that he did not know. He was also looking for a reason now. What he knew was that if this continued, he would be exhausted to death before the void was destroyed. Yin Nuashing and Hui stood in the starry sky, their faces as dark as a blizzard. The little girl in front of them was still carefully and nervously searching for the whereabouts of the core of the 8 elements realm. It had been 2 hours since the shocking report just now. In short, nothing good had happened in these 2 hours. They continued to search and followed one of the clues from the 8 elements realm to the 3rd elements realm, and then back to the 8 elements realm. The little girl herself was confused. They didn't know how active the core of the 8 elements realm was, but judging from how it was still alive and kicking in the Yuan realm, they could probably imagine that it had the temperament of a naughty child. Then, logically speaking, since the situation had already become like this, there was nothing to be confused about. Yin Nuashing observed for a while and planned to clean up the abyss death mist in this world. At the same time, he also planned to move this precious source world to his doorstep to study it. Just as he was about to take action, the little girl suddenly spoke. "I can't find anything. Looks like I'll have to go down and take a look myself." Yin Nuashing and Hui turned their heads in unison and stared at her as if she was an idiot. After being stared back by her resolute eyes for a while, the two of them adjusted their comical expressions, pondered for a moment, and then sighed. It was not that they could not understand. After all, she was the guardian of the altar and had been looking after the core of the primordial realm, just like them. Sometimes, Yin Nuashing felt that the three of them standing here were really very similar. They all had things that they needed to protect with their lives, even though sometimes the things they were protecting did not need to be protected at all. Yin Nuashing was lamenting when Hui suddenly said, "You won't run into the abyss death mist again and be trapped there for tens of thousands of years, right? This time, no one will come to save you. We basically have no way to know what happened in the lower realm." The little girl's expression stiffened. She was stunned for a while, and then gave a thumbs up and smiled. "There won't be a problem. This is just an accident." After saying that, her expression stiffened again. She turned her head a little guiltily. "Probably. Yin Nuashing, personally, I don't recommend you to run around at this time. Judging from some signs, the abyss death mist can obviously distinguish your breath. This time, we just ran a few steps faster and arrived before the people of the underworld found you. Next time, it may be them who appear in front of you first. Of course, I know you have your own responsibilities, so I don't plan on interfering or poking my nose into other people's business." Yin Nuashing sighed deeply. He took out a black glass orb from his pendant and gently placed it in the little girl's hand. "It contains the power I forcefully raised to the primordial realm. Right now, it can only be used 3 times. After using it, it will probably take some time to recover. Every time I use it, I'll be able to sense where you are. It's the power of chaos. Be careful when you use it. Don't get yourself sucked in." The little girl used 2 fingers to pinch the glass orb and studied it. "It's condensed from the power of divine destruction. Your power of divine destruction is not of the order attribute." "That's right." Yin Nuashing nodded. The element of destruction was not of the order attribute. In the past, when he was a god, he could not see through so many things with his level of cultivation. He only knew that it was an extremely powerful power. Things like order and non-order were more complicated things that could only be understood at the origin realm. It was already very rare to be able to sense the difference between the 2 types of power at other realms. As for the power of divine destruction, the enemy we encountered earlier possessed 2 types. Yin Nuashing suddenly thought of something. He felt like she should be able to answer him. "What is this power of divine destruction? It shouldn't have been born naturally from the void, right?" The little girl scratched her head. "Theoretically, it does have something to do with the void itself, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. After all, even though I have the power of divine destruction, I didn't have it first." Hui suddenly squinted his eyes. "In the beginning? How long has it been since your consciousness appeared?" The little girl lowered her head and rubbed her chin in thought. After quite a while, she raised her head and answered, "Around a dozen epochs ago, around the time of that upheaval." She gritted her teeth uncertainly and said, "It was probably after the upheaval. After that, I suddenly woke up one day and found that I had an inexplicable power of unknown origin in my body. It was attached to the altar, and I obtained it." This perfect timing made Yin Nuashing's heart feel like it was hit hard by a wooden hammer. He sweated and could not help but gulp. Before and after the upheaval, the power of divine destruction. Damn it, the god here can't be referring to the heavenly god of origin and the others, right? As soon as he said this, all kinds of thoughts burst out from his mind like a volcanic eruption. Huey's dead fish eyes also bulged out. This was a very possible situation. The underworld was a group of people who survived before the upheaval of the void, and that group of people must know a lot more than him and Maple. Maybe they knew the ins and outs of this so-called power of divine destruction, so they named it that way. Then, analyzing the name, Was divine destruction a power that emerged after the collective fall of the heavenly gods of origin? After the fall of the heavenly gods of origin, there were some unknown changes in the void and the primordial realm. Yin Nuashing remembered that the little girl had said something like that at the time, and suddenly felt that his guess was very possible. But then he asked, "But why did I obtain this power? You're asking me about this, but who am I supposed to ask? My brain isn't as good as yours." Hui could not help but smile bitterly when he saw that Feng was staring at him with wide eyes. The fall of the heavenly gods of origin, the upheaval of the void, and all things in the world changed. If it is as you guessed, and the power of divine destruction appeared after the fall of the heavenly gods of origin, then there's an 80% chance that some obscure changes occurred in the void, and this change eventually involved you, who is in the realm of the gods. But there's one thing that I find very strange. From this point of view, the power of divine destruction must have an inseparable relationship with the heavenly gods of origin. A connection of order, a connection of cause and effect, or a connection of laws. But the power of divine destruction and the origin energy are two completely different things. The order, aura, and so on in the power are completely different. Yin Nuashing explained, it only appeared because of their fall and is not directly related to them. It was not born from them. So the origin energy and the power of divine destruction are different things. Otherwise, I would have known about it long ago. I have two types of power, and if they had something in common, I would have been the first to discover it. But before that, there was no connection in this regard at all. It has something to do with the void, or the heavenly gods of origin, and so on. Yin Nuashing's eyes twinkled as he spoke. A change born from the void. In the ancient age, he had encountered the primal chaos element and used it to step into the realm of heavenly gods. That was under the circumstances of the realm of 5 elements. In other words, the void or that world gave birth to the power of divine destruction on its own. I once encountered my power of divine destruction in a world. It was like the primal energy that floated in the starry sky without a master. I was thinking, could it be that it is not simply an inherited power or a power of some loophole, but I can't say for sure. The little girl heard him and said, as I said before, the void itself changed greatly after the fall of the heavenly gods of origin. They were not simply the guardians of order. Their existence itself was related to the void. They were like a part of order. Their fall had a great impact on the void and the world of order, and thus caused some loopholes to appear in this world. The power of divine destruction is one of the loopholes. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes and asked, "It is probably the most intuitive one. From what you said about them being born out of thin air in a place, I can infer something. They're not just a pure power, and they do not simply belong to anyone. They may have become a kind of energy that can only be born under certain harsh conditions." The little girl nodded and said, "If you had not mentioned this earlier, I would not have thought in this direction. It seems that I have underestimated the changes in the void." Well, he had already said that the void had a lot of troublesome matters. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Moreover, it was a series of ups and downs. He had already said that the void was definitely looking for people to be buried with it. Before it was destroyed, it would exhaust a group of people to death first. Void probably had its Sundara attribute. Perhaps it heard Yin Nuashing's nagging and was a little unhappy at this moment. Then it moved slightly. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, the abyssal death mist, is rioting on a large scale. They're gathering their power and are about to come into direct contact with the void sealing circle. At the same time, the words in their minds made Yin Nuashing and Hui jump dozens of meters high. The little girl was thinking about something with her head down. When she looked up, she found that the two of them were gone. After a while, she came down from above. She was stunned. What happened? No, nothing. Just a little pain in the ass. Yin Nuashing's face was ashen. Tiredness and sleepiness were all over his face. He just wanted to rush into the underworld and blow those bastards into pieces that could not be put back together. But that was just a thought. If he really rushed over, he did not know how many pieces he would be torn into. Speaking of which, that extremely urgent report just now sounded very familiar. It seemed that it was the one who had said the emergency report a while ago. Was this guy a mobile disaster warning system? We didn't even have time to respond. He quickly ordered his men to get into formation through soul transmission. Looking at their current position, he clenched his teeth and said, "Phone, there's no time. We have to go back and guard the front line of the void. This time, they might be serious." "What do you mean by serious? They have never played any tricks on us, okay?" Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Every time they don't tremble, the world of order from top to bottom would start operating rapidly. Then, they would tire themselves out like dogs. "Go and do your thing. Be careful. We have things to do here too." Yin Nuoxing looked at her and waved his hand to build a huge teleportation magic circle. "If you want to go to the lower realm, if you can, find the primordial realm cores of other primordial realms and ensure their safety." "Oh, okay." The little girl was a little stunned by his hurried words. She looked at them in a daze as they deployed the teleportation magic circle. After a while, she suddenly jumped up. She finally remembered that she had forgotten something. "Wait, you have to find someone to go with me. I can't handle the core of the primordial realm. Only you can handle it." Yin Nuoxing, who was about to operate the teleportation magic circle, was stunned. He was seeing stars. "What do you mean you can't handle it? Aren't you the guardian of the core of the primordial realm? I'm just an existence that is a fusion of order and concept. Compared to energy life forms like you, I'm more illusory. To put it bluntly, I'm not a life form that actually exists. Even if I can find it in them, I can't bring them back, except for the core of the 8 primordial realms." Yin Nuoxing stared. He felt that his eyeballs are going to pop out today. He quickly thought for a while and said, "It's too late. Those bastards from the underworld are at our gates. You have to find a thing first. I have to take this world away." "Huh?" The little girl was stunned. The 2 people in front of her suddenly disappeared. After a while, behind her, there was a sudden earth-shattering noise in the distant starry sky. After a series of clanging sounds and a powerful impact of order, the death mist of the abyss entrenched in the source world was kicked out. Then, there was another series of strange noises that reverberated in this world for a moment. There was an unknown sound of diarrhea in the conceptual layer of order. After a while, the whole world came to a standstill. Then, when the little girl came back to her senses, she found herself standing in the void, and the light in front of her had been replaced by a dark background. Fortunately, before they moved the source world away, she had already memorized all the clues and clues. Why did the 2 of them suddenly? She scratched her head in confusion. Suddenly, she felt a huge reaction from the death mist of the abyss behind her. She turned around and immediately understood why the 2 of them left in such a hurry. Those bastards had already come knocking on her door with weapons. There was no time for them to continue wandering. She could feel a huge storm in the world of order, and the void was turbulent under the influence of the storm. "The void is really busy." The little girl sighed. She remembered that the last time the void was so lively was before the fall of the heavenly god of origin. The storm that blew at that time was similar to what she saw today. So busy. She sighed again and stood in the void in a daze for a while. Then, she slowly tore open the barrier of the primordial realm with her little hands and slowly walked in. "I don't know when we will meet again. What will the void be like then?" To put it more exaggeratedly, after this, she did not know if she would have the chance to meet again. Wasn't the void just like that? It repeated the parting of life and death, reunions and reunions, circling and circling, circling and circling. Whether it was chaos or peace, it was just a form of the void. This matter was forced to come to an end for the time being. Whether it was the future or the present, nothing was more important than what was happening in the void now. Those who were busy fighting in the void would not know about this. There was only one thing they were doing and wanted to do from the beginning to the end. They did not have much time or energy to think about the void. It did not take much time to return from the source world to the front lines of the void. But when Yin Nuoxing and the others returned to their original positions, the battle had already been going on for some time. It was not the probing attacks like a few days ago, and it was not the situation where there was no fighting spirit and fighting spirit. The abyss of the death mist and the manifestations that appeared in front of them now had an endless desire to destroy. They could feel the crazy will from the outside, even without stepping out of the void blockade. Foam, did you notice? They seemed to have recovered after the little girl was taken away. We could still spare a millionth of his attention to chat with Yin Nuashing across the void amidst his busy commanding the battle. Yin Nuashing stood in front of the void blockade and nodded. The abyss of the death mist and the manifestations had finally ended their strange, slumping state. They no longer appeared to be absent-minded and distracted. Now, they were fully unleashing their power as the abyss of the death mist, announcing their power to the entire world of order. This was their true power to flatten a demiplane. Those consciousnesses are coming in handy. Foam, I found them. They are commanding the battle in the abyss of the death mist. If we don't get rid of them, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. The abyssal death mist and the manifestations before him were acting more and more like an elite army that had received elite training. Their fighting spirit was high, and their responses were swift. Although they were filled with an aura of madness from beginning to end, they were able to attack and retreat as they fought. They were no longer charging forward blindly and flattening everything within their sight. The previous manifestations definitely didn't have such orderly properties. It was only possible that the new commander models had come in handy. Right now, the battle had only just begun. When the battle reached its climax and the void turned into a millstone, the elites of the manifestations would probably emerge from the mist. When that happened, the world of order would have to face an army of lunatics in the form of gods descending to the mortal world. It won't affect much. If that's the case, we can only deceive them. Yin Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she showed a bitter smile. Let everyone in the divine realm activate their energy towers and enter energy destruction mode. Huh? Do it now? Isn't that the trump card we left behind? Hui was stunned for a moment. He had some doubts in his heart. However, he quickly made the arrangements. The arrangements have been made. But why? The enemy's aura is too strong. Let's cut them down first. Yin Nuashing said calmly. Looking at the scene of countless energy collapsing the void, she could not help but frown. Also, I have a bad feeling. This battle is going to be a real long battle. It won't end so quickly. When I can't go on stage, I need another strong force to go up. If there's a decline at the beginning of the battle, there's no need to fight later. Yin Nuashing still had the time to laugh at this moment. That's true. How long will it take for you to recover? I don't know. Yin Nuashing sighed deeply and shook her head slowly. The two of them looked at each other through the perspective of their souls. You've seen my situation just now. It's pretty bad. I haven't recovered yet. Just now, I messed up again. I told you not to be so reckless. You didn't listen. He rolled his eyes. A violent tremor came from the void, shaking the huge defensive barrier that they used to face the incoming army. Yin Nuashing turned his attention and looked at the battle between all kinds of strange things and the creatures of order. He frowned slightly and said worriedly, Hui, don't die. Hui was stunned. He had goosebumps all over his body. Hey, I've always been the one saying that to you. Since when did you have the right to say that to me? Hey, don't just laugh. Did you see something? See what? Yin Nuashing shook her head. I didn't see anything. I just felt something. The Longwall realm and the Saint Spirit realm have also been notified. They will bring the reinforcements from the worlds of order to the front line of the void to defend. The front line has not been completely stabilized yet. However, we don't have time to worry too much. Yin Nuashing said softly. Looking at the battle in front of her, she looked at her hands with some frustration and clenched her fists. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. When the worlds of order are in such a terrible state, we can only do our best. We looked up silently. Yeah, he also felt that this battle might have started a few days ago. Right now, it had just evolved into the most intense moment. The wheel of the void had begun to spin faster again. Chapter 1480. 100 million years. The beginning of a 9-digit year was a long period of time. Although he wanted to use some method to record that long and difficult time, he realized that there was nothing worth mentioning after careful consideration. 100 million years passed in the blink of an eye to the void, and compared to an era, it was still missing another 100 million. 100 million years, a 9-digit year, was a time of great changes for some worlds. The world might have gone through several changes, evolving from the most primitive era where people carried stones and wrapped leaves to an era where everyone could fly, traverse the stars, go up to the sky and down to the ground. After that, everything would return to the starting point and start all over again, often repeating the cycle several times. There might also be some things that never changed, with the world of order repeating chaos and peace as usual. The new generation would inherit the old generation, treading on the old generation's path and moving forward, while the living would take the place of the dead, allowing everything to move forward as normal. That was the case for the world of order and the void. Swaying and swaying, a long period of time would unknowingly disappear. Long and lonely? It would be great if it was really lonely. That was the least lonely 100 million years he had experienced. Every day, he would wield the nether void sword and carry billions of formations to sweep across the void. Parting with life and death was just a slightly special cycle among the many cycles. Many had come and gone from this place, but the only thing that did not change was their firm determination to guard the edge of order. The heavily wounded follow the lightly wounded and retreat into the void sealing circle. Seize the time to recover. Warriors of the divine realm, heed my orders. Activate energy towers and energy barriers and begin clearing the battlefield. The echelons at the back fill in the gaps in the energy barriers. Do not attempt to cross that boundary, or you will be blasted into a piece of charcoal by your own people. People were replaced, energy rumbled, and vast galaxies of energy raged through the void. In front of them, there was also an energy that seemed capable of destroying worlds again and again. They went back and forth, constantly fighting, constantly waving the weapons in their hands, releasing the enormous energy in their bodies, blocking the invasion of the enemies from the chaotic world. Numbness? Perhaps there were, but time had diluted their numbness. They could no longer remember when was the last time they rested, or when was the last time they pretended to be mortals to drink and eat. Those who could not adapt had long been eliminated. Those who were still standing on the battlefield were all ruthless people who could fight in the void for thousands of years without wavering. Yin Nuoxing and the others, they had never stopped from the beginning. None of the warriors of the divine realm had more than 2 hours to retreat. They stood at every corner of the void front line, forming a unique line of defense. Yin Nuoxing had stopped a few times, but that was at the very beginning. The first few times, it was because his body had not recovered, and he was knocked out by Jing Yuanji to heal his wounds. Other times, it was mostly because Siyu and Feng Qing Wang could not take it anymore. He had no choice but to bring them back. However, it only took him a few minutes to settle them down before he slipped away. There were 10,000 thoughts in his mind that told him to stop and accompany the two girls. 10,000 thoughts in exchange for 3 minutes of persistence. He left. The next time they met was still at the front line. It had only been a few days, and the two girls seemed to have become a lot stronger. Little Star, the energy arrays are almost depleted. Do you want to stop and recharge? Or do you want to continue pouring energy? Siyu walked up from the side and looked at Yin Nuoxing. 2 5-color divine halos were spinning casually behind her. Continue attacking until the energy towers are overloaded. Tell Yuanji to prepare the next batch of energy towers and stuff the replacement towers into the void seal. Yin Nuoxing did not have to think much before he answered. He had said this many times before. The resources they had consumed over the years were probably enough to fill an empty world of light. Those resources were all converted by means of planar laws and other means, and were generated out of thin air. Just the energy towers in the realm of gods have been replaced one after another. The energy crystals were not used up much, but the energy towers as carriers could not hold on. Sometimes, they would simply hug an energy crystal and use it as an energy node to attack. Yin Nuoxing turned his attention away slightly. He glanced at the slim girl beside him and was a little dazed. It was only when he noticed the two divine halos behind her that he came back to his senses. Yes, it had been 100 million years. Even Siyu had ascended to rebirth. He felt a little emotional as he watched her skillfully assist him in commanding the energy arrays. Unknowingly, you have reached this level. Siyu froze for a moment when she heard a voice that was different from usual. It was not an order, nor did it carry any other meaning. She turned her head when she noticed Yin Nuoxing's gaze. After a moment, she smiled brightly. Unknowingly, I don't know how many years have passed. But, my Lord Observer, now is not the time to be distracted. Yin Nuoxing smiled faintly and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. The two of them felt a little more relaxed after just one sentence. This was probably the only time they could relax during this period of time, if they didn't count the time when he was absent-minded. Wait, how is the situation? Yin Nuoxing began to confirm the situation in various parts of the void. I Ching, Qing Jun, report the situation. There are no accidents, Lord Feng. Lord Feng, everything is normal. Qing Jun and I Ching's answers were also the same. This also meant that the situation in the void battlefront was not a big problem. There were a few accidents in the past 100 million years. The abyssal death fog suddenly condensed a huge force that impacted their entire void blockade. The powerful force that broke out for a moment made Yin Nuoxing and the others have to choose to retreat. The blockade would also shrink as a result, retreating little by little towards the upper plane. However, their current location was still in the middle plane, and there was still a long distance from the upper plane. Buddy, everything is normal here. It has been a long time since the last large-scale impact of the abyssal death fog. Huey's voice began to sound after a minute. Thousands of years? I can't remember the specific time. Yin Nuoxing breathed a long sigh of relief in his soul. It had been a long, very long time. So many years had passed, and so many things had happened during those years, constantly impacting his memory and soul. How could he still remember the things that were the turning point? Has the realm stabilized? You asked me this question 1,000 years ago. We could not help but smile bitterly. They had been highly focused on commanding the battle. They were the core of the battlefield, and the direction of the battle depended on their will. So they could not relax for a moment and had been tense all the time. Even the energy life forms could not bear this level of concentration. Oh, is that so? I can't remember clearly. Then answer me again. Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned and could not help but shake his head. It's stabilized, but the road after the Yuanshe realm is difficult to walk. It needs to be explored bit by bit. Although it's not good to talk about these things in the current situation, it's okay to be lazy. Just 1 minute and say a few words. Hui scratched his head and laughed. The road of the Yuanshe realm is very different from all the realms we have experienced before. I haven't figured it out yet. I'll tell you when I have time. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. She did not know when the wind would be. They could not even tell when they would have time. Hui Lian had been entangled in the void front line. It took him many years to reach the Yuanshe realm and stabilize himself bit by bit. It was not easy to reach this step. How could he have more time to study? The soul communication only took a very short amount of time. It had only been less than a minute since the conversation with Siyu. Yin Nuoxing once again focused his attention on this boundless dark void. Looking at the constant collision between the order and the death fog of the abyss, his expression once again calmed down. He used a calm tone to convey one order after another, commanding the power of the world of order. After arranging many things, Yin Nuoxing breathed into his palm. After a while, he said to Jing Yuanji, Yuanji, I'll leave the command to you. Take care of Siyu and Feng. I'm going out for a walk. Lord Feng, I wish you all the best. Yin Nuoxing slowly walked out of the energy barrier. That tiny figure attracted everyone's attention in an instant. The life forms of the world of order all turned their attention to him. They watched him walk out step by step. His body was surging with a dazzling white light. Waves of energy surged out from his body like waves. The attacks that were launched from the energy barrier were all swept into the dazzling white energy storm. The power was strengthened by dozens of times and poured into the direction of the abyss of death, mist along with the storm. Nihility, origin order. With a murmur, a shockwave that was powerful enough to overturn the void rushed to every corner of the void. The abyss of death mist and the manifestations that were close to it were all sent tumbling. His power had also increased a lot after that. However, he still couldn't touch that layer of barrier. It was as if he was rejected by the primeval realm. He was like a drowning person struggling in the middle of the sea. There was no shore in sight. He was lonely and helpless. Forget it. He didn't feel lonely or helpless. He was still the most powerful attack in the world of order. He was much more powerful than the last time when the world of gods was attacked. It was just that he was a little regretful that he couldn't kick open that door. In the middle and late stages of the 51st era of the primeval realm, the long war was still evolving little by little. The battle in the void was still chaotic and never-ending. In the world of gods, it had also been 100 million years since the departure of the gods. It was difficult for the things that happened in the depths of the void to spread to the world of gods. In the beginning, there was indeed a lot of panic. However, when the creation's barrier was restored in time, many people stuffed their hearts back into their chests to prevent their hearts from jumping up and down. To them, as long as they could see the creation's barrier, they would feel that the two great masters had not left and were still protecting the world of gods. The transparent barrier that covered the sky seemed to be an extension of the two great masters' myth. However, the collective disappearance of the gods in the world of gods was still a topic of discussion in the world of practitioners. First, a group of people who stood at the top of the pyramid left together. Then, almost 90% of the rebirth state experts disappeared. Just like the time more than 100 million years ago, the experts of the world of gods turned out in full force. This time, they left even more cleanly. There was almost no one left who knew about it. The only thing that the disciples of the major forces and families could confirm was that their ancestors, divine ancestors, and primogenitors were still alive and well. However, they did not know where they had gone. Even if there was a conflict between the major forces, there was no way to call them back. It was as if they had collectively given up on the world of gods. These things had always been given the title of mystery and did not evolve into a ghost story. Those who still had the time to think about it mostly classified it as a continuation of the previous incident. Although they themselves did not know what had happened back then, this did not stop them from talking about these things clearly and logically. There were many who followed behind to help fill in the holes, but there were also many who were there to tear down the stage, bicker, and spread rumors. The people of each faction had their own opinions, and sometimes they would even fight over a small point of view, as if they were the people who had been there to witness everything back then. The funniest thing was that these so-called insiders all came out of their mothers' wombs in the recent tens of millions of years. That's right, they had nothing to do with the things that happened more than 100 million years ago. Then, they gathered in various places and talked about it with great eloquence. Every word they said could arouse the emotions of the listeners. Some observant people had even compiled a small booklet of the various sayings of these big sects. The Pantheon had left the Pantheon in search of a new world. They were opening up a new world in another world and were still working hard. Once they were done, they would bring their people and leave the Pantheon for a better world to live in. This was the version that had the most supporters and supporters. However, the Pantheon was the #1 major world. There was no such thing as a better world. It could only be said that the new generation had nothing better to do. There were many things that they did not understand. The gods went to seek revenge for the great war that happened in the divine realm some years ago. They fought a long and eternal war in the void until the enemies who attacked the divine realm were completely annihilated. This was the most popular version among the people. It was said that there was indeed a little bit of similarity. They probably heard part of it from those who witnessed the war back then and combined it with their own processing. However, Long Sky and the other distorted race fellows had all died in that war. Now, they were being dragged out to whip their corpses. It was really tragic. There were also some who said that the gods had gone to solve the problem of the void overcrowding, to purge those who were causing trouble in the void, to go to the lower primordial realm, and so on. These were all versions of the story that only a few people agreed with. Anyway, there were a lot of people who said these things, and everyone who said these things had completely turned into the crowd who was present at the scene of the war. They also said that they were something at the scene. They cried and danced with joy. It was so convincing that they almost believed it, if not for the fact that they did not keep their expression straight. Although I have no idea where you got the missing information from and came up with these flimsy stories and legends, the matter itself is not that complicated. They just went out together for something and still can't solve it. They can't come back. The second version is a little similar, but they did not go for revenge. In a huge restaurant, a slim and graceful young girl in a yellow dress couldn't help but speak up when she heard the words, "I know, and I know." The effect was immediate. The entire restaurant was in an uproar. Some people threw dozens of questions at the girl, but more people began to seize the words in the new version of the story that she said, using her words to prove their own. Many of them inverted black and white, giving irrelevant answers and speaking on different channels. In the end, the quarrel escalated from a quarrel to a brawl. The entire restaurant instantly turned into a training ground. A large group of people from all over the world caused a ruckus in other people's restaurants. It was not until they were all thrown out by the owner of the restaurant that the world suddenly quieted down. What a bunch of weird people. Humans are really weird. What's there to argue about? If you really want to know the so-called truth, you just have to go to the void and you'll find out. Yuan Kong had not left the table since the chaotic brawl behind him. He was still leisurely eating his food and drinking his tea. As he ate, he suddenly put down his chopsticks and could not help but sigh. Initially, he came out to find something fun to do and, at the same time, get involved in the affairs of the mortal world. He did not expect that he would not be able to escape from the whirlpool of events. Even the realm of the gods was in such a mess. The entire realm of order was probably in an uproar because of this matter. "Boss, I'll leave the money here." Yuan Kong let out a long sigh and got up to leave the restaurant. When he walked out the door, he saw a bunch of people lying on the street in front of him. They were all the people who were talking about the commotion in the restaurant. Even if they were lying there, they would still say things like, "I'm the one who's right," or "You're bullshitting." They were really persistent. This year was the 100 millionth year. Yuan Kong had been in the realm of the gods for a little more than 100 million years. After Yin Nuoxing and her sister left, she became the second observer, observing and learning everything about the realm of the gods. Although she was left at home most of the time, she was still very clear about the things that happened in the depths of the void. Every once in a while, she would be able to contact her sister directly. She would also be able to exchange a few words with that not-so-annoying fellow. The cycle repeated day after day. The flow of time has changed, and a new generation has appeared in the deity realm. While the deities were away on their expeditions, many more rebirth realm beings have appeared, and the new generation is also growing strong. What an inconceivable world. Yuan Kong was casually strolling on the streets, following the river and the mountainous region of the city into the distance. For other worlds, losing 90% of their peak forces would probably cause chaos. However, because of the existence of two divine roles, the realm of the gods has always remained peaceful. However, the stories of the older generation still continued in the realm of the gods. Just like what she had heard and seen during this period of time, there were all kinds of stories. If it weren't for the fact that this group of people was purely guessing and deducing why the gods left, Yuan Kong would have thought that they were afraid that the realm of order wasn't chaotic enough and wanted to add 2 more flames to the realm of the gods. In the past 100 million years, there were no outsiders. Those who originally stayed in the realm of the gods were still there, either as tourists or simply settled down. Divine Shadow City was still Divine Shadow City, but after the initial bustle, it was now a little quieter. It was not hard to understand. According to that not-so-annoying fellow, 60 to 70% of the forces in the realm of order were gathered at the front lines of the void. Those who came to other worlds to cause trouble or visit back then were probably now fighting at the front lines. Peaceful, it's really peaceful. Yuan Kong muttered to himself as he stood by the riverside. The realm of the gods was currently so peaceful that there was nothing that could be considered a disturbance. Battles big and small were either due to the concept of race, territory, or simply because you didn't like the look of me and I glanced at you. There was nothing new or meaningful about it. Although there were new lives being born and dying in this world at every moment, she still felt a trace of boredom and boredom. Those who lived in peace thought that the waves in the bathtub were the storms they experienced, but they did not realize that outside the bathtub was a boundless ocean. The storms and undercurrents that could come at any time could swallow them up. She did not know if they would notice that the person who helped them hold up the peaceful domain at the edge of their lives was fighting for this world, risking everything, and could not even come back. Yuan Kong sighed deeply and looked down at her hands. She suddenly felt that it was about time. She mustered the courage to touch the seed in her soul that she had never touched before. Clenching her little hands, her red lips trembled, and she spoke softly. "Big idiot, I miss you and my sister. Let me go help." Chapter 1481. Time was a very mysterious factor. It gave all things in the world a unit of measurement that was on the same parallel line. The beings living in the void always liked to use time to remember things that would disappear easily or things that would disappear in a flash. Just like the void at this moment, 100 million years had passed without them noticing. It was a long and endless time. She had also crossed 100 million years of time, going back and forth in the Yuan realm, constantly searching. The territory of order has shrunk by another 1%. The little girl stood on a barren and lonely planet, surrounded by chaos and emptiness. Nothing existed. She breathed into her palm and stared at the void for a long time. She could not help but shake her head and mumble to herself, "I wonder how they are doing." Even with their help in the past 100 million years, the power of order is still slowly weakening. I'm afraid the situation at the front lines is not much better. She and the others who were running at the front lines of the void and the rules probably did not have a good time in the past 100 million years. Yin Nuoxing and the others were guarding the front lines of the void and did not have much time to breathe. She, on the other hand, had been wandering around the Yuan realm for 100 million years. She had visited all 8 primordial realms before returning to the 8 primordial realms. For the time being, I've greeted the guardians of the other primordial realms cores. Let's hope nothing happened to them. The little girl rubbed her little hands. She thought that she was the only altar that had a guardian consciousness. She did not expect the other primordial realms to have one as well. However, unlike her, they could not run around as they pleased. They needed to guard the world of the altar and could not even transform. She was a unique example. She went to confirm that the primordial realms cores of the other primordial realms were all fine. It seemed that only the 8 primordial realms core had run away on its own. They were monitoring some special big movements in the void. They did not see the 8 primordial realms core and only found traces left behind by it. They followed these traces and searched, running around in the void. After 100 million years, they finally returned to the 8 primordial realms. She looked at the void in the distance, and a faint light appeared on her body. She lifted her feet and walked into the distance. The void of order had become a lot more oppressive. The shock waves from the collision between the energies of order and chaos spread out from the front line of the void. The energy shock waves that contained a large amount of complex laws couldn't be easily broken down by the void. They drifted along with the flow and drifted about. Even in the void of order, this kind of aura could be felt. It made people feel uncomfortable, as if even the void had some undetectable changes because of this. The current void environment has a low level of order, and the balance is slightly skewed. Order energy is in a highly active state, but it can't resist the invasion of chaotic energy. A large amount of meaningless consumption of order energy and the laws of order have produced a considerable amount of waste products. They have accumulated in the depths of the void to form new sins of order. The lower and middle planes are the core of a large amount of accumulation. The sins of order that won't dissipate and can't be released will destroy the foundation of the void. However, it hasn't reached that level yet. The little girl couldn't help but frown as she inspected the middle and lower planes. That place was also quite dangerous for her. The endless abyssal death shroud piled up in those places. She wanted to go and have a look but she might be caught by the abyssal death shroud as soon as she showed up. This time, they might not have the time to come and save her. However, if the sins of order there are not dealt with, it will have a huge impact on the void. The little girl sighed softly. She rubbed her hands, and the direction she was walking in suddenly deviated in another direction. It seemed that she had to go and meet them. By the way, the new traces also pointed to the Eight Elements realm. She couldn't find it in the previous search. Perhaps it was because it was dark under the light. This time, she had to go to some places that she had already been to and search again. The front line of the void. Spring, wind, and autumn came. No, there were no such romantic words in the void. There was only loneliness, desolation, and destruction in the void, especially in such a battlefield that was completely unsuitable for the survival of life. The only thing that could be seen was that the void was as lively as ever. In the endless battle between the power of order and the power of chaos, there was no so-called tomorrow. There was no so-called hope. They were not even allowed to have the time to think about hope. They had to stay here for a long time and let the memory of the battle be engraved in their bodies so that they would subconsciously swing their weapons when they see the enemy. That was the only thing they could do, and it was also the state that they would reach in the end. If there was a wish that they were allowed to have, it would be to live on. To live on today, to live on from the battlefield, to stand tall in the end. That was their only wish. Eternity, that was probably a concept that everyone would understand. Even if the word eternity was the norm for the heavenly gods like them, it was only at this moment that most of them truly understood the meaning of the word and the weight that it represented. The battle has entered a state of equilibrium. The abyssal death shroud's onslaught has been maintained for a total of 101,770 years. Recorded. Yin Nuoxing stood at the forefront, his black starry robes stained with the blood of his own people and the energy of the abyssal death shroud. The vast and boundless tide had changed over the last few days as if it had entered a different state. Now, their gradual retreat was proof of that. However, he knew very well that it was not because the abyssal death shroud was tired, but because they needed some time to properly digest the 1% of order territory that they had gained over 100 million years. The coming battle would only tire us even more and catch us off guard. Usually, the most tiring time is not during the white-hot phase of the battle, but during the period of equilibrium that follows. Yin Nuoxing pressed both hands on the hilt of the nether void sword and breathed deeply. The period of equilibrium is upon us. The abyssal death shroud would use all means to attempt to breach the void defenses at a small cost. This time, they still have so many sentient individuals within. This period of equilibrium will be difficult. Yin Nuoxing waited until the battlefield behind him was almost cleaned up, and the wounded had all returned to the void sealing circle before he pulled out the nether void sword, turned around, and walked into the void sealing circle. Jing Yuanji, who was beside him, saw this and slowly retreated in the direction of the abyssal death mist, guarding against any sudden attacks from the enemy. No need to be nervous. Their sentient individuals have already left the battlefield, so there won't be any ambush that you're worried about. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and pulled Jing Yuanji back into the blockade. He looked at the situation on the wall and muttered to himself for a moment before saying softly, "Clean up and recover. Set up watchers on the wall and be alert for any attack from the abyssal death shroud at any moment. The watchers need to be in batches and soak in the energy of the purification runes for at least 2 hours every day to prevent the abyssal death shroud from invading. Now, time is hard to come by. Let's all get some rest." Scattered sounds could be heard on the wall as the wounded were carried down. Those who could still move and not die simply sat cross-legged on the wall, cultivating and recovering as they stared at the abyssal death shroud. The expression on their faces was as stiff as those who had been frozen in the northern ice realm for billions of years. The numbness and dullness had long been worn away by who knows how many years ago. At this moment, they would only follow the orders of their bodies, or the orders of Yin Nuoxing and the others. This was probably the after effect. Even if the battle really ended and peace was restored in the void one day, they would not recover so quickly. They would remain in this state for a long time, forever in the state they were in before they turned into killing machines. Yin Nuoxing suppressed a trace of anxiety in his heart. After inspecting the situation here and confirming the problem with the defenses, he flew towards a direction in the city with Jing Yuanji, without time to rest and recover. There was a building in the city that was similar to the house in the secluded mountain. It was left behind by Yuan Kong after she came to the city. Speaking of which, it had been 1,770 years since that girl came to this place. The two of them came to the front of the house and gently pushed the door open. The internal structure was different from the house in the void. This small house had 3 floors. Yin Nuoxing's room was on the 3rd floor, but he had never used it, while Siyu and Feng Qinghuang's rooms were on the 2nd floor. In the hall on the 1st floor, Yuan Kong, who was wearing a light yellow dress, saw the door open and quickly went to open it. "Idiot, you're back. Where's my sister?" Yin Nuoxing pointed at his head and shook his head. "She's asleep. In the last period of time, she overdid it and couldn't hold on any longer. She fell asleep." After confirming that everything was fine, Yuan Kong heaved a sigh of relief. However, she seemed to have heard something worth paying attention to. She was slightly puzzled. In the last period of time? What time? What happened at the front line? The war has probably entered the 2nd phase. 100 million years after the abyssal death mist attacked the world of order, the war has gradually entered a period of balance. The underworld will probably need some time to deal with the 1% of their newly conquered territories. During this period of time, there will be a rare respite. But on the other hand, they may appear in front of us anytime. Yin Nuoxing closed the door. "How see you?" "Same old, no changes. She's sleeping there every day. There's no sign of her waking up." Yuan Kong spread out her hands. "Sister Qinghuang is by her side every day. She's fine, but it's not a good idea to go on like this. Idiot, you have to wake Sister Siyu up. Otherwise, I feel like something is missing at home." Yuan Kong took the battle robes that Jing Yuanji and Yin Nuoxing took off and whispered to them. Yin Nuoxing's expression froze. Home. Actually, at first glance, it could be considered a home. If it wasn't for the abyssal death mist, they had lived together for more than 100 million years. In concept, it did feel like a home. But in reality, Yin Nuoxing shook his head and didn't think much about it. He didn't have the time to think about it. What he needed to do now was to see Siyu and heal her. After that, he would adjust his condition. The abyssal death mist had attacked them for 100 million years. They had been defending against it for 100 million years. Even he felt that it was a little unbearable. She tiptoed to the 2nd floor and pushed open the door to Siyu's room. The sunlight from the void front line shone into the room through the window, making the room much brighter. Feng Qinghuang was sitting against the wall with a book in her hand. The door facing her suddenly opened. She raised her head and put down the book in her hand. She walked forward. "You're back." As soon as he opened the door, he felt a fragrant breeze. Yin Nuoxing instinctively opened his arms and hugged the girl tightly. "I can rest for a while. How's the front line?" "It's good. The equilibrium period is here. The battle has entered the 2nd phase. It will be more difficult in the future. Rest well. Be careful." "You too." This simple conversation had only been said a few times in the past 100 million years, but it was as if he had long been accustomed to it and had really integrated into his life. It was not until he heard this sentence that Yin Nuoxing felt completely relaxed. After a long time, Feng Qinghuang left Yin Nuoxing's arms and pulled him to the bedside. Then, she bent down and touched the face of the person on the bed. Xingxing is back." Yin Nuoxing leaned against the edge of the bed and sat down. The little girl lying on the bed had a rosy face. However, her body did not have a trace of vitality. Her soul had returned to silence. She lay there quietly, but it was as if she had already died. In a chaotic battle 1,000 years ago, the energy barrier was broken. Siyu was penetrated by a huge manifestation using energy. Little Angel protected her soul and life. However, she seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Even after 1,000 years, there were still no signs of her waking up. 100 million years of peace. However, he did not expect that an accident would happen in 1,000 years. He was worried that there would be a second accident. After that, he threw Feng Qing Huang and Yuan Kong back. Yun Nuoxing's soul extended to his hand and gently placed it on Siyu's palm. He took in her condition. The power of the death mist in the abyss has been cleared. The damage caused by the laws has been repaired. The divine power protecting Ming is still working. It's fine. Don't worry. Siyu is fine. She can wake up. Feng Qing Huang was surprised. Yun Nuoxing patted Feng Qing Huang's hair and said with a smile, she still needs some time. The severe injury this time has broken through her seal. If there are no accidents, she will ascend to the next level when she wakes up. There will be no after effects. Feng Qing Huang let out a long sigh of relief. She smiled sweetly. Yun Nuoxing looked at the little girl on the bed. He held her little hand with both of his hands and gently transferred the power of order belonging to the observer into her body. The body and soul that had been silent for a long time suddenly became more active. Even the signs of life that had disappeared completely recovered. She began to breathe softly. Long time no see. Ah, did I come at the wrong time? When he was transferring power to see you, another voice suddenly sounded beside him. Yin Nuoxing was startled. He stopped and turned around. He saw a little girl with long grayish-blue hair standing in front of him. The expression on her face was the same as the group of people who had just retreated from the front line. It was fatigue that had solidified into eternity. The numbness had completely dissipated. You have returned from the other primordial realm? How is the situation? Feng Qing Huang was about to ask who she was when she suddenly heard Yun Nuoxing speak. She stood quietly at the side like a red figure in the background and listened quietly. Well, the other primordial realms are fine. It seems that the primordial realm core of our primordial realm has escaped. The little girl sighed deeply. She found a place to sit at the foot of the bed and immediately slumped down. You guys are not in good condition either. Yin Nuoxing nodded and did not hide anything. We all need to rest for a while. The hard injuries are very serious. The only thing to be happy about is that the peak level has not fallen in the past 100 million years. Otherwise, the days ahead would be even more difficult. I'll rest. I also want to rest. I am exhausted after 100 million years. The little girl still slumped down on the bed. Her face was gloomy and troubled. By the way, I have bad news. Don't look at me like that. I have no choice but to come to you guys. When she said the word bad news, Yun Nuoxing's face instantly turned gloomy as if the end of the world had arrived. She could not help but smile bitterly. She braced herself and said, very bad news. Why don't I tell you later? Let you rest for a while first? Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, then exhaled deeply and then deeply. Before he could repeat himself, he wanted to bang his head against the wall and faint. Damn it. He had just retreated from the front line and had not even rested for 10 minutes before the guardian of the primordial realm core brought him some bad news. Moreover, there was an 80% chance that it was related to the abyss death mist. At present, there is only one thing in the void that could be classified as bad news. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. At Indian and at Feng Qing Huang and the little girl were speechless. Here it comes. The vulgarities in the divine realm are all censored as soon as they open their mouths. Forget it. I'll rest later. You tell me first. If it's something really troublesome, the earlier I know, the better. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand dispiritedly, looking like he had nothing left to live for. Oh, then I will tell you. The little girl propped herself up on the bed. She was silent for a moment. Then she slowly opened her mouth and told Yin Nuoxing about the situation in the void that she had seen along the way. The sin of order, the order of the void, and all kinds of troublesome problems that belong to the conceptual level of the rules and other levels. Every piece of information was like a blow to the back of Yin Nuoxing's head. He saw stars and his eyes were dizzy. After she finished, she pursed her lips and pondered for a moment. Then she decided to add, that's it in a nutshell. Then what if it's more complicated? Yin Nuoxing was speechless. The little girl took a deep breath and started talking nonstop. Feng Qing Huang, who was listening by the side, sat on the edge of the bed and supported Yin Nuoxing. The latter opened his eyes wide and scratched his head. In the end, the little girl concluded, The order of the void is about to die. However, with a safety valve in place, the order of the void will not fall below its limit. You don't have to worry about that. It's just that in the current environment of the void, the order of the void is already quite weak. Nothing has happened yet, but after a while, you will probably see a huge change in the void. Some things that don't exist in this world will emerge from the depths of the void, and all sorts of demons and monsters will scramble to crawl out and participate in the dance party, the dance of demons. As the little girl spoke, she began to feel tired. She lay back on the bed and sighed tiredly. Yin Nuashing scratched her head. Does this mean that the bottom layer of the void's rules and concepts will be reversed? That's right. Then what's the safety valve you mentioned? Is it a symbol of a concept? Or is it something that actually exists? Yin Nuashing frowned. It's just a concept. The order of the void will only be weakened. There won't be a time when it's out of order, unless... The little girl coughed and stared at Yin Nuashing with her grayish-blue eyes. Unless there's a big change in the pattern of the void. The balance of the three elements of origin is completely messed up, and it's really over. Her silly laughter couldn't erase Yin Nuashing's headache. The sin of order was probably the sin of the world. Then, the other strange things and the weakening of the order of the void were probably caused by the things that the underworld and the others had done in the lower plane. At that time, it was just a guess. Now it was confirmed. Those things had something to do with the pattern of the void. They were planning to tamper with the rules of the void. If things went wrong, the entire void would be destroyed. They were really playing a big game. After she spoke, the room fell into a long and strange silence. There were only 4 sounds of breathing. The little girl's eyes were closed as if she had fallen asleep. Yin Nuashing sat on the edge of the bed with her hands crossed over her mouth. She looked gloomy, as if a storm was coming. Since you've come to me, you must have some plans, right? After a long time, Yin Nuashing slowly opened her mouth and looked at the little girl who had opened her eyes. Tell me about your plan. How do you plan to solve these things? Chapter 1482. The pattern of the void. This concept was given to it by the beings living in the void. Generally speaking, only the void would affect itself. For example, if it suddenly flipped over, both order and non-order would shudder, or if it suddenly felt sleepy, some non-order domains would surge with a wave of energy and then be pinned down by the power of order in the void to give it a good beating. In the end, it would be as if nothing had happened. The void itself was inclined towards order. The existence of non-order was a small loophole in the void, but the impact was not big, and the problem was not big. It was like a living being. Before its spirit suffered an inhuman heavy blow, it sought to survive. It was instinctive to want to live, and it was the same for the void to develop towards order. This was the situation that Yin Nuo Planet and Mo Ing had talked about that day. It was not arranged by anyone, but the situation that the void wanted to develop was just the situation that the void wanted to develop. Therefore, in most cases, the patterns of the void leaned towards order. Order was the normal state of the void, while non-order were loopholes that allowed them to survive in certain nooks and crannies before they attracted the attention of the Great Order. History had never recorded what would happen if the patterns of the void leaned towards non-order. And from a literal point of view, the void would probably be filled with the power of non-order. But that is not the case. The pattern of the void was actually in a state of balance from the beginning. It was said to show order, but the void of order was huge enough to attract everyone's attention. So from a cognitive point of view, the pattern of the void is order. But there's a concept that many do not know. Less than half of the people in the void know about this concept, the chaotic void. Yin Nuashing sat in the hall, explaining to Jing Yuanji and the others some trivial things about the void. The chaotic void and the void of order are the same size. They are both infinite, and the two voids exist independently. The chaotic void is located at the edge of the void of order, and there is an eternal zone of chaos. The chaotic law is the only void law there. But compared to the chaotic void, it is normal, and there will not be any strange phenomena. Because over there, non-order is normal, and order is also allowed to exist. Beings with the power of order will not be suppressed by the non-order just because they enter the chaotic void. Jing Yuanji and the others who were listening in the soul were stunned. Why can order survive in the chaotic void? This time, it was Hui who answered. The chaotic void is more like an ancient and eternal banished land to the entire void. You should know that the world lights will drift in the void. Huge world groups will drift very slowly, and due to the condensation of the great order and rules, they will not drift very far and will slowly return to their original place. Independent world lights are wanderers. They will drift little by little in the void. They will drift along the waves endlessly, and their destination is the void. Yin Nuashing continued Huey's words. The non-order rules of the void of chaos will slowly disintegrate the world lights that drift in and return them to the void. Some world lights that are strong enough and have a thick enough world barrier can stay in the void of chaos. And when they leave the void of order, they will not be disintegrated by the void of order due to their age. The void of chaos is relatively lazy, and if it cannot consume something, it will keep it and not deal with it. In fact, if you're interested, you can go to the void of chaos and deliberately search, and you can find some world lights that are very old left in that place. Generally speaking, we rarely go to the void of chaos. You are the same, which is why we rarely talk about it. The pattern of the void we usually talk about refers to the void of order, which is usually order. But now, Yin Nuashing muttered to herself for a moment. Now, the order of the void of order has slightly declined, which is not a good sign. The most direct thing that can affect us now is that the power of the abyssal death shroud will gradually increase. As the order of the world of order declines, the power of the non-order forces that are suppressed on the whole, such as the abyssal death shroud and the underworld, will gradually return to normal. There was a series of gasps in their souls, and it was so loud that their teeth almost fell out. Don't be so nervous. Maple is right, but you didn't hear him out. Hui waved his hand and said, the abyssal death shroud and the underworld can basically be considered as the dangers of the primeval realm. That realm can completely offset the discomfort brought to them by the world of order. Therefore, even if they really recover their power by suppressing the order of the world of order, they will not be more than 3% stronger than they are now. But that 3% is still quite a bit of pressure for the entire void defensive line. Yin Nuashing slowly sat up straight. For us, the situation is still fine. If we were to fight alone, I could suppress the battle on one side of the void, and each of you could simultaneously fight against 10,000 peak origin manifestations. But if we include that 3%, it is not as simple as having 300 more. It could be a threshold that exceeds the worst effect of chain reaction, and I might become the one who has to face two primeval heavenly gods at the same time. Everyone who had just breathed a sigh of relief became very nervous again. No matter what, every bit of strength the enemy had was a bit of pressure for them. Under the advantage of the enemy's time, place, and numbers, let alone 3%, even 1% would be enough to make them feel uneasy. We could not help but sigh as he listened to the whispers. This was probably one of the reasons why the underworld kept tampering with the void. If they sped up the roulette just a little bit, the balance of all things in the void would be broken. They wanted to settle all of this faster. Leaving the people of the divine realm to discuss among themselves, Yin Nuashing, Hui, I Ching, and the others turned to the other side of the soul communication channel. Hui looked left and right, then turned his gaze to Yin Nuashing. How is that little girl? Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. She is fine. She has recovered. The next time she wakes up, she will probably break through to the next realm. She is only 100 years later than Qing Huang. Hui nodded. What do you plan to do this time? Let's go together? Yin Nuashing gritted her teeth, her fingers unconsciously rubbing her forehead. She closed her eyes and looked sleepy and distressed. Seeing her like this, I Ching, Qing Jun, and Jing Yuanji did not know what to say, so they lowered their heads in silence. Taking a deep breath, Yin Nuashing rubbed her face and said, the things that should be solved still have to be solved. Delaying won't let the things that should happen end, just like this war. From the beginning, I said that this was something that we would face sooner or later. No matter how much we prepare, it will not be enough. Since we haven't even prepared enough, we can only use our lives to make up for this gap. If we can save 1% of the victory, then it will be worth it. Jing Yuanji had been looking at her eyes. Suddenly, she lowered her head and said softly, "But if we make a mistake, we will lose everything." The atmosphere instantly became even more silent. Yin Nuoxing shook his head helplessly and laughed bitterly. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Therefore, they can't make any mistakes. They can't make any mistakes. They have to accurately find the one and only one in the tens of millions of numbers. One chance, but countless events. It was too difficult. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. "We have no choice. We can only take one step at a time. If we stop moving forward because of fear, that would be the worst result. Use the least amount of power, the least amount of people, and quickly end the battle. One route, one chance, that's it. You and I will go. The rest of you guard the void." The abyssal death mist isn't a human. Their consciousness won't be able to determine whether or not the important people guarding the city are present. Yin Nuoxing said. Seeing that Jing Yuanji was about to make a move, he hurriedly gave her a look. The latter's pretty face trembled when she was glanced at, but she could only hold back her words and hold them back. Arrange things over there, and then come find me. We will wait for you here." After the private meeting on this side, and after arranging things for the people of the celestial realm, the soul communication ended. Yin Nuoxing's vision returned to his body. Just as he sat down and breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a pair of bright eyes staring at him. He turned his head and saw Jing Yuanji sitting on the sofa. She was staring at him as if saying, "Why didn't you bring me along?" He could not help but smile bitterly. Although the abyssal death mist can't tell, the commander can't leave all at once. That little guy is only suitable for mobilizing his own people and the people of the world of order. But they still don't understand the fighting style of the celestial realm very well. There must be a commander of the celestial realm in this direction. Yin Nuoxing got up and walked over. He bent down and reached out to touch Jing Yuanji's hair. "When I'm not here, I'll leave this battle line to you." "Okay." Jing Yuanji lowered her head. She did not look very happy. She would obey his orders unconditionally, but it did not mean that she would feel happy. Yin Nuoxing nodded and rubbed her soft hair. He was about to get up and go to the second floor to inform Feng Qingwang when Jing Yuanji suddenly looked up. "Master Feng." Yin Nuoxing looked at her. Jing Yuanji's red lips opened and closed several times before she said, "Come back soon." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. He waved his hand casually. "Don't worry. In this void, there are indeed many people who can kill me, but there is no one who can kill me silently." Seeing his figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, Jing Yuanji's tense expression relaxed. She knocked her head in distress. "Is it really okay for you to do this, Sister Jing?" Jing Yuanji was stunned for a moment. As soon as she looked up, she saw a beautiful figure in light yellow walking out slowly from the other side of the hall and sitting in front of her. Listening to what she said, she probably saw the scene just now. Jing Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. There was a relieved smile on her face. "I'm used to it. I just hope that I can stand by Master Feng's side and help him when he needs it. This is quite good." Looking at Jing Yuanji, stroking her hair, Yuan Kong muttered, "That idiot is not as slow as you think. He knows some things very clearly, but if you don't say it, he won't say it either. Just tacitly pretend that he doesn't know anything." Although with that idiot's temper, there may not be a good result if he is exposed, but there is no need to worry that the situation will worsen. You should know better than anyone else what kind of personality your master Feng has. "I know," Jing Yuanji said rather freely. "It's just that there are some words that are clearly at the tip of my tongue. I tried to break free several times but couldn't say it. In the end, maybe I'm scared." Yuan Kong muttered a vague reply and turned to look outside. His bright black eyes looked at the city that simulated night and the void beyond. The death shroud of the abyss was not far away. Between them, and this place was the boundary between life and death. It was not as simple as a short distance in the void. In these 100 million years, countless lives had died and revived, lived and died, died and died, and some had truly died. Time in this world would quietly erase their traces until no one remembered who they were. This was a battlefield that was not recognized and remembered by anything. Look at the void. Jing Yuanji paused and turned to look at her. Following her gaze, she looked at the void and heard her continue. Magnificence, danger, the unknown, the so-called tomorrow, hope, the future, these things are unpredictable in true order, let alone on the border of death. From the day we set foot here, our lives and deaths are only half in our own hands. The other half is handed over to the nonsensical destiny. I don't know when I'll die. I don't know when I'll disappear. Maybe the joke I made just a second ago became my last words. Maybe the last time I saw you inadvertently became my last farewell. Maybe that laughter was my last voice. Even that greeting could only be engraved in my mind. Then, as I die, it will fade away from this world bit by bit. Time will mercilessly wash it away. In the end, nothing will happen. Everything will become meaningless nothingness. Yuan Kong gently raised his head and looked directly at her. Jing Jieja, that idiot, he also has a limit. He will also disappear one day. You will also have it. We will all have it. Some words, if we don't say it now, we will never be able to say it. Jing Yuanji was speechless. At this time, as his adjutant, she knew better than anyone that he had already reached his limit. From 100 million years ago, when he was not fully recovered, he had been forcing himself until today. If he had not already torn himself to the limit, even to the point where he could not take care of himself, you would not have experienced that thrilling experience 1,000 years ago. If he did not force himself, this battle line would become forced. But she hoped that he would not force himself. But these are not things she could decide. There will always be a chance. Jing Yuanji's shapely eyebrows curved slightly as she smiled faintly. Yuan Kong stared at her. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Forget it. Why should I worry? The big idiot actually had a second sentence, but he didn't say it out loud. If I don't come back, that brilliant firework will be my last words to the void. She had heard this from her sister once. He did not say it out loud, probably because he did not want her to worry. Going deep into the enemy's rear, especially in a state of war, the danger was self-evident. Yin Nuoxing did not intend to bring anyone with him. After informing Feng Qing Wang, the little girl also knew the danger this time. She did not intend to come with him. She just kept him in the room for a long time before letting him go. At the edge of the city wall, a little girl in a gray-blue dress was looking at the other side of the void. The death mist of the abyss was like a huge wall in the void, blocking all communication between the middle plane and the other side. At this moment, even the deep void was almost completely sealed. It would not be easy to slip through. She felt something behind her. She turned back and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who had just landed on the city wall. You're finally out? Did your family let you go? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. There are some things that I still have to tell them properly, so that they won't really say this is the last time I see them. But I can't say anything, so I can only tell them and listen to them. Can you tell me your plan now? Yin Nuoxing walked to her side and pressed his hands on the city wall. He looked at the death mist of the abyss. What's the sins of order? In a world of order, it should be called the sins of the world, right? The little girl looked at him with a little surprise. You've seen it before? Describe it to me. Let me confirm it. Not only had he seen it before, Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched violently. He began to feel depressed when he thought of those bad memories. He sighed and did not bother to say anything. With a thought, a part of the sins of the world that he was infected with emerged from his body. Is this it? The little girl was stunned. Yes. But how did you get infected with this? It's a long story. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand. Let's not talk about the reason first. The sins of the world will attract each other at the conceptual level of the rules. If I run over there, I might suck them all in my body. This is not something good. Even at my level, I don't want to touch it easily. You know what I mean, right? Oh, the little girl was stunned. After listening to him, she nodded. Don't worry. I'm here to ask for your help. I won't hurt you. I have a way to shield you from the sins of order. This way, it won't attract that part of the sins of order. But you have to reach out your hand first. I feel that there's something wrong with the sins of order on you. The little girl grabbed his hand and carefully sensed it for a while. Suddenly, her expression changed. She shook her head. There's a little difference. If the sins of the world on you are divided into two parts, one of them will be the sins of order, and the other, Yin Nuashing had an idea. The sins of chaos? The little girl rolled her eyes at him. You're taking it for granted. The other part is the shadow of order. The combination of these two parts is your sins of the world. Yin Nuashing laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. So were these two things? The destruction energy left behind when the void was born. The little girl put down his hand and continued to look at the other side of the void. When the void decides that the world needs to carry out a destruction one day, it will use these things to trigger an interesting reaction. Boom. Yin Nuashing looked at the little girl's beaming face and felt that she was probably talking about the Great Samsara. However, he was a little puzzled by the Great Samsara, so he quickly said, "It's the heavenly deity. It's related to the heavenly god of origins. As I said before, the void changed after the heavenly god of origins fell. That was one of them. After that great upheaval, these things appeared in this world. Let me put it simply. The sin of order, you can simply understand it as destruction, consumption, and waste. They are the trash products of order, one of the three factors of origin. As for the shadow of order, it is the shadow of everything in the world of order. When you were born, your shadow would be born as well. These two occasionally exist alone, occasionally coexist, and when they pile up on the conceptual level of the void's rules, they would form what you call the sins of the world. I call it the root of destruction, but I think your name might be more suitable, so I'll borrow it." Yin Nuashing was dumbfounded. To put it simply, the consumption of order would give birth to sins of order, and everything born in the void would give birth to shadows of order. The two combined to form the sins of the world. Wait a minute. Will these things dissipate naturally? Yin Nuashing asked nervously. Well, actually they will, but the speed is very, very slow. The little girl scratched her head. You haven't been to a special layer in the concept of origin. That is the place where the sins of the world are stored. Let me tell you, the whole Yuan realm is like that. The little girl said, I thought about it later. It's probably because the heavenly deity of origin and the others have fallen. Something in the void dissipated with them. The fact that the sins of the world could not be dealt with effectively is a proof. Moreover, this is a fatal thing to the world of order. If it keeps accumulating until it reaches a certain level, guess what will happen? Yin Nuashing's face twitched. Didn't you just say that there was an interesting reaction with a boom? Reenact the great turmoil of 11 eras? The little girl was startled. Oh, you got it right. Yin Nuashing sighed. All right. He had thoroughly found the cause of the great samsara. So this was what it was all about. Although it was a little different from the three factors of origin that he had guessed before, it was still related. I don't really care about the survival of the world of order. However, I can only ask for your help to find the core of the primordial realm. So, I can only pay a little attention to it. The little girl spread her hands and said very frankly, we will be dealing with those things later. It is also to slow down the layout of the void. Since they are trash products, if they're piled up in the void for a long time, the void will collapse. Yin Nuashing's expression became very strange. So, they're going to clean up? Chapter 1483. Not long after waiting on the city wall, we followed the void and came to the place where Yin Nuashing and the others were guarding. As soon as he appeared, he saw Yin Nuashing's gloomy and strange expression. He immediately felt a little strange. He was stunned on the spot for a few seconds before approaching. What's wrong, phone? Are you trying to scare the death mist away with that expression? Yin Nuashing, who was still nagging, turned around and looked at Hui. He could not help but sigh. After I tell you, you will probably have the same expression too. Hui was stunned and put on an ignorant expression. In the next second, a lot of information flooded into his mind. A minute later, there was another guy on the city wall with a sad expression on his face. The guards not far away were stunned. They were curious about what they had talked about to cause such a change in attitude. Yin Nuashing suddenly grinned stiffly. He felt that his style was getting lower and lower. In the realm of the gods. Oh, he was going to be an observer for almost 90 eras. A maintenance worker. And now he was going to be a cleaner of the order world? In summary, he was going to be a gatekeeper and a cleaner. Occasionally, He would take on the part-time job of fixing the big and small things inside the gate. This job could be done by any old gatekeeper. That was why he was getting weirder and weirder. What kind of life was he living? All right, isn't it just being a cleaner? You guys have spent a lot of time cleaning in the realm of the gods, right? Is there a need to be so conflicted? She shook her head helplessly and said, anyway, in our line of work, no matter how you look at it, it's still the same. Looking at the big picture, to put it bluntly, we're just a bunch of miserable people who have to do something that no one wants to get involved with. Even the old man who looks after the mountain gate is considered a low-level job. The things that we have to deal with, if we don't do it right, we might end up killing ourselves first. If we do it right, we might accidentally push the world of order into another dangerous situation, and we even have to be responsible for some irrelevant people. It's not fun at all. What does the world of order have to do with me? Yin Nuashing felt that the girl's last sentence was quite correct. However, there are some things that must be done. This world, right? Although it's tattered and not fun. Sigh, there's no point in saying so much. Some things really have to be done by us. It took Hui a while to recover from that low and negative state. He gave a thumbs up with an inspiring smile on his face. There's no time to lose. We're ready. Let's go. Yin Nuashing and the little girl looked at each other and rolled their eyes. As expected of an optimist, there was no change even after entering the primeval realm. The little girl stuffed a silver-white energy rune into Yin Nuashing's hand and whispered to him, "Here, this thing can prevent you from attracting the sins of order and the shadows of order. It also won't attract the sins of the world. Can you rest assured now?" Yin Nuashing held the energy rune and let it fuse into his body. The part of the sins of the world in his body became completely silent because of the energy rune. Previously, it was like water in a deep well, but now, even the water had frozen. There was no movement or person. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Although the Empyrean god of origin was not afraid of the erosion of the sins of the world, he did not want to experience that situation again. It was like stuffing all the negative and dark thoughts of the entirety Yuan realm into his mind in an instant. It was not just a matter of some emotions and mentality. It was stuffing countless half of the consciousness into his soul and spirit. Chaos and disorder, turning his soul and spirit world into hell. That battle was even more terrifying than the one they were facing now. Some soft golden light appeared in his soul and enveloped his soul and spirit, calming his agitated and uneasy heart when he recalled that experience. Yin Nuashing suddenly came back to his senses and realized that he had almost attracted the sins of the world again. He could not help but sigh. "Let's go." Yin Nuashing looked at Hui and the little girl and nodded. "We're ready." The little girl stretched out her hands and grabbed each of them. A little light flashed in her grayish-blue eyes. After a moment, she gently closed her eyes. A grayish-blue cloud appeared around the three of them and disappeared from the city wall as they were enveloped by the cloud. When Yin Nuashing opened his eyes again, he saw a dark and silent space in front of him. His body and spirit showed a little self-adjusting movement, which told him that he had left the space of the main realm and the space of order. They were now at the bottom level of the void of order. However, there was a considerable degree of non-order in this place. Its nature was gradually changing. This was not good news. At least, it was not good news for them. The abyssal death shroud has seeped into the bottom level of the void. "Phone, look over there." Yin Nuashing followed Huey's direction and looked forward. A large black cloud with a dark red color was wriggling like some kind of huge human organ. He was hallucinating, as if some strange creatures would crawl out in the next second, with broken arms and legs, heads and no hands. All kinds of things that affected his appetite. He had seen a lot in the past 100 million years, so when he saw this large cloud now, he felt that it was ready to put on a good show with him here. That's the border of the void of order. Well, the border of the world of order, the place infected by the abyssal death shroud. The middle realm and the lower realm are still in the void of order, but the order there is more chaotic than here. A large number of chaotic forces are wantonly destroying and seizing the power of order, twisting it into a stick, kneading it into some ugly things and fusing it into the abyssal death shroud, or moving it to other places. The little girl said softly, "They're seriously damaging the void, but to be honest, there's no one in the void who has the power to stop them. I can't do anything, and I guess you guys can't do anything either." Before the void upheaval, I don't know how the lost races of the previous era survived, but now that the gods of origin are gone, there is indeed no one who can stop them. Yin Nuashing sighed deeply. The war at the end of the mythological era had consumed too many things. First, there was the fall of the gods of origin, and if the current situation of this era was reflected, there might be countless primeval gods who had fallen during the end of the mythological era as well. When a large-scale disaster broke out in the void, if a race or faction survived at a small price, then the next era, which was this era, would basically be their world. They could do whatever they wanted with the void, as if it was a game. Moreover, in this era, there was no primeval god. Oh, there was one, but it wouldn't be of much use since there were more than a dozen of them. Yin Nuo and the others did not know what kind of role the underworld played at the end of the God's Age. Anyway, since they were able to preserve their power so well, they were probably not a particularly conspicuous existence in the previous era. They either hid themselves very well, or their race was very good at hiding. They survived the war where the origin heavenly god fell, survived the great reincarnation caused by her, and then reigned supreme in this world. That was why it was said that hiding in the end was victory. So, they were actually Voldemort in the previous era? Well, let's not talk about that for now. Let's take a look at the abyssal death shroud in front of them. Yin Nuashing believed that they only needed to poke it gently, and it would explode like a hedgehog. Then, its attention would be diverted from the present realm to the bottom level of the void, and a great battle would follow. The abyssal death shroud seal was not so tight before. Hui came back from the abyssal death shroud and shook his head at the two. The seal is too tight. Although I have entered the realm of primeval, and it's not difficult to open a passage, it's too difficult to not attract their attention. After entering this realm, I can see things more clearly, such as the abyssal death shroud. Now, I see it like a huge living thing, and every inch of it has consciousness. Let's not talk about that. I have a way to pass through without affecting the abyssal death shroud, but we must be quick. The little girl waved her hand and stepped forward, fiddling with the void with her power of divine destruction. Yin Nuashing looked at her for a while, and then turned to Hui. "You just said that the abyssal death shroud is a living thing." "Yes, but I can't say for sure because they're just some energy constructs. Although they have consciousness, it's just some consciousness and weak. Well, it's not even spiritual intelligence. They don't even have a breath of life. But I can tell from a state of the abyssal death shroud that it's a huge living thing, like a beast crawling in the void. Don't you think it's weird?" Hui shrugged helplessly. Yin Nuashing reached out and twirled his hair. "From the perspective of the primeval god?" Hui nodded. Yin Nuashing pouted. "Then there's nothing I can do. I can't help you. You can think about it yourself, and let us know if you have figured out anything." He suddenly shut up. When he saw Hui staring at him with a gaze that gave him goosebumps, he felt uncomfortable all over. He shook his head in disgust, and his hair was all over his face. "You brat. It's not easy for you to step into the realm of primeval. Why don't you think about anything? Do you still need me to help you?" Huey's nod made Yin Nuashing even more speechless. He sighed and stared at the abyssal death shroud for a while, and said, "I really can't see anything different. Let me remind you, the abyssal death shroud was extracted from a certain primeval god. Perhaps it contains its power, its rules, its order, its divinity, and its divine right. No matter what characteristics the abyssal death shroud shows, it's inseparable from the primeval god. After you enter the realm of primeval, you can probably see some things that you can't see before. Take your time to get used to it." As he spoke, a blue vein appeared on Yin Nuashing's forehead. He fiercely punched Hui and scolded him. When the latter heard it, he just scratched his head and laughed dryly. "All right, you two, it's time for us to go." Yin Nuashing and Hui felt their arms being pulled at the same time. They looked down and saw a layer of grayish-blue energy, light lingering around the little girl's body. This was her power of divine destruction. Now that they felt it again, well, it was really a little weak. The little girl didn't know what rude things they were thinking about. She stared at the abyssal death shroud with full attention. After a while, a wave of chaotic energy suddenly shrouded them. Yin Nuashing and Hui felt their bodies sink, as if there was a void pressing on them, squeezing them hard into the void, trying to let them pass through from the other side. Her voice still echoed in their ears. Don't resist. It's starting to teleport. It was as if the moment when the world was born and the world was split open, the movement spread from head to toe. At that moment, they saw through the changes of time, the vicissitudes of the world. The void was destroyed, and the order was born. Then they arrived. When they came back to their senses, Yin Nuashing and Hui had found that the abyssal death shroud in front of them had disappeared. It was all behind them. Is this the special power of your power of divine destruction? Yin Nuashing looked around curiously, recalling the movement just now. Well, it was hard to describe. He didn't feel the change of space or anything like that. In short, there was no movement of teleportation. Its combat power isn't very good, but in terms of control of the void and order, it's probably stronger than your power of divine destruction. The little girl nodded. Just now, we were teleported through the collapse of the void, just like entering the interior of the desert from quicksand. The space we are in now is defined as the interior. Yin Nuashing made no sound. It was using the principle that the void was continuous in all spatial levels. Even if the abyssal death shroud separated the void and order on both sides, it was useless. Its separation was built in the void. In other words, well, probably the primeval heavenly god couldn't stop this little girl's void jump. Speaking of which, why did he feel that it was a bit like the power of a divine right? Could it be that there was some connection between it and the primeval heavenly god that he didn't understand? But now was not the time to think too much. Yin Nuashing suppressed the many questions in his mind and turned to look into the distance. They had crossed the abyssal death shroud and arrived at the rear. It was still the middle plane. The chaos of order was enough to prevent the void from condensing and giving birth to a source world. The order and activity of the void had dropped to a very low level and was very close to the threshold. When the threshold was completely reached, the collapse of order in other parts of the void would accelerate. And when the entire order of the void reached the threshold, chaos would descend. Not far away was the boundary between the middle plane and the lower plane. Most of the abyssal death shroud had gathered behind them. Many of them were floating randomly in the void like patrolling guards. The little girl tried her best to choose a safe place when she teleported. All activities here were weakened to the point of almost stopping. It was very quiet. The abyssal death shroud had no so-called defensive power, yet the island-like abyssal death shroud floating in the void did not count. But no matter what, this was still a place occupied by the enemy, so it was impossible for it to be peaceful. How far could the three grasshoppers jump in here? Well, that would depend on when the death mist in the abyss would turn its attention to them. In fact, they could also feel the flow of energy here. There is a huge amount of energy from the middle and lower planes that carried the energy of the void and sent it to the front lines. If it wasn't for the fact that the energy of the void was limitless, even tens of millions of world light orbs would not be enough. We have come to a good place. There's a point of distortion of order in front of us. Destroying it will reduce the pressure of the void of order, a very limited amount of pressure. The little girl pulled Yin Nuashing's arm and pointed at a large blob of distorted mixture in front of them. Yin Nuashing looked forward. He had noticed that thing a few minutes ago. It was a blob of disgusting mixture. It looked like vomit mixed with garbage that had not been treated for hundreds of years. Oh, it was a large piece of melted ice cream. Well, he had recognized it long ago. But the aesthetic standards of the underworld were really unflattering. Looking at the distorted mixture in front of him, looking at the blobs of derivatives, he would have killed the primeval god of the beginning if they did not change it. Maybe they had really tried their best. The large mass of mixture in front of them, from its appearance and the aura it released, was quite disgusting. It was a distorted creation of many broken world light clusters and world fragments, allowing their secondary void law, to fuse in the void. Thus, the last part was made up by Yun Nuashing. He had no idea what the underworld was doing with these things. That's right, he was still not completely sure, but there were many guesses. This is a newly formed, distorted mixture. I have a way to completely shield this part of the void. The time limit is 4 hours. The little girl's hand glowed with a grayish-blue light. Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. 4 hours. Once we make a move, we have to destroy everything as quickly as possible within 4 hours, and then retreat. Once your shield is activated, they will sense it. The little girl nodded and stretched her hand forward. You two decide when to attack. I have already found a few points that are convenient for us to get there. No need to prepare. Let's start now. The moment you seal it, Hui and I will attack. Yin Nuashing moved his hands, and the nether void sword and magic circle appeared beside him. The twisted ice cream did not have any defensive power around it. There were only some runes of the death mist of the abyss or the power of chaos, or some other chains or barriers put together. It was hard to tell what was so special about it. If they underestimated it, they might die in these 4 hours. It was better to be careful, and then attack. Hui roared. In an instant, the grayish-blue barrier burst out like a circle of sound waves. In an instant, it completely enveloped the void and merged into the void. At this moment, the situation inside and outside of the void could not be observed. Huey's primeval energy gushed out like a storm. Yin Nuashing cast magic circle after magic circle. Both of them aimed their attacks at the melted ice cream. So far, it was still their turn. Then, rumble. In the next second, the sealed void rumbled and shook. The mixed object seemed to have sensed the appearance of hostile targets. Some huge, new manifestations that had never been seen before appeared from the void. They looked like a mixture of huge human bodies, wild beasts, and magical beasts. Groups of them crawled out of the void and raised the weapons in their hands. Some even raised their mutated claws. Their moon-sized eyes stared at Yin Nuashing and the other two. The abyssal death mist's aura swept out like a storm. I knew they were up to no good. If such an important place doesn't have any defense, I will eat it raw. Phone, you go destroy the core. Leave these minions to me. Hui hurriedly said a few words like exploding beans. Yin Nuashing nodded, and his figure rushed out with tens of thousands of magic circles. In just a flash, he bypassed the hundreds of new models of big guys. They noticed him and wanted to turn around, but before that, they were attracted by Huey's attack. A vigorous battle suddenly broke out. Yin Nuashing had just arrived in front of the mixed object. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a slight movement in the void around him stunned him. He turned around and saw a hill rising a few hundred meters behind him. A group of small manifestations appeared. Yin Nuashing noticed them. He thought for a moment, then stabbed his sword into the outermost barrier of the thing. Before he could destroy the barrier, he was hit in the face by the energy of the abyssal death mist. The abyssal death mist that blotted out the sky and earth transformed into tens of thousands of attacks that came his face. In an instant, his order barrier was destroyed. This thing's reaction is really fast. Yin Nuashing smacked his lips impatiently. He frowned as he looked at the close combat manifestations behind him that were attacking him from afar. Wielding the Netherworld Ruined sword, he drew an arc in the air, and a beam of energy sword light swept out, turning the barrier and the group of manifestations into ashes. He abruptly fell into the inner region. Just as he entered the inner region, the void began to tremble once again, and this time, it was becoming more and more intense. It was as if there was a volcano hidden in the void that was about to awaken from its slumber. Yin Nuashing frowned even more. He casually used the magic circles to pour energy in to test the defensive strength of this fused object. In the end, it was quite tough. If he didn't accumulate a large amount of energy, he probably wouldn't be able to destroy it so easily. Under the catalysis of the abyssal death mist, those laws that originally belonged to the power of order had turned into the enemy's power and were now obstructing his attack. It has a core point of order. It's probably located slightly below the center of this thing. If you destroy that core point, you'll probably be able to completely destroy it. The little girl's voice rang out in time, but it caused Yin Nuoxing's eyebrows to twitch even more. Wasn't this the rhythm of wanting to kill his way in? He looked at the many manifestations that had appeared in the void around him and rolled his eyes fiercely. The defensive power here was actually all at the peak of the source level, and there were so many of them. They really wanted nothing more than to stuff an entire army of manifestations into every nook and cranny, right? Chapter 1484. Boom! This was the umpteenth time. Energy flashes that covered a large area suddenly burst out in the void. Golden and silver energy scattered all over the void, forming an aurora-like curtain that hung down from the void. It was as thin as a veil, and one could almost push it away with one's hand. That was the sound of Hui bursting out with the power of the primeval realm as he fought against those bulky manifestations. In the past 100 million years, he had been half a warrior and half a commander, and he had never had the time to fight to his heart's content. Now, he had come to the enemy's home to do whatever he wanted, to eliminate the tyrant for the people, and to kill Tiger Fong. To put it bluntly, he was taking advantage of the void being sealed to have fun here. The primeval realm was indeed the primeval realm. Even if a Tang class had entered the primeval realm, he would still have a lot of energy to throw a tantrum and roll around. Yin Nuoxing stuck close to that black thing and would occasionally be affected by his holy energy storm. However, he was now in the order attribute, so it would not affect him much. It was just that his enemies would be killed along the way. Why is this guy acting so recklessly, as if he had been holding it in for 100 million years? Yin Nuoxing put her hand over her eyes and looked into the distance. She looked at the holy light that was bursting out in the void that was comparable to a new energy star. She felt blind and could not help but lower her head and mumble, "So what if you are in the primeval realm? You can do whatever you want just because you are in the primeval realm?" He was still a little regretful that he could not enter that realm. Although he was now more violent and powerful than he was 100 million years ago, he was still stuck here after almost 90 eras. Just thinking about it made him feel tired. Yin Nuoxing sighed deeply. He looked at the black land under his feet. It was the size of a planet. Looking into the distance, he could see some protrusions that looked like hills in the horizon. He was looking at this thing. It was not realistic to blow up its core directly. It would take too much time to tear it apart layer by layer. It would take too much energy to do a big one, and it would damage his status. In this way, he would not be able to do much damage in 4 hours. Moreover, it was better not to do anything that risked their lives in this dangerous place. If there was really a death omen star shining above their heads, and they saw a patrol team of primeval gods looking at them as soon as they stepped out of the door, then they would not be able to escape. Destruction was a technical job. Coincidentally, Yinhua planet was born to be a destroyer. He had tore down a city, a star, and even a primordial realm. It only took him a short while to figure out the structure of this thing. He could then blow it up from the inside out and back again. A chain of energy bombardment would be enough. It's still easier to tear people apart. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself. Tearing people apart was a technical job. Well, tearing apart a strange creation that twisted the rules was a technical job. Moreover, he needed to use a delicate dismantling and not a huge explosion. Bang! Bang! Boom! Groups of manifestations emerged from the ground behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at him with their ugly faces that could ward off evil spirits. His face darkened. The Netherworld Ruin's sword that stood beside him suddenly drew an arc in the air, clearing away the rubbish that emerged from the ground. Yin Nuoxing squatted down and raised his right hand with his fingers wide open. Bright white and dark red energy intertwined and merged, gathering in the center of his palm. Then, as he pressed his palm down, the energy surged into the black ground. The bright white and dark red energy was like a drop of paint that suddenly dripped onto a piece of white cloth. That drop of color rapidly spread in all directions. At the same time, it pierced into the depths of the ground like a thorny thorn, leaving behind patches of energy runes along the way. And just as those energy runes appeared, Yin Nuashing suddenly felt the black ground tremble violently, as if it was afraid. This strange creation of twisted the rules, which did not even have a consciousness, was actually afraid. The energy runes that first appeared began to explode after a delay of more than 10 seconds. The explosive energy surged out in all directions with the energy runes as the core. The energy formed into sharp thorns that easily tore apart the structure of this creation of twisted rules, detonating its own energy along the way, causing a huge chain of energy explosions within it. Moreover, the explosive energy was all directed towards the center. It would take a while for the outer layer to observe the destruction. Hiss! A 3,000-meter-tall manifestation suddenly appeared above Yin Nuashing's head, causing him to be shocked. His other hand hurriedly grabbed the Netherworld ruined sword and was about to get rid of it, but it suddenly stopped. Its huge body mysteriously began to dissipate, as if it was no longer able to maintain its form. Yin Nuashing held the Netherworld ruins sword in a slight daze. He looked at the situation before him and realized the core is beginning to collapse. The part that controls the abyssal death, mist manifestation, is collapsing first? Or is it saying that it can no longer maintain the manifestation's existence? The process of thinking only lasted for a few seconds. Yin Nuashing continued to pour energy downwards in a frenzy. The energy spike had already led the army of thousands towards the core of the creation of twisted rules. It trembled even more violently, as if an entire planet was trembling in the palm of his hand. Yin Nuashing let out a soft cry in his heart. All the energy he controlled had already disintegrated layer after layer of defenses, exposing the core to his sight. Just as he was about to pierce through it with a single blow, a very weak consciousness suddenly barged into his mind, causing his mind to tremble. He felt that it was calling for help and pleading. Other than that, he also saw many things. They were blurry, but seemed to symbolize the destruction of the void and the burning of thousands of worlds. What? What is this? Yin Nuashing's heart trembled. The energy that was leading the army of thousands froze halfway. Even he himself was a little confused as his mind flashed wildly. It had only been a little more than 4.5 minutes since the little girl activated the seal. There was still time, there was still a choice, and he should have been decisive at this time. However, there were some reasons. First of all, excluding the reason that he was soft-hearted. He had killed decisively for dozens of eras, and being soft-hearted was a joke. He was just curious. They had never truly understood what these things from the underworld were. Now, it was actually sending him a distress signal. Madness? Order? It did not even have consciousness. No, it really did not have consciousness. Was this not a sign that it had rationality? Perhaps. This was an opportunity. Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth and suddenly turned to Hui and shouted, "Hui, I have an emergency. Protect me." Boom. Hui, who was still fighting fiercely in the void, suddenly turned into a brilliant and gorgeous golden light and hit the ground behind him, leaving a large golden, scorched crack. He held a big shield and a huge sword, turned back and showed a brilliant smile. Well said. Don't worry about anything. I'm right here, behind you. Yin Nuashing nodded and took a deep breath. His consciousness spread toward the weak and weak consciousness. When his consciousness spread, he felt that another gentle consciousness had also followed and merged with him. It was the little angel. She had also sensed the movement and followed. Together, they came into contact with the weak consciousness. The picture that came into his mind was the scene of countless worlds being destroyed and the void being broken. That was the consciousness in the consciousness, not the consciousness of the it that they came into contact with. This scene was inherited from the consciousness and memory fragments of another thing. It might be the memory and memory fragments of the heavenly god of the origin that was a spare part. Chaos, death, darkness, destruction, these factors together formed a vast and boundless image. For it was an image that kept echoing, repeating, and brainwashing in its mind every day. It was blank, but it would gradually be dyed gray by these things, stained with the blackness of death and emptiness of nothingness. Yin Nuoxing looked at the scene in front of him that was constantly changing from gray to gray. It was as if he was standing in a place where clouds and rain clouds mixed. What came in front of him was a cloud of mist. He looked down and found that his body was shining with golden light. He clenched his hands and then looked up to the front. "This is your consciousness world?" There was no response. Yin Nuoxing could not help but frown, just as he had a lot of guesses in his mind, such as falling into a trap, or curiosity really killed the cat, or, at this time, the clouds and mist in front of him suddenly surged and swirled around them like a whirlwind. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Before he could understand, the little angel suddenly said, "This cloud and mist is its unformed consciousness." Unformed consciousness? Yin Nuoxing came to his senses and felt a little surprised. The consciousness itself had not even been born. Even the concept of consciousness had not been completely formed. It could already send out a weak signal to them. How strong must its desire to survive be to guide this signal to them through this distance? "Do you want us to take you out?" Yin Nuoxing frowned and asked again. But just like before, there was no sound at all. He could only see the cloud and mist surging, as if it was answering him. But the problem was that he could not understand what it meant at all. A cloud was surging and rolling there. How could he guess its meaning? He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he could only find the answer himself. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and pushed the cloud and mist aside. He looked outside and then couldn't help but be stunned. Outside the cloud and mist was the gray and dark scene that they saw when they first came in. It was full of chaos, death, ruin, and destruction. It was like a huge spherical image that surrounded this area. Yin Nuoxing turned to look at the sphere-shaped space. He was silent for a while. He felt that if he used these scenes to replay in front of him all day long, sooner or later, he would also go crazy, not to mention a initial consciousness in a chaotic state. Just as he was observing the scenes of destruction and trying to distinguish where the images that were mixed with consciousness and memory fragments were, the cloud and mist suddenly trembled and shrank in size. It wriggled slowly, as if it wanted to shrink into a ball and hide. The commotion here woke Yin Nuoxing up, making him realize that it was not the time to relax and do research. He hurriedly sent a message to the little angel in his soul. What do you think of the initial chaotic consciousness? Does this thing count as one of your kind?" The little angel was silent for a while. She did not nod or shake her head. "It's hard to tell. It's still too young and has not formed a consciousness. Even the concept of thing has not been completely formed. It's hard to say if it is or not. Our birthplaces are a little similar." Yin Nuoxing was silent. He furrowed his brows tightly and looked at the cloud. A blank consciousness, a chaotic consciousness. Order has yet to be divided. Nothing has been fixed. Perhaps it can know something. At least it can control it now. The little angel smiled softly. She already knew what he would choose. She nodded slightly. "Well, I'll listen to you. I have a way to protect its chaotic consciousness. You can open the shell that imprisons it, and we can bring it out. When the time comes." Yin Nuoxing wanted to say how to settle it down. But before he could say anything, the little angel already knew what he meant. "The birthplaces are the same. Then I have a way to create the same environment for it. Don't worry." After the discussion, the little angel controlled the power of consciousness to spread out from Yin Nuoxing's body and envelop the cloud of chaos. Yin Nuoxing grabbed them, and his consciousness quickly returned to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, the dark earth became more unstable. He had just controlled most of the energy, but there was no way to stop the part that was implicated and detonated. At this moment, there were continuous energy runes appearing and being destroyed. One after another, the energy explosion spread rapidly along a straight line. The bright white energy of order and the dark red elements of nirvana were fighting inside it, wantonly destroying, smashing, and burning. This unsightly creation of twisted rules was beyond recognition in just a minute. Yin Nuo Star controlled the guiding energy and let it explode along a core area wrapping the core in the center. The outer part was bombarded in one direction and began to destroy its thick outer shell. The energy turbulence made Hui, who was guarding here, clearly feel that there was a destructive energy surging below. "How are you? Are you okay?" Yin Nuoxing took the time to ask. "Oh, I'm fine." Hui nodded. He took a closer look and saw that he was holding a shield. Even his great sword had been put away. He pointed to the front and said, "They are not moving. If something still happens in this situation, then something is really wrong." Yin Nuoxing was puzzled when he heard that. He turned around to take a look. Those large pieces of manifestations were like puppets with their strings cut. They were frozen in the void, maintaining their last movement without moving. He thought for a moment. It was probably because of the destruction of this creation of the twisted rules. It was as if the manifestation that wanted to ambush him had suddenly disappeared. The backup plan that the Underworld left behind is probably attached to this core. Once the core is destroyed, the manifestations will also quickly lose control and turn back into energy. Let's not talk about this anymore. Prepare to retreat. Let's go. The earth trembled violently, and a huge crack appeared. Looking from afar, the crack looked like a ferocious smile. The big mouth spat out a ball of pure white light and violent energy that had nowhere to be released. After a violent explosion of energy that shook the void, the entire creation of twisted rules was torn apart and disintegrated from the inside out. From afar, it looked like a big fireball that had exploded and spewed out dozens of flames. It spewed those flames outwards, and the outer layer began to collapse inwards. Those dumbfounded abyssal death mist manifestations gradually turned back into energy and surged towards the fireball that had become dry and deflated. Following a series of fine but bright energy flashes, the entire fireball expanded violently and released a wave of energy that was not very powerful. After that, it collapsed towards the center in a millisecond and finally disappeared completely. There was nothing left in the void. It seems that after the core is destroyed, those defensive manifestations will also disappear. We scratched his head. It's just that the way that thing exploded was a little weird. It looked like it had collapsed. There was no movement. Although it had bought them some time, the result was still very good. We did not rush to ask him what he had just done. After Yin Nuoxing confirmed the state of the little angel and the light of chaotic consciousness, he waved his hand. 10 minutes. We have something to do this time. Let's hurry to the next place and do as much damage as we can while we still have time. Hui laughed. The Void Demolition Office is open for business. Yin Nuoxing and the little girl were speechless. What should they do if they suddenly did not want to acknowledge this guy? Before Yin Nuoxing could lament that someone had become a little reckless after ascending to the primeval tier and needed to be taught a lesson, the two of them felt a violent movement, as if the stars had exploded. Oh, I've mentioned it before. When their eyes fixed again, they had already gone directly above another creation of twisted rules. In a short moment, they had gone to another place, and the one before them was even bigger. Let's do it as usual, Foam. I'll attract their firepower. You can destroy their home, and then there's no need to fight. Hui patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and dove down towards the shield and the greatsword. A voice that contained the power of rules exploded in the void. "Bastard, come bite me." Boom! The enemy's reaction was very violent. As soon as he, the luminous firefly, appeared, that group of, the creation of twisted rules that resembled a molten volcano went berserk. A weave of manifestations came out in a frenzy and attacked without any time to gather or prepare. They lunged at Hui fiercely with ferocity. Then, a group of dregs was crushed into a pile of exploding dregs by a fellow who had just ascended to the primeval tier and was itching for a fight. Or, he simply threw them out like bowling balls, shattering the army of manifestations while he was at it. In short, the situation became very chaotic in an instant. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Wielding the Netherworld Ruined sword, she slammed it into the crater of the molten volcano like a meteor crashing into the ground. Her sword carried the power of creation that could split heaven and earth as it plunged into the entire creation of twisted rules. Using the same method, she let the energy spread rapidly, guided it, and detonated it. Then, a strand of her soul and spiritual power waited, waiting for a signal that it might send out. However, the second creation of the Twisted Rules did not seem to have a particularly strong desire to survive, or perhaps it had not even been born with a chaotic consciousness. Anyway, when he demolished their home did not react at all and was easily smashed into pieces by him. The sound of the explosion was comparable to the sound of the creation of the world. It was so bright and dazzling that Hui felt that his corium gold dog eyes were going blind. It did not take much time to get rid of the second creation of Twisted Rules. Soon, they came to the third place. After destroying the entire void, it was followed by the fifth, the sixth. After the three of them had destroyed almost 40 creations of Twisted Rules in the underworld without stopping, Yin Nuoxing felt that her condition had dropped a little. However, it was still fine for now. It was just that they seemed to have gone very far into this space. There was still some time left. A part of the sins of order that had accumulated in the void had dissipated. It was not much, but about 1/20th of that part had solidified and settled in the conceptual layer of rules. As the little girl spoke, she noticed Yin Nuoxing's unpleasant expression and explained, "That is something that cannot be avoided. It caused serious damage to the void and the conceptual layer of rules. It is like stabbing a knife into the ground. Even if the knife was pulled out, there would still be a scar left. If it was stabbed into a person's body, even if the person recovered, there would still be memories left. That 1/20th is such a part." Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. He had expected that they would not be able to get rid of it completely. It was just that when the results were announced, well, he was a little conflicted. How many have we destroyed? How much time do we have? Should we continue? Hui was still thinking about what the demolition office had said, so the first thing he asked was to demolish. "It is less than an hour since the first barrier dissipated," the little girl said. She looked at the empty space and said, "Let's take a break first. It is not too late to decide later." Yin Nuoxing raised both of his hands in agreement. He sat down in the void and relaxed. This kind of high-precision demolition work was very difficult for him. He wanted to do it openly and directly blow up a part of the void or something. However, that kind of method would work on things that were densely packed together. These creations of Twisted Rules were scattered all over the void. Moreover, if he did something big here, he was afraid that he would be surrounded by a group of people from the underworld in the next second. Although he had 36 worlds, although he had become even more insane and ridiculously powerful after 100 million years, he was only at the peak of the origin. Even if his energy was limitless, his spirit and soul would still be tired. Even if he used a sword to cut people, there would be times when his hands would feel weak. The primeval. Yin Nuoxing sighed deeply. "Are you free? If you are, shouldn't you think about the path of the primeval?" Staying in the origin realm did not seem to be a solution.